Hello, good morning, good midday, good night. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the online conference Under the Viral Shadow. We're very happy to have you here for the next 7-8 hours. And we welcome all the artists in the exhibition Under the Viral Shadow who are all with us today to speak about their projects. We welcome all the speakers who are also with us today from different disciplines of science and humanities to enlarge the knowledge in our discussion. And of course, we want to welcome and very embrace the worldwide audience we are expecting here today. And we also want to invite you to put questions and comments in the chat here in the YouTube live stream. So instead of a Berlin-based on-site conference at Art Laboratory Berlin, we decided again, like a year ago, to shift a digital version due to COVID-19 crisis and the challenges, obstacles, and desired physical mobilities. However, we have come to embrace great advantages in realizing the conference Under the Viral Shadow online. Enlarged virtual audience, speakers from various continents.
Taking time zone challenges into consideration, we are here today with 13 speakers, of which we have, first of all, the exhibiting artists from the exhibition Under the Viral Shadow, and with them, bright critical minds from art and media theory, biophysics, and computer science, design, and cultural studies. As Regine mentioned, we've prepared chat options on the YouTube live stream to comment or leave a question, which we will collect and pick up during the discussion. We wish you all a great conference with challenging ideas, fruitful conversation, and a good connection.
Of course, we have a lot of thank yous to say. And we are very grateful, first of all, for our supporters, the Berlin Senate, and this project, the conference, the group exhibition, and workshops, and events and talks would not be possible to realize without the funding of the Hauptstadt Kulturfonds here in Berlin and the ongoing support by the Berlin Senate. So thank you very, very much. Also, we want to thank our media partners, Art in Berlin, Carola Hartlieb, and Quad Magazine, who is also live streaming this event. Thank you so much, Lula and Meritzel. And of course, our cooperation partner, Duke Kunshan University near Shanghai. Also, we want to very much thank you all, our team, Tuje Erel, Jana Piotrowski, Madeleine Hammer, and of course, also Linus Kaufhold from Seeberg Embrace, who is with us here in the Studio Deussen in Berlin. Maybe we post some photos of the studio later on. And we're very grateful that he is our technical frame, so to say, for the online conference. Of course, also we want to thank from the bottom of our heart, Tim Deussen, our friend, colleague, and photographer, and also who is hosting us today in Studio Deussen. At least here, Tuche, Chris, and me, and Linus to set a basis to the online conference.
So, to put some context to the project, the exhibition, the conference, the workshops, and the talks we'll be having later this autumn, our digital technologies were developed in the aftermath of the Second World War, in part through interdisciplinary collaborations, such as the Macy's Conference between 1946 and 53, where cybernetics specifically selected biological models to develop computers and proposals for artificial intelligence. But these early models were often intentionally neglected the myriad complexities of life forms. In recent years, an increasing complexity has also become part of human-made technologies, especially in machine learning and artificial intelligence. Human-made networks have also become increasingly complex, often beyond the comprehension of the engineers who build or service them, in turn forming their own ecosystems and even ecologies. Meanwhile, biology, especially biotechnology, has been informed and even largely shaped by engineering and cybernetics. More recently, artists working with hacker ethos and skills, including all the artists in this exhibition, have critically examined and produced new developments in computer science and biotechnology and life sciences. And in doing so, they aim to create ethical and aesthetic territory for discussions relevant to our world in the 21st century. Art Laboratory's initial aim when we began this project in 2019 was to explore various networks, biological, cybernetic, and social, how they inform, influence, and manipulate one another. We saw and still see hybrid arts as a territory for critical transdisciplinary engagement with both technology and ecology, as well as their inevitable intermingling. Hybrid arts are also able to combine theory from both science and post-humanities with practice. We were less than 6 months into the project when the pandemic struck, adding even more layers upon this topic. A biological threat to human society radically changed our lives, in turn, changing the way we used and were enveloped by technology. If 2 years ago, it still seemed possible to tickle the strands apart, it no longer appears possible to do so today. Each of the positions in this exhibition explores not just the impact of the life sciences on technology or the impact of technology on the life sciences, but a whole set of what we could call cybernetic traditions that seek to blur the boundaries between biological and artificial life, as well as challenge 20th century notions of intelligence.
Let us quickly go through the presented artworks, and I will share screen. And here we are. Okay. So just to give you a little impression of the ongoing exhibition, Under the Viral Shadow, Networks in Times of Technoscience and Infection. This is our source books that shares the research with, no problem. That's what you see here is our source books that shares the research on all exhibited artists and artworks. This work by Benjamin Bacon that you can see here in the center and here on the left is it's a set of 2 extraplanetary machines that investigate and apply machine learning methods of speech-to-text recognition to explore subaudition through the degradation of meaning of spoken language by decoding spoken word into kinetic energy, information, transmission, and visual representation with light, color, patterns, and reflections. The machine number 1 that you see on the left, recognition, decoding, and transmitter, captures human voice and directional position as well as other environmental data of the gallery space, then encodes it into Morse code that is communicated kinetically through solenoid tapping, transmitting the decoded message to machine number 2 that you see here on the right, and we position the machine number 2 towards the gallery window. And the machine number 2 as receiver, visual pattern, or emitter, it collects and reinterprets the transmitted information and transforms it into nonverbal and non-textual language through light and color pattern emission that is projected back into the space through a mechanism of mirrored surfaces and a rotating cylinder with slits. Benjamin will tell us a lot more later on about it. And Vivian Zhu, only to give you a little glimpse, because she will go into detail in a few minutes, with the really impressive electric skin and sonic skin from the Skin series. Her series explores the future of human perception and how emerging possibilities in wearable technology can reinvent our relationship with our environment, using the skin as an interface and venue for experimentation. Her series explores the possible co-evolution of human and technology, seeing the two as hybrid communication systems. So you see here the electric skin, a variable that extends the functionality of the skin to sense electrostatic flux in the environment and translate that information into touch sensation. or you see here the sonic skin. And I'd only say very few to not take away too much information for our next panel. You see here the sonic skin as a sound and wearable art piece that explores the concept of human-machine coevolution. And in the exhibition, we have a very impressive piece, The Engineered Antibody by Anna Dumitriou. And it's a result of a residency at the Leo Lab for Synthetic Evolution at the University of California, Irvine. Engineered antibody is a beaded necklace based on an antibody purified from the blood of an HIV positive patient. Made up of more than 400 handmade beads, it both represents and physically contains the actual 21 amino acids of the antibody in their precise order and folded into the precise protein structure. The beads are then attached to textiles that have been dyed using Kooma Sea Brilliant Blue, originally a wool dye, and nowadays used as a stain in laboratories to visualize and separate proteins. And we will, of course, also hear much, much more and more thoroughly by Anna in our next panel. Here you have a detailed of the piece that we intentionally exhibited very historically. We can discuss this later in our panel A. Here you have Gene Kogan's piece, Abraham. Gene created the project Abraham to produce an autonomous artificial artist, AAA, a sovereign spirit that creates art produced through decentralized artificial intelligence. The idea builds upon promising techniques from machine learning, cryptoeconomics, and computer art. It is a logical progression from decades of research by artists, scientists, and philosophers, contemplating the nature of creativity and consciousness in their relationship to technology. By autonomous, Kogan means that an autonomous artificial agent, so he calls it the HAA, demonstrates its own agency or will independent from that of its creators. And we also, of course, can discuss this with Gene, who will be with us in the panel C, Critical Thoughts on Artificial Intelligence. You see the work again, which you also can access online, and a view to the exhibition. And Gene also held a workshop, AI for Artists, in the end of August. The artist Sarah Grant has a focus on radio art and computer networking. She develops artworks as educational tools and workshops that demystify computer networking and radio technology. Fusarum Topologies highlights the natural tendency for so-called slime molds, Fusarum polycephalum, to create efficient distributed networks between food sources. The slime mold is a living organism, a single motile cell made of many thousands to millions of nuclei, functioning as a single foraging unit. Despite having no central nervous system, slime mold shows a remarkable ability to solve difficult engineering problems in a relatively short period of time. In the installation on the left here, you see the whole installation. On the right, you see a few details. Sarah Grant presents different plexiglass boxes lit from below, each with a culture of slime mold and several oat flakes positioned as network nodes in one of different computer network topologies. Over the course of several weeks, we have been able to observe how each Fusarum specimen routes its way through their assigned topology. And of course, also during the conference in our panel B, you can listen more thoroughly Sarah explaining this really amazing project. Here is another detail of the growing slime mold, star topology. And Sarah Grant realized a really impressive workshop, plant-to-plant protocol, a few weeks ago, creating networks and let them run through plants. And Sarah Grant, together with her partner, an artist and critical engineer, Dania Vasiliev, they both realized the amazing network shop last weekend. And it was very impressive how we were learning, as Sarah always emphasized, not only to demystify technology, but also to create networks and Ethernet and learn about IP addresses, etc., to autonomously be possible to follow networks that are with a GUI rather more hidden than visible. And we hear much more in panel B. And then last but not least, and we also hear more in our upcoming panel, I just quickly wanted to show this also it's in the exhibition, some exhibition views by a work, Archaea Bot as Post-Singularity and Post-Climate Change Life Form by Anna Dumitriou and Alex May. And the work takes the form of an underwater robotic installation that explores what life might mean in a post-singularity, post-climate change future. The project is based on the latest research about archaea, ancient microorganisms, now considered to be one of the 3 domains of life. Archaea believed the oldest life forms on Earth originally evolved near hot deep sea vents when the Earth was still in the process of cooling down. They will be ideally suited to the hot, acid rain polluted future that humans are in the process of creating. And as I said, we hear much more about this biomimetic Archaea bot in our upcoming panel. So what we have ahead in our conference, and this is another shot from the exhibition. So we have in panel A, upcoming right in a minute, we will discuss bodies, organisms, and machines, exploring the artworks by Vivian Zhu, Anna Dumitriou, and Alex May. Then we have panel B, digital and biological networks, based around the work of Sarah Grant, Dania Vassiliev, but also including special insights into slime molds by biophysicist Christina Oettmeyer, whose biocomputing process is explored in the artwork Physarum Topologies. Then we will be blessed by a keynote going viral by Roberta Buiani, a media theorist from the Fields Institute for Research into Mathematical Sciences, as well as the University of York and Toronto. Roberta has also been working on a book on biological and computer viruses for several years, so we can be very looking forward that she will share her knowledge with us. And finally, we have in panel C, critically reflecting artificial intelligence, starting with the work of Jean Kogan and Benjamin Bacon, with special critical contributions by media theorist and artist Alexander König, and Katja Spiel from Computer Science and Design and Culture Studies, also thinking about the bias of artificial intelligence. So I think we're going to have an interesting, very intense program. As we said, please get involved, send us your questions or comments through the chat function in the YouTube live stream. So let's confer, and thank you for being here. And we go directly to the panel A of our conference, Under the Viral Shadow. And I welcome you again, dear audience. Panel A, Bodies, Organisms, and Machines, will show us current artworks from the section of art science, hybrid art, and design. And it refers to both synthetic biology, but then also wearable technology studies. And we're going to embrace in our upcoming presentations and discuss interesting aspects about phenomenal dichotomies of the biological and the mechanical. And I don't want to take too much time away, and want to just suggest logistically, I will present Vivian and Anna and Alex, and they will give their talks right one after the other. And then afterwards, we open up to a larger discussion. I'm very, very pleased to present Vivian Zhu, who we are very familiar with already, actually since 2014, when we prepared the non-human subjectivities, non-human agents. And Vivian Zhu is a Beijing-born interdisciplinary artist and designer and researcher. She is assistant professor of media and arts at the Duke Kunjan University. Her work explores the boundaries between bio and electronic media in creating machines and sensory systems, often taking the form of artifacts, installations, and wearables. Her work has been presented at various institutions in China, the US, Europe, and Asia, in Australia, excuse me. She has held teaching or research positions at various institutions, including Parsons New School for Design in New York, and New York University, Shanghai, and the Chinese University of Hong Kong in Shenzhen. She co-founded Dogma Lab with fellow designer, artist, and Professor Benjamin Bacon, who we will hear then in panel C. And as I said, we are very pleased to have Vivian with the amazing skin series in our exhibition. And Vivian also, we are very connected since we had the pleasure to welcome Vivian for 4 months in Berlin in 2019, together with her amazing project, the Silkworm Project. That's so much from my side. Please, Vivian, join us. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, Regina, so much for inviting me, and for you and Chris and the whole team for putting this amazing program and exhibition together. Let me just very quickly share my screen. Okay, as Regina had mentioned, I will be mainly talking about 2 installments of the skin series that I have been working on in the past couple of years. And 2 of these pieces are currently on exhibition at Art Laboratory Berlin. So my interest, I had always been interested and wanted to do something in the area of wearable technology. And I found a sort of point of entry in this skin series that I produced. One of the research questions I had while thinking about wearables is thinking about how they can be extensions or enhancements, non-invasive enhancements to our physical body, and to sort of enhance our capabilities and possibly change our perception. And one of the areas of research in biology that really inspired me is this area called sensory ecology, which, to put it very briefly, is looking at sensory systems in comparison to data and information systems, and looking at organisms as sort of these processors of that information. And so different organisms, they have different types of perception organs that allow them to perceive different slices of reality. And so animals that are maybe very different from human perception, they would experience an entirely different reality. And so I was really interested in that kind of a philosophical musing of this area, and thought, well, could we maybe map some of these animal sensory systems onto the human body, and would that then change our perception and therefore our behavior? And so, as I mentioned, this is another paper that really inspired me. An example that you can see mapped out here is, the dog and the shark, and for instance, something like a shark that is kind of a fish in underwater, because the environment that they live in is so vastly different from, say, the human environment that we're comfortable with. Therefore, they have capabilities such as sensing magnetic pull, or they have a different relationship maybe to sound and things like that, because in the water, light is not really a very prominent factor, and so whereas humans rely largely on our visual senses, and this is our dominant sense, other animals they may not, to varying degrees, and that, I think, presents this very interesting dynamic relationship through the senses between the organism and the environment. And so to really map out what I was trying to do with the project in general, or the series in general, is to think about sensory systems in the context of data systems and information systems, and to think about how data is captured and then transformed into information, and therefore then interpreted into sensory, and then how that affects behavior. And so this is really what I set out to do with some of the wearables that I wanted to design in the series. The first aspect I was really interested in was this idea of electric sensory that exists in certain animals, or sometimes in certain animals or organisms, it's just a sense of electric fields, and in some other cases, it's electromagnetism. You can see here there's a pigeon that is mainly sensing sort of magnetic fields, and then there's an eel in the water, which they sense electric fields. And in some cases with these organisms, such as the eel, it's not just accepting and receiving this kind of information and data, but also having the organs to sort of project that out into the environment as well. So it's a two-way communication. And so that was really fascinating to me. Additionally, as many of you might be familiar with already, Anthony Dunn and Fiona Raby in their book Hertzian Tales talks about this idea of this invisible landscape of electric signals that is produced with the sort of omnipresent electronic device, and having increasing amounts of electronic devices in our lives, in our cities, in the human lived environment. That sort of invisible signaling field is actually very dense, but because biology doesn't evolve as fast as technology in a lot of ways, and therefore we as humans, our sort of biological body is really not, it cannot actually access that layer of reality that we've created, that we live in, this sort of technology built environment. And so I think, inspired by some of those ideas, I created the first of this series, the electric skin. And so the electric skin is really a wearable that strives to take some of the minute electric signals or static electric fluctuations in the environment, and then to sort of interpret that into vibration onto the body, so that we could, through touch, feel the influence of electric fields on our body. So that really is the concept of building this suit. In reality, because I'm not an electrical engineer, developing this suit actually took many iterations and many years. And I think there are still, I'm still working through trials and errors to try to get it as close to my ideal as possible. So this iteration that you see here is of the first prototype that was built in 2016. And it works on a small patch. And the idea of the, and as you can see here in the center photo is a picture of me wearing it for a photo shoot. But the concept of the skin itself is really to make small little hexagon modular units that could link up to each other. And on each unit, there are two main aspects. One is a sort of small antenna. It really relies on this sort of capacitive touch mechanism to capture any fluctuations of static electricity around it. And then there is a little control circuit around that antenna that magnifies that signal and then pulls on electricity to trigger the little motor at the bottom, at the other side of the little circuit. And so this is one little module. It was adapted from a circuit that is used to actually create these high voltage detectors that you can, if you raise it against the wall, you can sense high voltage in the walls, in the infrastructure of a building. And the idea was to then link this this unit as a module into a fabric, and this fabric could then be put onto wearables, and it could allow the human body then to sense the minute fluctuations. So the second piece I wanted to talk about that is also on exhibition is the sonic skin. So the sonic skin also looks at another sort of invisible field, which is the auditory field, and it takes inspiration from organisms such as whales and bats, where a lot of these environments that these organisms live in, as I've mentioned before, do not have a lot of light, and therefore the dominant sense is not really vision, but in their cases sonar or directional sound. And so the second piece, the sonic skin, is a prototype that creates this sort of sound wall, this wall of directional sound beams that could project from the body outwards into the environment. And the way that the sound beams are designed is that they contour the body. And so as some of you may know with directional sound, when you an example of this in everyday life would be a directional speaker. It beams sound as like a ray into the space, and you can hear it bounce around the space. And so it has this very spatial quality to it. And so by creating these different angles of sound around the body, it projects that the sort of contours of that body into the space, and the sound is a actual reflection of the relationship between the body and its and the space itself. And so this is also the concept of the sonic skin. This prototype that you see here also is an early prototype that was first created. It was prototype number 1, created in 2018. The version that is on show at Art Laboratory Berlin right now is I think version number 2 or 3. And so since I think I see that I have just 2 minutes left, I'll wrap this up pretty soon. So very briefly, as I mentioned, this is some of the technology research that I had referenced. These are developed by Japanese researchers, and it's really to create your own DIY directional sound. But some of this is now considered maybe not the most safest to have this kind of sound on constantly around humans or certain other animals. And so that is why in the exhibition space we turn it on and off occasionally for people to experience. I do have a sound clip here of the sound that has been played. This sound is created by Benjamin Bacon. He created it, performed it originally live in Beijing at the Second Arts and Science Exhibition in 2006 on his instrument that he developed himself, SoundSpace. So there's a link to that if you are interested. And the reason we chose this sound is because it has this sort of 2-channel spatial quality to it already, and so to put it onto the suit, it would really enhance that spatial feeling of what sound feels like in space. So last but not least, this is a future third installment that I'm planning potentially for next year, which is looking at the aspect of bioluminescence and how that is used as a communication tool in nature, and hoping to develop a wearable from that that can be mapped onto the human body. So thank you so much, and I will end my talk here. Thank you. I will stop sharing.
Thank you very much, Vivian. This was really interesting. As I said, if you allow me, I would actually right away already continue with our next speaker, and I would say, please collect questions and comments, and let's discuss this after the 2 next presentations. I have the big pleasure to present you and introduce you to very impressive artist, Anna Dumitriou, who we are also very close and collaborated for more than 5-6 years. Anna Dumitriou is a British artist who works with bioart, sculpture, installation, and digital media to explore our relation to infectious diseases, synthetic biology, and robotics. She has an extensive international exhibition profile. For instance, only to name a few, her works have been presented at ZKM, Ars Electronica, Beaux-Arts, HEC, the Picasso Museum, and many, many other places and institutions. She was the 2018 president of the Science and the Arts section of the British Science Association and holds visiting research fellowships at the University of Hertfordshire, Brighton, Sussex Medical School, and Vaag Society, as well as artist in residence roles with Modernizing Medical Microbiology project at the University of Oxford, the National Collection of Type Cultures at Public Health England, the University of Natural Resources and Life Sciences in Vienna, and the Institute of Epigenetics and Stem Cells at the Helmholtz Zentrum in Munich. So you can imagine how busy Anna is. And if you allow me just to also bring up the context here in the context of Art Laboratory Berlin, we've had the pleasure in 2014 in our series of micro and macrobiologies to welcome Anna with a solo exhibition, The Bacterial Sublime. And today Anna will tell us more about her really impressive work, Engineered Antibody. Thank you, Anna, for being here.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to be presenting, and thanks for inviting me to speak and to be in the exhibition. Just going to share my screen now. So so I'm going to talk about engineered antibody and start with this to sort of, I found out from Facebook today that I was actually doing this 6 years ago. So engineered antibody started to be made 6 years ago. And I started this residency at the University of California in Irvine. And this residency started with an intensive 3-day computer-based training course, sitting in a room on my own, which if I failed it, I wouldn't have been able to actually do any hands-on work in the lab. So it was a very bizarre experience. And several of the people in the lab there had told me they'd actually failed it the first time. So I was absolutely terrified. And it's one of these things with sort of the art science collaboration, the artists, because we're on less funding and things like that, sometimes you have to be even more determined than the scientists will be. A similar thing happened with another project at Technion. But so I've fully passed the laboratory safety fundamentals. So I can also not just work with bacteria and synthetic biology, but I also know for the University of California standards to handle radioactive isotopes and all sorts of things, and fire, and bizarre experience that was. So, and also hazardous waste, because I work with I create apparently a lot of hazardous waste in my work. So you can see how long ago this all was, and that's me on the sort of first day in the lab there with the special fire retardant lab coats there. They're very, very health and safety conscious, particularly so based on my experiences around the world in different labs. And that's something I really enjoy, going into these kind of different labs a lot to see the differences in how these things work. And I've written about that in a few things, because different attitudes, approaches to ethics, what you're allowed to do in certain countries, it's all very, very different. And so this is part of the world of science and understanding that. And this is sort of a kind of lab bench that I was confronted with there. And my collaborator on engineered antibody is in the photograph there, dressed up as a Chinese royal on his trip to Beijing. So I worked in the Liu Lab for Synthetic Evolution, and I worked with a scientist called Chang Li on engineered antibody, and some other scientists in the lab on various other aspects of the work. And so my first day in the lab, it's quite a few years ago, and this was my first kind of foray into synthetic biology. And they very patiently spent quite a long time explaining this to me, which is how DNA is replicated and transcribed, and how they can how they can intervene in that by using non-canonical amino acids in it. And they made me watch videos like this about amino acids. So there are 64 amino acids, and any living thing, like normal living thing on Earth, is made up of a combination of 20 of those. It doesn't have to be the same 20, but 20 amino acids go to make a living organism. But in the lab, they're working with, can you make an organism or something like that with more amino acids in it? So they were specifically working with antibodies, for example, that rather than containing 20 amino acids would contain 21 amino acids. So this is something that wouldn't have naturally occurred, as far as we know, in nature, but something that they could create in the lab. And the benefit of being able to create an antibody with 21 amino acids is, you know, we all know now the importance of antibodies and antigens and all this sort of stuff. And if you're exposed to a virus, you need these antibodies to kind of cure viruses or treat viruses. And they, if you have a sort of a set of things that are a combination of 21 amino acids instead of 20 amino acids, you've got more things to pick from. So you've basically got more chance of finding a useful antibody that will treat a disease. And so I spent a lot of time saying, so what is an antibody and what does an antibody look like? And this is an image that they provided me with a lot, and then kind of it tried to explain things. So you've got this kind of you can see on the diagram, you've got the light chain on one side and the heavy chain on the other side, and these sort of hand kind of things that grab on to the thing that they're trying to take away from the body. So that's what they showed me. But I was like, well, what does that look like? Like, if I was trying to make one, what would that look like? And so we came up with this at this point. This is the amino acid sequence and looped into the protein structure of the antibody in the sort of first draft of what it would actually physically be, because these antibodies and these proteins are looped, and the looping and the physics of it is what creates the function. And the amino acid sequence. And so this was the sort of first attempt at engineered antibody. And they use this bead metaphor a lot, which Regine mentioned. So they talk about it like a string of beads. And I really like this because it seemed a lot more tangible than this. So the amino acids are joined together in these chains and then they're looped. So then I was like, so could I physically make this antibody? And so then I needed to collect the amino acids to make it. So I wanted to go from scratch with the crystalline amino acids. So this is sort of the work in progress that I found. I was looking through old photos of the lab process, and so these are some of them. And here I haven't got the sulfur tyrosine, which was the non-canonical, the additional amino acid that they put in. But in the end, I managed to collect them all. One of them I ended up having to get out of from a vitamin shop, because it was easily available as that, and they didn't actually have it in the lab. But the rest of them are all from the lab and lab supplies. So they're the amino acids. And then they work with this stuff a lot because they're saying they're trying to come up with new polymers. So I was looking at, could I use polymer clay to kind of encase these crystalline amino acids. So I ended up making this complex set of handmade beads using polymer clay, a beautiful kind of polymer clay that you can fire in the oven that goes kind of clear when you do it. So a lot of these polymer clays don't go clear, but this is a really nice one that goes clear. So the crystallized amino acids are inside them. And I had this complex process of trying to make the exact number of beads or enough beads and then keeping them all there. And it was very complicated, spread all over the floor in the house. And anyway, and then the Kumasi blue dye. This is a terrible photo of me in the studio, in my very messy studio, which is mainly boxes. This is why I never let people into the studio. People say, I want to come on a studio visit. I was like, you don't want to see what my studio's like. But anyway, so this is me in the studio, where I can get very messy, working with the Kumasi blue dye, which is, it dyes everything. These lab dyes, they are so powerful. So it dyes anything with protein in it. So it's a protein based, it's a dye that dyes protein. So they use it in the lab, as Regine mentioned. It was originally a wool dye, but nowadays, because it's so good at dyeing protein, they use it for these electrophoresis gels and things, and they can cut out the little bits, and you use it for dyeing DNA and all sorts of things like that. So any protein, hence the enormous gloves, because I would have blue hands for quite some time if I carried on like doing it with I'm a great believer in sticking my hands in weird dyes and things usually, but this I would have had blue hands for months. So this is and it doesn't dissolve in water. This stuff I was working with, it only dissolves in alcohol. So I ended up using surgical spirit to dye, to mix the dye. And this is me dyeing all the components, because they use this to study the antibodies. So I thought it was a lovely medium to include. And this is the results of some of the dyeing there. So the embroidery silk, the linen. I use linen a lot as a kind of metaphor in my work, as a metaphor of biotechnology, because it's this really weird, very ancient fabric that's retted using bacteria, and it's made from plants, and it's just, the process is so complex and bizarre. It becomes this metaphor in a lot of my work, to talk about that link to history. The silk is there, also very important in the history of science. Louis Pasteur specialized in the diseases of silkworms and things. So I'm thinking of disease, I'm thinking of materiality. And this cotton calico that I dyed as well is, I think you can just about make out, representing that diagram that I showed you earlier of the antibody. This diagram that I could not get my head around because it was so abstract. And that's the interesting thing. So you talk to the scientists and they say, well, what does it really look like? And they can't understand this because they're so used to these abstractions. It's like thinking about what it would really be like if you wanted to make it is very difficult. So I wanted to put this in there as a kind of layer. And the conversation was really strange there, because when I was like, well, I want to make it with all the amino acids and string them together and do the thing, and they're like, what? You can't possibly want to do that. I did like 452 beads. They just thought I was mad to go like to physically try and make it. It was something that they wouldn't have thought of even considered trying to do, but I did it. And this is me stringing the beads together and looping it into the right protein structure. And actually, during this part of the process, which was online, it was an early example of an online collaboration because I could only be in the lab part of the time. We were doing this over the internet, Shangli and me, and he was like telling me how to loop it, and he realized he'd made a mistake in the representation of his protein, and we had to make some changes at that point. So it actually was useful to collaborate with the artist, because physically making it actually was a benefit. And so here's some close-ups of it. And here's probably my favorite photo of it from a top-down view. It's faded a little bit, and I'm in two minds of whether to retouch the Kumasi blue or not, but I'm letting it fade a bit at the moment. And so there was a second part of it that's not on Show Art Laboratory Berlin, because the ethical rules in different countries and things, obviously this is kind of makes it more explicit. And so that piece was called Engineered Antibody. This piece I'm going to talk about was called Necklace. And I think I'm just trying to mess with curators there, because they, when they're trying to do the labeling and put the labels on the wall. But I kind of, so a lot of the work with the synthetic biology is made with plasmids. So they use these tiny fragments of DNA, circular fragments of DNA, and they insert them into bacteria and yeast and things like that. And actually the plasmid, in a way, is kind of like a necklace. It's a circular fragment of DNA. And I kind of thought, well, it was like a necklace that the bacteria could wear inside themselves. if you think of it like that. And so what I ended up doing is working with the engineered antibody, and then inserting that engineered antibody on a plasmid into an E. coli. And I have to read this bit because it's quite hard to remember the exact bit. So, so what I did was I put the amino acid bead in a variable region in the antibody. So it was kind of like the process is something that occurs in sort of the natural maturation of antibodies in B lymphocytes, the white blood cells, during how it adapts to and making an immune response. The B cells undergo genome editing, which is combinatorial exon selection of variable joining regions and class switching to modify and tune the antigen to recognize the site and the overall antibody functional properties. So the bacterial colonies were grown in the form of a necklace on a chromogenic X-gal plate containing a plasmid vector for the E51 light chain Fab antibody plus or minus a single codon mutation at the position L68. This is a bit sciencey, but just in case you want to know that bit. And then each colony contains a fragment of the chain, but with a random amino acid at that position. And then the colonies grow either blue or white, depending on the compatibility of the fragment insertion into the LAC-Z selection marker. So basically, there's a random amino acid change in it. And if that change is a stop codon, then it grows one color. And if it's not, it grows another color. So you've got the exact same bacteria, but some of them are blue when grown on X-gal and some of them are white because of this one amino acid change. So you can see like a tiny thing makes a big difference. That's Felix Grün, who I collaborated on this. He really enjoyed playing about in the lab. This is me with tons of agar doing this piece. And look how happy I am being in a lab. Now, I got to go back to a lab last week. So I was back in the lab at the Helmholtz Zentrum in the Institute of Epigenetics and Stem Cells. It's the first time I've been in a lab since the whole of the pandemic, so it's been awful. But look how happy I am with this great big pipette to make the agar for these things and learning how to bend glass loops so I could spread out the bacteria and things like that. And that's my serious face where I'm actually doing it. And this is the result. This is the necklace. So you can see, so we spread it around in kind of slightly DNA-esque kind of thing, like that sort of natural kind of form. But it's just this beautiful change that you can see. I think I really love the way that the blue and the white are just the same colonies in there and it fades between them. So that's necklace, which I would love to show again, but I'd have to make it from scratch because it was only shown once at the University of California in Irvine. And as with science talks, I'm going to talk about the whole team and thank the whole team there. That you can see Chang Liu and Sean Lee just hiding, peeking out there, and many of the other collaborators. So I've got some thanks to all the people. And it was a residency through the Beale Centre for Art and Technology. And the project was curated by David Vermillion and Jens Hauser as part of this wetware residency program. So that's the end of that talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. That was really brilliant. And this is exactly why we're doing this, why we go so deep and why we do not just exhibit and why we make conferences to actually participate in your wonderful, interesting processes and artistic research. And as Vivian showed and Anna showed, that there is so much behind the piece or the work, or so we're about to try to vitalize. And so I go actually, thank you, Anna, I go right away to the third presentation, which is actually co-presentation, and Anna stays with us and Alex May comes to us. And I just realized in our project under the Viral Shadow, we have many artists or researchers couples here, including Chris and me, which is also would be a separate project to follow up. Let me please present to Alex May. Alex is a British artist questioning how our individual and collective experiences of time and formation of memories and cultural record are mediated, expanded, and directed by contemporary technologies. His work forges creative links between art, science, and technology through a wide range of digital new media, including virtual and augmented reality, photogrammetry, algorithmic photography, interactive robotic artworks, video projection mapping, generative works, performance, and video and sound art. His international exhibition profile includes Ars Electronica, Laboral, Furtherfield, HEC, the Francis Crick Institute, only to mention a few. He holds a visiting research fellowship at the University of Hertfordshire. And here's Alex, together with Anna with us today. And thank you for being with us here as well, Alex. And so we are very pleased to get bigger insight into this interesting work, Archaea Bot. I mute myself.
Thank you, Regine. And very nice to be here with you all. Got some slides for this one. So Archaea Bot, it's a underwater robotic installation, and it is based upon these Archaea life forms, which are believed to be the oldest life form on the planet. They evolved on deep sea underwater hot vents, where they're very simple unicellular organisms that just kind of sit about and absorb nutrients through their membrane. And they have this amazing property that where if they run out of nutrients, they will actually grow tails. They will spin the tails, and this will propel them somewhere. They're not particularly directed, but they're not at all directed. Not at all directed. They're not like E. coli or anything. They're just kind of like wobble about, and hopefully they will land somewhere where there's the nutrients are available again. At which point the tails fall off. This is one of the major branches on the tree of life. There's archaea, there's bacteria, there's eukaryotes, which is all the nucleus-based cells, ourselves, trees, plants, and fish, and everything. So the archaea that we're based this project on comes from this wonderful hot spring in Yellowstone Park in America, where it's discovered. It's called Sulfolobos astolcaldarius. So got it right. And this was studied by the MARA project, which Anna will talk more about.
So yeah, so we collaborated with the MARA project at Imperial College, and our wonderful collaborator, the late Amanda Wilson, on the work. And Amanda was an amazing cryomicroscopist, so she could study freezing the archaea. And I'm holding them like this, but they're microscopic, but they seem like this when you look at them under the microscope. She would freeze them in 3D and then look at them through a scanning electron microscope and try and understand the structure of these, what are called archaea motors. These little tails that they're these little motors that turn their tails that they have. And the reason the MARA project was studying them was because they were interested in talking about making them into mini robots, so sort of microscopic robotic assays. And the idea being that if they could understand the structure of these archaea motors, then they could replace the tails, they could build the motors using something called DNA origami, which is a special way that you can sculpt and fold DNA. And then they could replace the tails with kind of a DNA drill bit and use that to kind of go into the body and drill into bad cells. So I went and worked with Amanda in the lab, and this is some of the archaea being shaken around. That's why it's such a blurry photo, because they're being shaken around because they have to keep them moving, and they can grow very happily at 80 degrees. So they're very happy in hot climate. They also are very acid tolerant, as you can see from the location of the hot springs. So I was thinking, well, this is interesting. So we've got this issue of robots, you know, this discussion of robots. And it was very much when we were making this, it was very much at that time when AI was kind of the big, considered to be the big existential threat to kind of humanity, and the letters were coming out signed by, you know, various leading scientists saying that we need to be careful about AI. So there was a lot of talk about AI as an existential threat, and this idea of the singularity and what would happen. And not only that, we were thinking about how 80 degrees, highly polluted, it could be a potential post-climate change world. And actually the archaea, they were there at the beginning, they'll be with the world, you know, at the end. If there's life on Earth, it will be archaea. They're everywhere. A lot of them are extremophiles, but actually we have archaea living inside us, they now know. And the fascinating thing with them is that they're actually more genetically similar to humans than the bacteria. So we evolved from the archaea. The way they replicate their DNA, they look just like bacteria, but they're more genetically similar to the eukaryotes in how they reproduce DNA. So that's doing some cryomicroscopy, which is one of the most hilarious things. You work with a lot of liquid nitrogen, and you get these alarms going off and telling you that there's too much of it in the air and you have to be careful. But at that point, because you're kind of breathing in this stuff, it's bizarrely hilarious because you're having your oxygen restricted. Weird moments in the lab there. And that's one of Amanda's amazing images of Sophilobus acidocardarius. And you can see these tails and these flagella there.
So we developed this project at Laboral in Gijón in northern Spain as part of the EMAC residency program there.
And with funding from Arts Council.
And funding with Arts Council England, and also working with University of Hertfordshire, Daniel Pollard.
Professor of AI.
Yes. So this is part of the construction process. We'd obviously done lots of robot projects before. The particular challenge for this one was that it was underwater, and this created some specific design challenges. We also were using the latest data that from Amanda of the imaging that she was doing of the motor structures. It wasn't, you know, we couldn't get, you know, although the models were incredibly detailed, they weren't as kind of high res as maybe we needed. So we had to sort of model our own based upon these the structures that they were revealing. And this is the first kind of prototype that we had with all the electrics, motor controllers, everything inside. So it's an entirely sort of self-contained robot that is able to sense data about its environment. So it's got an accelerometer, so it can tell about how much it's moving around. It's got a gyroscope, so it can tell which direction it's facing. It's got a temperature sensor for the water, and it can also detect, obviously, which way the motors are turning and how fast. All of this data that we recorded and put through a neural network to create the control system for turning the tails on and off. Which we'll talk about in a minute. So we went again through a series of interesting experiments of dunking electronic components into tanks of water, trying to find out what was the best way to waterproof them using, what was that stuff called? Sugaru, which was good but quite expensive. We finally
also quite lumpy.
We finally settled on this wonderful stuff called liquid electrical tape, which was actually really difficult to find out about if you're not in the marine industry. If you're into boating, you use it for waterproofing.
Alex is now an expert in yacht electronics.
Yeah, art takes you in strange and interesting direction. And yeah, we just had these endless tests of leaving these motors running overnight.
Is it working? Is it still working the next morning?
I mean, it's not just obviously putting metal things into water is one thing. When you pass an electrical current through them, it rapidly increases the potential for it rusting underwater. So we did lots of tests and these sort of things. Finally, we came up with this working prototype. We had a 1 month residency at Laboral, and then immediately we had to go to Ars Electronica.
It was like a 1 week gap.
To show it. Which, if you imagine, like we've just created this first prototype and then we put it on show at Ars Electronica. This was somewhat nerve-wracking, but we did it, and it worked
with some adjustments. That's an understatement. There may have been some soggy robots drying out in all over our hotel room. Lots of prototypes.
Minor explosions at one point, but all relatively safe. And since then, we've adapted it, we've evolved it, we've redesigned the motor.
We've really got the hang of it now.
And we've exhibited at many places as at HEC in
very long shows as well.
And this is various other installations.
Bondy Marge in France, and this is in Croatia. With container, and this is actually literally under the viral shadow, because you can see she's wearing a mask over. So this was shown sort of the middle of last summer, when a lot of places were still in lockdown as well. So it was lovely to have that exhibition. They couldn't get the right size tank because of restrictions at that time, but we made it work. So that was lovely.
And then we are continuing with the project. We've got plans to develop the robot further and develop the take it into different environments. I mean, our long-term goal is to put it actually into the ocean and sort of return it back to where it lives. But in the meantime, we've just created this video artwork where we've done this 3D rendering of Archaeabot floating around in a post-singularity world. So it's an underwater city, and this is obviously post-climate change. The sea levels have risen, and the Archaeabot are very happy because they like hot temperatures, they like acidic oceans. They're going to be fine. People have all gone, but they're just going to.
So it is, sort of thinking about how the last vestiges of human consciousness, because they've got these neural nets. We were thinking about like the uploading of consciousness, this idea that we could put our consciousness, it's a sort of transhumanist idea that you put our consciousnesses into digital form, and we could all live on in silica in the future or something like that. But I mean, we were thinking about how this is like a very dystopian solution, the kind of thing, like a few sort of wrong thoughts from people like Elon Musk and stuff, and this might be the future for all we know. So it's kind of we describe the work as a dystopian solution for climate change, really.
So human consciousness living on in Archaea-based underwater robots. That's
so if we don't deal with climate change, maybe this is the future and we need to be careful.
And that's it. And if you can find out more about the project and the latest developments there. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna and Alex. That was really interesting to get that insight. And I'm very, very happy that we're gathering here and get a deep view, talking about deep sea, getting a deep view of artistic research. So maybe now we can come all together here in the discussion round. And thank you, Vivian, Anna, and Alex, for sharing with us your interesting critical paths and travels, I would say, to actually both reveal current research, either in synthetic biology or in wearable technology or in robotics or in neural networks, together with post-ecology discussions. I would like to actually go to each of you back and have a few remarks and questions. So starting with Vivian, actually. I find this very interesting that also in your talk that you put in the center of the attention the human attention, the animal, and to sort of decenter the human, and also our sensorial capabilities that we use to move in space. So I find it interesting. Also, I have a comment on the wearable technology, but then also on the sensorial sensory ecologies. So maybe first about the wearable technology. I find this fascinating when we look into the history of wearable tech. So we actually, it starts 1500, right? That we have watches or wrist watches to wear, and over 1600 then actually for really starting watches to wear, and then calculators. So technology attached on our bodies, even calculators watch starting in the 1970s. And as I actually have seen the smart clothes and only talking about Rosalind Picard and her students in the 1990s. So actually you go and challenge that path, that I would understand it, Vivian, but then you actually briskly and really radically turn around and then also critically question wearable technology under the commercial use, and actually as if it's sort of surveillance. You use wearable technologies to actually go away from humans, away from the human body, towards actually, as it turned out, also animals such as whales and bats living actually underwater, actually having not so much to deal with the visual senses, but maybe rather echolocation, etc. So I find this interesting, and maybe you can go a little bit elaborate more about the term that you also used, and we also talked about sensory ecologies. I guess there's probably also a lot of the Umwelt, Umwelt evolved.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Regina. So I think for me, because I also teach, and so I in the past have developed a course on wearable technology, and so when I think I guide my students in thinking about this as a sort of medium, it's very simple actually. It's putting technology on the body, right? If you dissect the two words wearable and technology, and so then I think when you're making something, a piece of wearable technology, whether it's for commercial or artistic and experimental purposes, the question you always have to ask is why put technology on the body, right? I think that's the first question you ask, and then the second question is how. And I think that the sort of track that I chose for this series is maybe a bit more experimental or speculative. But I find it also very interesting because I've also shown this piece in certain design fairs and that kind of a context. And when a sort of like non-art world person comes and sees it, right? They read different things into it. And I find that very fascinating. And those things that they read are not always what I intended in the design. Like for instance, there was one person in Shanghai who looked at it and said, well, this could be used for handicapped people, right? And so I thought that was actually really interesting. It actually had nothing to do with my intentions, but they also saw some practical use in it. And so I think for me, I treat this series more like a design project than an art project, because I think sometimes one of the purposes of doing some of these projects is to communicate to larger audiences and not just audiences in certain disciplines. And so if, say, a scientist or a normal person or somebody working in healthcare looks at it and says, hey, I don't get the sort of conceptual artistic part, but I see something else in it. I think it's also interesting in bringing up conversations about wearable technology as a area.
Did you get directly, before I go on and come to Anna's engineered antibody, one more question to you, Vivian. Did you perceive it also by wearing it in a performative way? Did you get reactions by wearing it and having the sound directly as a sort of embodied echolocation? And what was the reactions of the recipients?
So I actually, for this project, because the time we didn't go into it too much, I want to develop it so that it could be worn by performers. So I myself am not a performer per se, but I did take one workshop with a black box theater artist, and so a theater performer, and so she taught me about how performance art sometimes relies on intuition and how you tap into that intuition, how you train for that, right? And so the idea is that I could develop these suits, specifically these two, in a way that they could be worn by a performer, and they can intuitively sort of react to what they experience. However, right now, this is some of the restraints also with wearable technology right now, which is, how do you make the battery smaller? How do you make something work, but also be flexible as a circuit on the body, and all those kinds of questions. And so right now, my first goal is to have the piece work, and hopefully work for a very long time throughout exhibitions. But to do that, sometimes there is a rigidity with the materials that I need to choose and all that kind of stuff, because I talked to, actually in the process of making the new iteration that's currently showing at Art Laboratory Berlin, I talked to I tried out a multitude of circuit fabricators in China, and talked to them about the different thicknesses of flex circuits, hard circuits, and all that kind of stuff, and under what circumstances they may break if they're like bent or moved around too much. And so those all create restraints for actually having it be as sort of lightweight and flexible as I would like to push it to the that level where a performer can wear it and intuitively respond.
Wow, this is fascinating. I think this is also what Alex said earlier with the IKEA, but I think all these art projects, not only from the content side of what we're discussing now, but also from the technological side, this is really revealing in its best sense, that it opens up also questions on technology, or actually also the DIY aspect is actually also important, I think, is that it reveals the technological process of the works, but then also it brings it to the surface, how things are done. And so the rawness, or the rawness of the pieces is, I think, also very, very important, also with the skinned pieces. Vivian, I would move on. I come back in a second. I would move on to Anna. And thank you so much for your insight, Anna. And with the engineered antibody, it is actually, in general, I remember back the collaboration in more than 5 years ago now in the Bacterial Sublime solo exhibition with you. It's fascinating to see how your depth of scientific research that you undergo before going into the lab, and then understanding the scientific processes, and then actually going back into a really interesting sculptural aesthetic tradition. And all this way actually is so strong, and the evolution of your works, I might say, involves actually scientific history, medical history, things along also scientific developments and for instance, the history of linen. So I find this always fascinating to follow the start, where you start in the lab, and then where you end up and where you go. And with the beaded necklace, it is very, very similar. I remember, for instance, also with the linen, actually that you combine the textiles and handcrafts to bridge science in the gender aspect. Let me just bring this also in here before we talk about the engineered antibody as such, because I find this very important, and it's delicate. It's maybe it's a little bit maybe layered, but I find there is a strong power of gender aspect. So great traditions of white work embroidery, practiced by women at home. So this contrasts in the era of enlightenment dominated by male scientists. And so I think even that layer is also there. And when I see maybe only secondary on the second glance, but even the engineered antibody is also actually incorporating that layer alone. So I'm really fascinated. And also, the fascinating moment was for us, and that's why we definitely wanted to have also this piece shown in Berlin at some point, which we have this year now finally, is you come from the idea of beads and a necklace. And on a microbiological level, which we can only see under the microscope, which we only can really understand in the labs, then you open up that knowledge, but then you come. And please correct me if I'm wrong, but from an art historical point of view, I would say it's fascinating that necklace is now presented as if it's in a historical museum, as if it's a necklace from the 19th century. And we spotlighted it, we have black velvet in the background. So as if we come nearer and think, what is this historical object be here at Art Laboratory Berlin? And this power of this evolution actually brings us to a highly new, updated, actually HIV research lab. So this is actually, first of all, which I found very interesting, that the material aesthetics is how you play with this and implement them. And now you took the metaphor really by its word and made the beaded necklace. Yeah, so that I just find really, really fascinating, Anna, and that I cannot stop not thinking about material aesthetics.
Can I say something about the lab? I don't know if you noticed in the lab shot at the end when I showed you the group of collaborators, I was the only female there. So this was still, an ongoing issue with women and representation in fields of science. I look now on the website too of the lab, and it's very mixed now. So things have improved, but you'd be surprised how many labs I go into where there aren't so many women. I mean, it's improving, and then just in the time I've been doing this, I can see the improvement, but I can also see the effects. We did a robotics project in a lab recently, and we were talking about the gendering of robots, and what color do you make robots and things like that. These sort of diversity issues kind of coming up in choices about how people build robots, the sort of more humanoid robots. And we saw changes between our first visit and our second visit into what they were actually, how they were designing their robots, and those gender aspects were kind of engaged with and improved on. It's a sort of constant kind of bringing up of that.
Absolutely,
that happens a lot.
And that is actually many, many layers that you reveal. And this is really so fascinating. And could you maybe also go quickly into, Anna, that you said there was a learning curve even from the scientists because of your presence, because of having an artistic view into their research. Actually, could you quickly elaborate on that? That I find highly interesting, because also, in art science debates, we always say, the artists take so much out of the science lab. But I think this is reciprocal, even more than we think.
Yeah, I mean, they often kind of realize things because they're having to explain things to me as well. So I pride myself in asking stupid questions and like actually having the guts to do it, because because it's so easy just to nod when they're trying to explain something, and you know, and you don't understand a word, and if you don't understand one word and what that means, then the whole thing goes. And maybe they've told you a couple of times before as well, but there's so many words, kind of like new words when you're in these fields, that you have to kind of repeat and ask again. And sometimes you find that when you say, well, if that works out like that, then how come that? And they go, actually, that is something that we don't know. And we were thinking of doing a project on that and things. So sometimes, like, even the projects that I'm coming up with, I found this last week, they were like, well, and I'm not going to go into the details of it because it's a brand new work in progress, but they were like, well, some labs have done this and some labs have done this, so theoretically it's possible to do this, but I don't think anyone's ever tried to do both parts of this experiment to see if they actually physically work together and things. So we've kind of been developing you know, new experiments that then also tell the story of the research, and then I'll go on to make into some sort of installation or sculpture or something like that. And yeah, and with Shang Liu, it was this thing where he was going, no, it can't be like that, because it, and then just like, oh no, we need to change this, it's like this now. And then he had to go away and kind of think, and he realized he'd made a mistake in the structure of the antibody, that he thought he had it sus, but when he physically tried to make it, and that's why I find, like, where like you try and understand it and then you physically try and make it makes a big difference. It's like doing stuff hands-on. That's why I'm so keen on doing the science hands-on and things, because you learn so much from that, and they learn as well. And then there's all these boring moments in the lab, as I like to call them, the boring moments, where the PCR machine's doing its stuff for half an hour or something, and that's when the really rich conversations come out as well, because you can ask all these like silly questions because you're just waiting. So you don't, it's not like a formal meeting or anything, you're just sort of hanging out together, and then you have these lovely rich kind of discussions where you can kind of go off on a kind of little tangent and a little reverie sometimes, and they'll start to go off on a kind of reverie, won't they? And that's when it gets really fascinating.
Exactly, these are these very valuable moments of radical transdisciplinarity. I mean, this is exactly what we need more, right?
We're working on this most recent residency with Claudia Schnug, who's written an amazing book about art science collaboration, creating value for organizations. So she actually went through this and interviewed quite a few of my collaborators from the past, and so that's all as case studies in this book. And now it's really interesting because she's actually curating the thing, so she's observing whether it was really true what she heard and things like that. Interesting process at the moment.
This is really fascinating, and actually that brings me also to the Archaea bot, and also I wanted to go over to you and Alex actually, and also like respond to your fascinating presentation about this really phenomenal work, Archaea bots. And I just want to actually say the whole title again: Archaea bot, a post-singularity and post-climate change life form. I think there are so many discourses here in it, and but let me just say one thing, Alex and Anna. What I find quite charming with that piece is the play with the size ratio between the aquarium and the archaea. The extremely oversized archaea has a bit of a hard time and seems cramped in this aquarium, which is actually not small either. I mean, you saw one person looking at it. And so we have calculated at Art Laboratory Berlin the size of an archaea and the size that you produced it. So we found out that it's 120,000 times larger, the 3D archaea that you developed. So this idea amuses me. And also the fact that the archaea are embodied here is by means of robotics. So the newest technology meets the oldest organisms of our planet. And actually that, again, if you allow me to respond a little bit to your artwork, brings me to a theoretical moment that Chris and I had when we were writing about the biological and the machinical. And so coming to think about biological machines, because you juxtaposes this in your work so much. So that brings me to understand that the machine, basically coming from French, medieval French, or machina, it's a device basically, or from German machen. So we have apparatuses, and we could come also recent philosophy that would repropose the machine and the machinic as process, as an apparatus of ideas, ideologies, or actions. And we could add a common factor in the ideology of Kurzweil, and here we actually tackle transhumanism, and one we won't disagree with, however we much maybe disagree with Kurzweil: the biological machine, life as machine, the organisms as machine. But then actually, and this is, I think, a discussion that connects to all three artworks here in our panel. So we have, over the last 200 years, biology, biochemistry, have increased the knowledge and awareness that our bodies and minds, the result of complex processes that can be studied down to the cellular and even molecular level. And Anna just showed it with her piece. So the knowledge has been developed and evolved simultaneously with great advances in modern engineering, which in turn produced the medical and laboratory machines that allowed us to make these discoveries. So there is a conflation, actually, in the technological machine and the biological machine, and great fantasies of chimeras are to be expected. And so I think your ironical take of, is this a sort of a post-climate machine, or is it the dystopian idea of, how did you phrase it, the dystopian solution for climate change? I think this is exactly tackling the point of technological machines on the one hand, and as Vivian refreshingly dissented the human from her attention, the technological machine is so much our wishful thinking, human-centered in the human-centered world, whereas then the biological machine, that would probably prevail and be, as it is more complex and maybe more adaptable, would actually be, unlike the hopes of transhumanists, would probably be succeeding basically the biological over the mechanical or the technological. We can probably discuss this further. I found it very great, Alex. Thank you so much that you also showed us how that you are further developing the Archaea bots in the filmic, in a cinematic context.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost sort of part of having been through lockdown. This sort of, we've had to create videos that illustrate some of the ideas that we've been working on, but this has led to its own kind of rich aesthetics and possibilities of demonstrating these ideas in a very, you know, visual form. So yeah, this new video, I mean, it's a sort of work in progress. Has a sort of, you know, somewhat chilling feeling, although the to see them sort of swimming wild is quite lovely, and this is going to be premiered in an exhibition called Artificio in the Museo. Oh God, I can't read.
Bolivariano.
Yeah.
De Arte Contemporaneo
In Santa Marta in Colombia on the 20th of this month.
Mm-hmm. Really fascinating. Actually, do you have, Vivian, Anna and Alex, do you have maybe comments to one another? I see a lot of overlappings, the implementation of technology in your projects that we have seen today, or also the DIY aspect, or actually exploring biology through technology, and actually also materializing them, or giving them a sculptural aspect.
Well, I think the aspect of technology, that it is an extension of our bodies, and it's an extension of our will and an extension of our desires, from stone hand tools to the telescope to the scanning electron microscope. It's about extending our physical abilities and sensitivities. And I think this covers all of our works, and although technology gets to the point, science gets to the point where we're working at microscopic levels, and you know, for instance, in the archaea bot, although it's a very mechanical device, the code that controls it, the neural network that controls it, is hidden. You cannot see that, and people are sort of lose track of mechanical things when they can't understand or can't see what's going on, and then that becomes hidden from them, and so it's that race beyond the practical technology that you can infer a use of into something that programmers control or companies control, or you know, that there are guardians of the technology, and that for one reason or another that information is kind of siloed, either because it's so advanced that general people just wouldn't understand it, or it's you know, patent stuff, or you know, corporate secrets, or you know, competitive advantage, or all these things. But it's an interesting stage that we're getting to, you know, way past the industrial sort of revolution stage.
Yeah, I really agree with, I think, everything Alex just said. I think, as you mentioned, Regina, this exhibition is full of couples. I think Benjamin and we talk about the Industrial Revolution and its influence with technology and the creative industries quite a lot too. And I think that also what Anna said before, there's when you're working in collaboration with scientists, there are so many words in just one sentence sometimes that you don't understand, that you have to stop and look up. We're experiencing that too. We're working with a ecologist right now, and we're ruffling through her papers, and sometimes in just, you know, three short lines, there's 6 terms we need to go and look up, and then come back with questions. So but I think that process, like you said, also is I think you know, from like the interdisciplinary collaboration in itself, right? This big question of how do we actually engage in that with equal footing from different perspectives. I think that translation, I've come to understand that, like, translation, I think, is a very big part of it, is how do we because also some of these terms now, whether in, you know, the creative arts or sciences, they've become such catchphrases, you know. I know later there'll be a panel on AI specifically, right? And that those terms that get thrown around a lot, and but then people coming from different disciplines, you know, come and understand it in such different ways, is that really pinpointing what a term really means, I think becomes very crucial in terms of communicating and being more on equal footing. Yeah.
I really enjoyed seeing Vivian's pieces in the show, because they're just so gorgeous, and it's like this dream of us to kind of have these additional senses or to feel these ways. And I remember when I was working at Sussex University in the Centre for Computational Neuroscience and Robotics, which was one of my sort of earliest embedded residencies, they were developing something called the inactive torch, which was a kind of like bat sonar device that you could kind of, that they were experimenting with having an additional sense, and it is reminiscent of that, but taking it into this kind of much more imaginative and kind of beautiful and kind of engaging direction. So I really enjoyed seeing that.
I think this is a perfect moment also to just make to differentiate between transhumanism and posthumanism. Not that it's been confused and misunderstood here. I think we are all on the line that, for instance, the approach of the sonic skin is very near to posthumanism. I think of maybe the philosophical ideas of Rosi Braidotti to decenter the human, to actually create a reflection and an awareness of cohabitation between humans and more than humans and animals. And also that we have this I think it is maybe even 180 degrees far. And so in the opposite of posthumanism, what we have with transhumanism, which is a neoliberal desire, a purely human-oriented neoliberal desire to enhance our lives and basically use technology to actually enhance life and create ideas for eternal lives, basically. And just this as a part, I think this is very important to differentiate. We have actually now a few questions, and I would like to put the question to Vivian. So why this variable thing cover a particularly part of the body and not cover the whole part? Can you actually give us an answer here, Vivian?
Just the feasibility of wearable technology right now. So the original in my mind, originally I wanted something very light and airy, so that it would almost be like an invisible, like in the case of the electric skin, right? That it would almost be an invisible layer or like a floating golden layer of circuits over the body. That is the sci-fi, science fiction novel kind of design, right? But I think though for me, it was very important to try to build it. Again, resonating with what Anna said, and so in building it, I think that actually more ideas come out, and the thing is also to understand actually where are we at right now with certain capabilities, and so I think the reason it only covers parts of the body is one is due to the amount of time it takes to fabricate certain pieces, to test things, to create. So I think like if you talk about like the technology I'm referencing in developing some of these circuits, it's actually very straightforward. It's not super complicated. I'm not an electric engineer, but I think the difficulty comes in the fabrication part. So most of these things are handmade, except for things that I can't hand make, like certain things like printing circuits. And the electric skin is probably more laborious to build, because I have to solder every piece, and each little unit has 10 surface mount pieces that have to be hand soldered. I think I have I wrote this down because it's a complicated assembly process for the electric skin, especially. And if you miss one step, then you kind of have to start all over in some cases, because the way that things go on layer by layer, and then you have to be testing each phase just for one like 10 circuit module to work. It's just I think it was like 23 steps to assemble the electric skin. And in some cases, if you say like the chest plate that is shown at our laboratory, that is a 70 module, like 70 hex piece. So that probably took just me, after the circuits were printed and everything, all the parts were bought, that probably took me a good week of scrubbing, laser cutting, gluing, soldering, testing, all that kind of stuff, just to get that one like kind of looking the way it does. And yeah, so I think that yeah, the idea is that it would cover the full body, but I think in reality it can, yeah, it's not there yet. Yeah.
It's not there yet, but we are already there. We are already at the end of our panel A, actually. Time is running. Thank you so much, Vivian and Anna and Alex. We're coming to the end of our panel A. I really enjoyed it, and we got a lot of feedbacks here in the chat, but also from other sources and channels, a lot of clapping hands. And this is maybe we have to transmit that sound at the end of the panels, not to miss that. Thank you for being with us, Vivian, Anna, and Alex. And I will now finish the panel A. But also, we are really happy to see you later on in the final discussion. I don't know if you will stay up late, Vivian, if you will be with us, that would be really cool. I think we tackled a lot of aspects here already that we will also continue to discuss in the next panels. For instance, the viral, for instance, the immune system. There were also even more questions here in the chat. And actually also the viral on the sociological level, on the biological level, on the technological level. So dear audience, thank you so much for being here. Stay with us. We're going to have a 15 minutes break now, and we will meet you again at 1 o'clock CET, 1 o'clock Berlin time, for the next upcoming panel, B, Digital and Biological Networks. And I say thank you so much for listening and stay with us.
Hello, welcome back. Welcome to panel B, Digital and Biological Networks. I'm Christian de Lutz, and in this panel we'll have Sarah Grant, Christina Ottmeyer, and Danya Vasiliev speaking. As I mentioned in the introduction, cybernetics has at least a 75-year tradition of using biological models for computer systems, going back to the Macy's conferences of the late 40s and 50s. While developing under the viral shadow, we were looking at the work of Sarah Grant, and we were fascinated in her approach as both a media artist and also as a network engineer to working with living media. We'll learn today more about Physarum polycephalum, a slime mold with an ability for computing and memory. And after Sarah, Christina Ottmeyer, a biophysicist and biologist from the University of Bremen, will go into further detail. Finally, Danya Vasiliev, media artist, educator, and critical engineer, will take us through what a computer network is and how, especially through the internet, networks function, how they manipulate us, and how we can, through learning more about them, empower ourselves. Sarah Grant is an American media artist and educator based in Berlin at the Weise 7 studio. She holds a Bachelor of Arts in Fine Art from UC Davis and a Master's of Professional Studies in Media Arts from New York University's Interactive Telecommunications Program. She's a former research fellow at the Tow Center for Journalism at Columbia University, adjunct professor at NYU Polytechnic in digital media, and artist in residence at the I-Beam and Art and Technology Center. Her practice engages with the electromagnetic spectrum and telecommunication networks as artistic material, social habitat, and political landscape. With a focus on radio art and computer networking, she researches and develops open resource software artworks as educational tools and workshops that demystify computer networking and radio technology. Since 2015, she has organized the Radical Networks Conference in New York and Berlin, a community event and arts festival for social justice activations, critical investigations, and creative experiments in telecommunications. She's currently the visiting professor of new media at the Kunsthochschule Kassel and digital fellow at the Weizenbaum Institute in Berlin. Glad to introduce Sarah Grant.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, so I'm going to share my screen so I have some images to reference what I'm talking about. So yeah, as Chris mentioned, I I had this hybrid background of artist and also engineer, programmer, and I've worked, well, I basically have been studying networks in the context of the internet, but also mesh networks and peer-to-peer networks for the last decade or so. Um, at the same time, I've also been working with the slime mold, which is a single cell creature that tends to explore its environment, and once it finds food, create these what looks like networks between the food nodes that it finds in its environment. So the fact that it sort of lived like this, like lived as a network that was always transforming itself and adapting itself to its environment as a network really fascinated me. And so for the exhibition, for the work that's currently, or that's been at Art Lab for the last 6 weeks, Physarum Topologies, it was me finally bringing together these two practices into one piece. So Physarum Topologies is a study of network topologies using the slime mold as the agent, or as the network itself. So just to explain quickly what a network topology is, it's basically a layout of how devices are connected to each other within a network. So there are 7 classic network topologies as shown here on this slide. Starting in the with the bottom left, there's the line, which is kind of the simplest network possible, just with two nodes connected to each other. Above that is the bus, and then we have the distributed network where everything is evenly connected. Below that, the mesh network, which kind of resembles more how the internet is, although this is obviously greatly simplified, but more or less the internet is a decentralized network that's mesh-like, and that there's many different routes that information can take when it travels through the network. So that's one topology. Another one is the star network just to the right. And then above that is the ring. And the bottom right is the tree topology. And then the 8th topology here is just called hybrid. And really it could be any mix of any of these topologies. So for Physarum topologies, what I did was built these 8 pedestals that were lit from underneath, so that plexiglass boxes could sit on top, and we could see the slime molds with the light. You know, like when you approach the pedestal, there's a motion sensor that turns a light on from underneath, so you can really see how the slime mold is growing within its box. And underneath each box is a transparency that has one of those 8 topologies printed on it. And the transparency was basically used as a guide for where to put down oat flakes. So in each topology, I'm basically treating the nodes of the network. Well, I'm substituting those with food. And in the case of slime mold loves oat flakes. So we're using oat flakes here as computers and as nodes to be connected in any one of the 8 given topologies. So, so after setting each topology up this way, every week we released a fresh batch of slime mold into the dish and let it do its work, networking nodes that are laid out in one of these topologies. And I mean, it's really an experiment to see how the slime mold would connect nodes which were which were laid out ahead of time in a given topology. But of course, like the slime mold is a living creature, so it's going to have its own way of navigating its environment and connecting these food sources with its body. So here's a close up of one of those topologies. This is the star. So the star topology, just to give a bit of context, is probably the one that most of us are familiar with. This is the topology that's basically in our homes. When we have a router, that would be the center of the star. And then, you know, our laptop, our phone, printer, devices that are on the network in our home would be the spokes that are connected to the router as the central point of connection and the gateway to the internet. So yeah, so anyway, in this slide, we can see the star topology and how the oats were laid out, one in the center and then 5 more on the ends of each spoke. And something else that I want to point out here is if you look, you'll see that it looks like it's kind of greenish. So slime mold is naturally yellow. Well, first of all, there are 900 kinds of slime molds, and they come in all different colors and textures and strange forms. But Physarum polycephalum, which is the kind of slime mold I work with, is bright yellow. But it looks green here because additionally, I was also coloring some of the oat flakes with food dye, because when the slime mold ingests food that's been dyed, the color particles will also stream throughout its body, through the network that it creates between the different food nodes. So I colored some of the oat flakes because I wanted a way to visually track how the slime mold was routing data, if you will, as food, as ingested oat flakes throughout its network body. So yeah, so, but of course, because, so in this case, the center oat flake was actually dyed blue, but because the slime mold is bright yellow, it becomes green. Here's a close-up of that. Something else that's interesting that I want to point out in this photo is you can see the green tubes, which are kind of like capillaries even. And then you can also see some that are transparent, and that's actually extracellular slime that the slime mold leaves behind. So when it's exploring its environment, trying to find food, trying to somehow figures out how to connect the different food nodes in its environment in the most efficient way possible. But before it does that, it first has to spread out and explore its environment. And to save itself from going to the same places twice, after it's been somewhere, it leaves behind this I can't say this word, extracellular slime trails, so that when it finds them again, it knows that it's been there and it won't go back into that same space. And some scientists actually refer to this as a kind of spatial memory, in that it helps the slime mold remember where it's been. I mean, of course, that's, it's a very abstract application of the term memory, but still, I mean, it does serve that function. It's another close-up of the of one of the connections that the slime mold made from the center to one of the outer oat flakes. And the thing that I also want to point out here is that this is a single cell. So the slime mold body can grow. I think it can get up to, I don't want to be wrong with this number, but I think I've heard 2 or 3 meters squared, which is pretty big. But in any case, the point is, no matter how large it grows, including when it meets other slime molds, it'll join into one giant cell. It's always one cell, which also fascinated me, that this single cell grows in this complex networked way. Just another slide of this actually, this slide is showing some experiments that I did prior to the exhibition when I was doing a residency at the Critical Media Lab in Basel, Switzerland. We wanted to see if slime molds could help us understand how resources could be shared within a housing co-op. So actually, I mean, it was another interesting experiment that sort of referenced this idea of networks and resource sharing. And yeah, anyway, so this is like a slide from that work, which was, which then led me to the work that has been on show at Art Lab for the last month. So the reason why I wanted to do this work is, I mean, one thing that I like to do often with my work is think about man-made systems, man-made technologies, and and just, think about with, when you introduce, say how to put, when you introduce and, when you bring nature into a man-made system, or in this case, the slime mold, being a natural organism that already grows in this networked way, and you bring into the paradigm of network topologies that we've created, I'm always curious to see if natural biological systems or organisms can help bring some insight into our man-made systems and technical concepts. So in the case of this piece, it really was a giant experiment of observation, because throughout the whole 6 weeks, there's also a webcam in each pedestal taking a still image every minute continuously for as long as the piece ran. So so even though the exhibition is now ending, in some ways my work begins after I have it back in the studio, because I went to look at all the footage that was captured and sort of just study, like, indeed how the slime mold grew in these different topologies, and if there's any kind of insights that could be gained from that. So yeah, I mean, so that's something that I'm really looking forward to in the next few weeks, is to go back and sort of just go through all the image captures and and just see if if there's anything to be found there. And I mean, I think that there most likely will be, but it's something that I can only speculate on for now. But I'm really, really excited for that part of this project. Yeah, this slide is just a close-up of Physarum under a microscope, I think at 10 times zoom. And I put this in here because I just wanted you to be able to see here the blue dots and the red dots in the slide. Those are the, that's the food dye. So just to show, and I mean, this is a still that I actually took from a video that I took through my scope, through my microscope. And these colored dye bits are actually streaming throughout the body. So yeah, so it's just a really convenient way to kind of like tag, tag the information that's streaming through the slime mold's network. So anyway, so that's pretty much what Physarum Topologies is, and my motivation for beginning this investigation, and sort of what I want to see. Yeah, I mean, and what I will do with it next, which is, like I said, studying the footage that was captured and seeing if there are any insights or surprises that come out of that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Great. We'll learn actually right now quite a lot more about Physarum polycephalum, and then come back later and talk about how the slime mold did doing on network topologies. But first, Christina Ottmeyer is going to speak. She's currently a postdoc at the University of Münster, where she researches mitochondria. She obtained her PhD at the Institute of Biophysics of the University of Bremen, Germany. A biologist by training, she has a degree in marine biogeochemistry from GeoMar, Helmholtz Center for Ocean Research in Kiel, Germany. Her research includes slime molds, cell biology, light and electron microscopy, and investigating mechanisms of amoeboid motility. She's been the author and co-author of numerous studies, papers, and editorials on the slime mold that Sarah used in her installation, Physarum polycephalum. And today she will tell us more about this organism and its ability to process information and how this sort of cellular intelligence functions. Thank you very much.
Thanks for the very nice introduction. And thanks, Sarah, for the really cool talk. I think you did already the introduction for Physarum, so, so everybody should know by now what it is. Okay, I'm gonna share my screen as well. Okay, so that's the title for my talk, Integrated Biology and biological physics of Physarum polycephalum, and with a question mark, mixer cognition, because that's what kind of interests me at the moment. That's the research question I want to address. Okay, first of all, I have here a very nice video that they did a really cool documentary called The Great British Year, and in one episode the slime mold is also featured. So while this is playing, again, I'm gonna repeat what Sarah said, what the slime mold is. So mold is kind of not a very nice word for it. It's actually a giant amoeba. It can get to really huge sizes of a few square meters, and it's neither a fungus nor a plant nor an animal. It has its own niche within the evolutionary tree or the evolutionary system, so to say. It fulfills much the role of a fungus, so it lives on dead organic matter. Here comes one of my favorite scenes where it crawls over like a dead stick, dead wood, and it incorporates all the organic matter. So that's what it does. And most biologists haven't really heard much about slime molds during our studies, because it's so, it does no harm to plants or to humans. It's not pathogenic. It's just doing its thing and living in the woods and living its best life. But, Physarum is also capable of complex behavior, and that was first really came into the focus of science in the year 2000, or a bit earlier, around that time anyway. So they can make decisions, they can optimize their networks. Habituation was recently found out. That's like one of the simplest forms of memory. Memory, which Sarah already mentioned, by laying slime trails on the ground. And they can also anticipate periodic events. So these things have been documented, as you can see here from the literature cited. That's been really well documented already. And all those things, when we would be talking about apes or dolphins or humans, those would fall squarely into the the psychology department, or the department that deals with cognition. And so the term that has come up recently is basal cognition. So these are cognitive features, an organism that can make decisions, that can retain some kind of memory. But that's really weird for an organism that doesn't have nerve cells. It's like one gigantic cell with cytoplasm streaming through the veins, lots of nuclei, but there's nothing specialized like a brain or something, some information processing system in any way. So the decision making is also very sophisticated. So the slime mold has a preferred food. Oat flakes come pretty close, but you can also mix the foods that they have different compositions of carbohydrates, proteins, and fats, and it will always choose the one that's best suited for its needs. But however, when you make an experiment where you have, so the slime mold likes the dark and it doesn't like the light, that's called negative phototaxis, so it would always try to move away from light when it has the opportunity. And if you take its favorite food source, but illuminate it with a bright light, then the slime mold will evaluate its risks and then go to the second best food source to avoid the light and drying out. So it can even look at different risks during its foraging process, and that's also pretty nice feature. I think this is the experiment that started it all off, and in the scientific community, put the people onto the trail, so to say, of the complex behavior and the basal cognition thing. The famous experiment was done in Japan, where they let the slime mold explore a whole labyrinth. And then they marked the entrance and the exit with oat flakes. And after a while, the slime mold had, in fact, found the shortest way through this maze. Even though there were other solutions, but they really connected those food sources via the best and most optimal road. Okay, so are slime molds then conscious or even intelligent? So we know that animals and plants seem to be sentient beings. There's a consensus about this even written down in the European Union's Treaty of Lisbon in 2009. So they are capable of experiencing sensations. Of course, they can feel heat and cold, warmth, pain, whatever. And then also we have the declaration that animals seem to be conscious, as in having an inner life. So there's no check in this box because first of all, we need to be clear about the terms and the words we're using. So what is consciousness even? So can we have a good definition even for humans? Or what is intelligence? What does all of this mean? One sentence from this Cambridge Declaration I copied out of there. It says that non-human animals possess neurological substrates which are complex enough to support conscious experiences. So anything with a brain that's approximately similar to ours, the complexity is high enough that we can say possibly these animals are capable of having conscious experiences. Or in a picture saying 1,000 words, is the slime mold also smart? Or what's the substrate possibly for its complex behavior or for intelligence? So if it's not neurons, then maybe what else could it be? So on the to-do list of scientists investigating those matters, first of all, there would be to find a definition of cognition, intelligence, and consciousness that's universal, that's not only applied to humans. So classically, intelligence research has been exclusively focused on humans. So we need to find different terms for that. Then we need to investigate more the perceptual abilities, for example, chemotaxis or phototaxis or whatever, all the different inputs that a slime mold could possibly compute. Then to investigate the non-neural substrate, well, if we say that the brain is the basis for all of our thoughts and consciousness and intelligence, then probably we could find some similar structures within the slime mold or even other very, simple animals or simple life forms, which kind of substrate for information processing they could possibly possess. And then I think the hardest of all would be to design experiments to measure consciousness. It's not even easy in humans or very straightforward. So we are still don't really have a very clear measure for that. So it must be much, much more difficult for non-neural animals. So then there's also this theory, the convergent evolution of cognition. So basically this is to test your German skills. This sentence here in the corner says that cognitive processes have developed independent of each other. So here on this corner, we have all the neural animals with the primates, of course, and including us with the highest cognitive sophistication. But also, for example, we have the octopus here. And the thing is that the intelligence of octopi and humans has evolved apart from each other. So the basis of those structures are not the same. Probably if you think about the evolution of flight, then you would notice that the ability to fly has evolved several times independent of each other. So we have flying insects, but we have also bats or even flying dinosaurs. Lots of creatures have managed to fly, and the mechanisms in, for example, birds and insects are not at all the same. Also, we have here the intelligence of swarming insects or even of bees, which is also not to be neglected. But what they all have in common is that they have brains or even very simple neurons that do those functions, that do those computings. And here is the idea that maybe slime molds or other simple amoeba have some other way to do this information processing, some other substrate, and their form of cognition, although it's not as highly developed maybe as that of other animals, is still there, but it's based on something else entirely. So if we have here the brain and the neurons as the subunits for information processing, then maybe in the slime mold, something else could do this information processing, some other substrate. And for that, you have to look very closely at the slime mold, at its ultrastructure and all the mechanisms that it can do. I'm going to spare you that part because it's really a lot. But the main idea behind that is that you have the veins of the slime mold, and cytoplasm is constantly and rhythmically pumped through those veins. This can be translated to like this fluidic circuit. So you have a pump, you have different resistances, and that this is a simple fluidic circuit. It's like a circuit that isn't based on wires and electrons that are flowing through it, but it's the fluidic equivalent to that. So what do I mean by that? This is the idea, fluidic information processing. So here in this video, you can see veins always contracting and dilating. That's a pretty high magnification video. So you can see here the cytoplasm streaming through the veins, and it's in a very rhythmic fashion. It's not chaotic or random, but it's very ordered. And it is all due to the actin filaments that are wound helically around those veins, and they can contract or dilate. So the slime mold can has a control over the diameter of those veins. It's a bit like the blood flowing through our vein system, where also the veins can contract or dilate. And here you see the flow pattern measured in two parts of the slime mold. Here in the blue area, this in the back of the slime mold, so it's gonna migrate towards the red area. And you see that it's very much a regular oscillation with one fixed frequency. You have like a little delay, a phase delay of the wave that propagates through the slime mold. And if a physicist sees something regular and wave-shaped like this, it's always the idea that maybe this oscillation in itself contains some kind of information. But fluidics is really hard to compute, and it's really hard to understand. There's a lot of nonlinearities in it. So I thought of maybe making it a little bit simpler by employing the electronic hydraulic analogy, the so-called one. So you have here the situation as it would be in a slime mold. You have a vein, and then some cytoplasm can flow through it with little resistance. But if this contracts here locally, then you have more resistance and less flow can go through this. In the same way, the veins are elastic. So the walls can give way when a pressure wave goes in there. And this functions much like a capacitor, where the two plates store electric charge. And also this vein is equivalent to a resistor in an electric circuit. And from that, we can construct this this electrical circuit, and then we can really easily model it, because that's now we can just employ a software and just draw the circuits with here a voltage source, which is equivalent to the pressure going through the veins, and then the electron flow is equivalent to the volumetric flow rate. And from that, you can pretty much easily compute a circuit that has the same properties as the real slime mold, because none of those values are made up. They are all measured from the experiment. Here, that's the capacitance from the veins that can dilate. Okay, so I probably not go into much more details on this. It's really a lot of physics, and I was told not to use too much physics. But anyway, this model can also be used to, for example, measure some features of the slime mold that you can really see in reality. And I picked out one of those. So here, a model for chemotaxis. As I said already, the slime mold can perceive substrates or chemicals in its vicinity, glucose, for example, from food sources, but also repellents, which it doesn't like. And you can, with those circuits, where you have here again the pressure source, so like a alternating current flowing through the circuit, some resistors and the capacitors, which account for the elastic walls. And now we just change the elasticity gradients or the properties of this capacitor. And then the theory is, when a chemoattractant meets a receptor here on the front, then the value of this capacitor will change. So now it has a higher capacitance, meaning this gets softer, this whole thing. And even though this was perfectly symmetrical in the beginning, as soon as the slime mold perceives this chemoattractant, it gets softer locally at the front, and suddenly the cytoplasm can flow to the left. And here, this is the outcome of the simulation. You see the current is equivalent to a volumetric flow rate, and you see in the back there's very little flow, whereas towards the front there's a lot of flow. So lots of cytoplasm moves towards that side, and the slime mold can move towards the left. Yeah, that's what you can also see. I think this is an image we took at the workshop that was given by Heather Barnett in New York in 2015, and we did some decision-making experiments with a slime mold. So here it has some oat flakes, and it's supposed to decide if it goes left or right. And I use that for showing what I mean by chemotaxis. So here it has a stiffer back and a softer front, and that enables it to go forward. So we are always trying to find out the mechanisms behind what we see, what kind of behavior the slime mold shows. And here again is a very pretty movie. So first of all, I talked about the local oscillators, but without going into too much detail, the phase differences I showed you in the beginning at the fluidic computation slide means that the wave is not simultaneous in all parts of the whole network. So this is now a bigger slime mold. It's a few centimeters in diameter. And we made here in color the changes between the phase differences visible, which means we see that the slime mold has different spatial temporal patterns, for example, spiral waves or waves traveling over the whole network, which is just due to the dilation and contraction of those veins. And we see that, well, now this is now very, it's not proven in any way, but we just cannot fail to see some similarities. So are those waves possibly analog to neural oscillations in the brain? Because it's known that very specific oscillations pattern that travel over the whole surface of the brain are related to learning and to memory, to awareness, to all other kinds of processes. And from just reading a person's brain waves, we can kind of say what kind of state of consciousness they are in. So this is by no means am I saying that this is the same. So these are not brain waves. You don't see the slime mold thinking, but it's just like with the parallel evolution of, for example, flying or consciousness, you see a similar pattern, and this could be the substrate on how it works. So how the slime mold propagates information, retains information, and computes new output of behavior. Okay, so this brings me to my last slide. This is basically the idea that I'm following through with. And as I said before on the to-do slide, we still need so much more experiments. But first of all, we have to be very sure, what does the slime mold have? How is the actin cytoskeleton modeled? How is it related to the fluid flow? What are the local elasticities in different points? And so on. And from that, this is, so to say, the substrate. So this, what you're looking at, is kind of a nerve cell or a cluster of nerve cells, in a way. And this is termed a lumped parameter model. And from this, we can basically go on to, okay, these features in the slime mold enable it to process information, and maybe this could be the basis for basal cognition. So the information processing in the slime mold seems to be based on fluidic computation. It does not need a brain. It does not need brain cells. It gets along fine without. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Christina. Wow, it was really fascinating, and we'll have a lot of material for our discussion in a bit. But first, I want to go over to Dania, who is going to be the final panelist in this panel. Dania Vasiliev is a media artist, critical engineer and educator, born in St. Petersburg, currently living and working in Berlin. Vasiliev studies systems and networks through interdisciplinary experimentation with hardware, firmware, and software. Using computational systems, he engages in the examination and exploitation of system and network paradigms in both physical and digital realms, network and security, software OS modification, hardware re-engineering, digital forensics, and Yeah, since 1999, Vasiliev has been involved in the computer technology events and media art exhibitions and seminars around the world. He's received a number of awards and mentioned at Ars Electronica, Japan Media Art Festival, and the Transmediale, among others. In 2011, together with his colleagues Julian Oliver and Gordon Sapchicic, Danya Vasiliev co-authored the Critical Engineering Manifesto. And together with them and with Sarah Grant, Banks Solin, and others, he runs the media collective and project space Weise 7 in Berlin. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. Well, I guess my contribution today to this panel will be more of a technical kind. However, I myself as an artist and a researcher work with computer networks continuously, and by doing so, it happens so that I constantly ask or being asked and answer the question of what is a computer network. And I think in particular in relation to the context of the exhibition that took place at Art Lab Berlin and of this panel is how we model our networks and how those networks model us in return. Also referring to what we heard from Sarah and what we heard from Christina is that the networks that we have developed, they in fact often modeled after our own behavior. And when we talk about computer network, we can trace sort of history of networking very well in computer network as well, because obviously computer network and computer digital networks are far not the first networks we have come up with as a society. And it obviously, in most cases, the reason for creating a network is communication, right? However, with the case of computer network, things got really complicated. For instance, if you compare smoke signals or even a postal system, right? We can understand those systems or those ways of communicating rather easily. It's very, if you will, didactic, sort of self-explanatory system that you can easily observe. With computer networking, it becomes harder and harder to observe the network and the processes that take place and coordinate our communication. And because of that, computer networks, and the way they work becomes very opaque. And questions, especially when it comes to what is the internet and how the internet works, in my experience of working with the networks and with the people using networks and basically like interfacing one to another, networks to people and people to networks, I realized that there is a lot of confusion as to what computer networks and particularly the internet is. You could say that it is a vital yet deeply misunderstood infrastructure upon which we all increasingly depend, and that starts to sound rather concerning to me when we depend on a system which we created ourselves, yet we sort of lost track of what the system is and what kind of sort of effects such a system that sort of, you could almost say, has a life of its own can have on us as humankind. Of course, it is connecting the world, and I will show some very assuming slides. Though nevertheless, these slides, they reflect very well what general sort of assumption of the internet is, that you can like plug yourself in, right? Or that internet is a series of tubes and it's somewhere under the ground, and you can like open the tap and the internet will start flowing. On another interpretation of the internet is a very corporate view of the network, when and in that case, network sort of transforms from being sort of human's instrument into a corporate instrument, into business instrument, and very much shaped in that way, right? We can think of very abstractly about being connected through the internet in such a way, right? Which is quite ridiculous, in fact, but very, very often, or at least like many sort of IT publications, just used to use this picture, which I find extremely annoying. Many people think of the network in terms of really powerful alternate realities, such as the Matrix, for instance. And this is a computer simulation of a network, not necessarily even a computer network, but a rather complex network, and that's how many scientists sort of visualize a networking environment. And because of all these sort of confusion and multiplicity of renderings that the network can have, to answer the question, where am I on the internet, is at times very problematic. Because you could say that you're on the internet, let's say, your place on the internet would be in a data center of Facebook, like on this slide, for instance, here. Or you could say that you're somewhere there in the outer space of the internet, in the constellation of your home network, homeland, for instance, right? Which is again very abstract and practically does not give one a clue how this can be addressed, or what happens when you want to send information from your computer to another computer. How does it actually happen? And the way of understanding that is to try to deconstruct what the network is. And if you will, the analogy to that I thought of a long time ago is like when you're flying, right, in an airplane, and then it's the time of plane's descent, and as your plane goes through the clouds, you sort of start seeing infrastructure or the ground with all the objects on it. And for me, having to sort of zoom in or look into a computer network is very much like that experience of landing, and the further down you go, the more you start to see, and then at some point the very infrastructure, the very sort of things that make our world go, like the roads, right, electrical lines and so on and so forth, starts to become visible. In networking studies, or in computer network studies, there's a notion of layers, very similar to how our soil is layered, for instance, or how our sandwiches are put together. Computer networks as well have several distinct layers. Like in an example of this sandwich, for instance, you have a bun at the very bottom, right? Then there is some butter that holds together the cucumbers, and then there is more stuff in the middle, and then there is another bun on top of it, which sort of like caps it all and holds it all together. In computer networking, there are very similar layers to the sandwich, yet they are called in a very particular way. And for me, it's logical to look at this diagram from bottom up, where physical actually refers to the lowest layer of the network, which is the physical infrastructure itself, be that fiberglass, copper pair, radio waves, anything that is that that is capable of transferring information, be that electrical signal, radiomagnetic waves, or flashes of light. So physical layer in that regard is something that you can actually touch, something that you can see, something that is like a transport in that regard. This way of looking at computer networking is actually called OSI layers, and here you see very same diagram, but in reverse, where physical layer is number one, and after that is a link layer, which is an abstraction put onto a physical layer, if you will, that allows computers to locate each other in the physical network. And then on top of that, there is a network layer, or often called protocol layer, which implements very particular ways the computers would talk, right, using a protocol, and protocol being an agreed algorithm, agreed methodology of exchanging information. This is a picture of physical layer, pretty horrific one. This is another one, and what we see here is the actual metal of our networks, a metal that without protocols and standards and computer code, metal that would be idle. But what makes it go is the way of addressing computers, and this number, looking very obscure, in fact is an ID, if you will, ID of a networking interface. Very sort of low-level ID. You could think of it as your ID, a number of your own ID, number of your passport, for instance, right? Which is very abstract, and without being connected to a name is maybe sort of useless. Nevertheless, it uniquely identifies you and sort of distinguishes you from anyone else. What network layer adds in this regard, or protocol layer, it allows to associate this ID with a name, and the protocol layer as well, something that allows us to speak of different topologies or different ways members of a network can be arranged, which also defines properties of the network, be that resilience, or be that networks optimized for speed, or if that network is optimized for sending out broadcast messages versus peer-to-peer messages, or if it's a mesh network where which is a very horizontal network in terms of democratic sense, where all the nodes are equal, have same importance, or maybe even redundant and unimportant when network is structured in a mesh way or in a hybrid way that Sarah was mentioning. Actually, that network becomes quite more resilient to having lose its member, for instance, right? Because nodes can take over some of the roles of other nodes, for instance, such as routing of the packets to their neighbors. And looking at these topologies, we can also see how, in terms of computer network, how the influence would change on such networks. For instance, if we take star topology, where all nodes are arranged around a center, it's obviously very centralized topology, where should that network lose its center, the network will practically disappear, because there will be no more connections between the nodes, and per definition there will be no networking happening. On the other hand, a fully connected network, one could think that fully connected network is sort of the best possible network. However, it's not true because it is a very oversaturated network. If you imagine like a group of people in the room and everyone is trying to talk to everyone, there is a lot of information in the air, but it's very noisy and beyond redundant. It is it's simply dysfunctional because it's oversaturated, and like for instance in computer networking terms, there is a term of collision when information starts to collide to an extent that it's like a diminishing return. Basically, at some point you can't saturate network more than network is capable of. And then of course there are topologies such as a line topology or a bus topology, where we can already see the sort of the advantages and disadvantages of these particular arrangements of nodes. I really like this rendering, and I don't think it is even a rendering of a computer network. However, what is great about this one is that you can see a multiplicity of or like multitude of different topologies organized into a single network, and it can very easily be a network, a diagram of a portion of the internet, where you can see, for instance, in the center up, you can see a star topology, a very dense star topology that at its ends it turns more into a tree, and altogether becomes a hybrid topology, and then multiple star networks interconnected into a bus-like arrangement, right? And that's for me that is a fascinating thing about the internet, because as the name implies, it internetworks other networks, right? So there is no such thing as internet per se. It's just it's a collection of networks, many of which are built and governed by their own sort of principles, or their topologies may be very different. The only thing that is required for a network to be part of the internet is having to implement internet protocol, and that is this protocol that in fact defines the internet, and not really the infrastructure of it. Here are some more pictures of infrastructure. And similarly, very similar to a postal network, the design of the internet was such that all information travels in packets very similar to post packages, where each of the packets has its sender, its destination, and some additional meta information, such as a post stamp, for instance, right? And it is also kind of, for me, makes the internet very sort of human network when we see things such as a packet switching principle employed in internet networking, because we haven't gone very far away from a traditional post system yet. We managed to create the largest infrastructure that humanity ever created using this very simple principles, such as like addressing, traditional addressing. So yeah, just like parcels, our network packets have all familiar attributes. And that's how an address looks in a computer network. These series of numbers are called internet addresses, and they are arranged or created in a very particular way, a very computable way, let's say, when routers can very quickly operate with these numbers and allow packets to travel the directions they were destined to go. that's how a typical human network of computers looks like. And having learned about topologies already, we can see that it is type of like a star topology where the router is in the middle, which makes the router to be the main actor on the network, and then connected with the modem, this local area network can be connected to the internet. So yeah, when we speak of local area networks, it can mean that that network is just local and isolated, or if that network, should that network be connected to the internet, that means that there is a router that participates in both networks, your local network and the bigger network such as the internet, for instance. And I would wrap up with that.
Thank you very much, Tanya. Yeah, I guess we will go into some questions. Maybe I'll start off with a few. Maybe start with Sarah and this idea of an ideal network as on the topologies, and then the kind of complexity that happens when you put it into work. For instance, when you have it with the Physarum, then there are outside attractors or resistors, some of which are even mysterious to us. Some become more obvious, like an oat flake that's infected with a pin mold or something. But I was also thinking those were really wonderful analogies with your workshop, the plant-to-plant protocols, where you create this glitch in the system by just having, you know, nature, wind, sun, the turning of the plant, breaking the network. So I was wondering, as you've been working with the Physarum, how are you seeing these analogies between the biological network that's building up on top of your abstract topology and the actual also problems that networks have when digital or technological networks, when they're put into use?
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I think I like with plant-to-plant, as you mentioned, or with the Physarum networks, the other thing that I like about bringing something like a computer network in contact with a natural system or an organism like slime mold, or like the natural system, like as you mentioned with the plants, you know, when we have sensors attached to plants and they're communicating with each other in this network, and then that communication breaks, that link breaks because of the wind, or they're turning towards the sun. You know, the computer networks are probably not one of the first things people think about when they think about art and artistic medium or material, and because they're really utilitarian, you know, and they're there to like serve a purpose and a function. But the thing is, I like to play with that a bit and see how these natural systems, or like a slime mold, will just completely break those systems and just do their own thing and find their own ways around these systems. Or indeed, like, instead of focusing on creating networks that are meant to do a defined, resilient job, it is indulging in how, you know, thinking more about networks in terms of things that are fragile, that can be broken, how disconnections happen, how, you know, by focusing, like normally we focus so much on how to keep a network up and running and connected and working as we expect it to, but this is what I mean when I'm saying that you know, I'm looking for insights. When I review all the image capture from the exhibition for the last 6 weeks, I want to study how the slime mold sort of broke these topologies, and just see if there are any insights that can come from this, because we're so busy focused on keeping networks running and functional and connected. You know, we forget to look at the other side of that, and nature does that for us so wonderfully, you know, like the slime mold, you know, or the network, or glitches in data being introduced in the plant-to-plant network, because the plants are moving in their own way. So I don't know if that answered the question, but that's definitely sort of like my inspiration, yeah, for bringing, you know, for bringing together these man-made systems with a natural system.
Thank you. Now, that's exactly what I was interested in, this idea of the kind of ideal that we start off with an abstract ideal, and then it kind of hits reality, and then new things start to it, and also the complexity, because I think when we make models, we simplify, and then sometimes we forget that complexity that's involved in, which is really fascinating. Really also to bring in Christina, I'm sure can say a lot about that, about this kind of surprising complexity, but I was also intrigued with this whole idea of making definition. For instance, you're talking about intelligence and cognition and consciousness and all these defining, and even the defining, it comes from a tradition that itself is kind of situated. You have in the 19th century and early 20th century, had this idea of evolution as this tree where we progressed and humans were on the top. And we've kind of progressed to the point where we said, oh yeah, of course we think that, because we're thinking about evolution about being about us. But if we remove ourselves from that being the center, then suddenly it becomes this network in itself, and the newer ideas of what an evolutionary, mesh is instead of tree. And I was also intrigued also this idea of having to make new definitions or challenge previous definitions, and how interdisciplinary or transdisciplinary research into this one organism is also affecting that. For Christina.
Okay, sorry. You mean how the question was how the research, if it's focused on just Physarum, influences our thinking about or the definition making?
How the different disciplines that go in, or you have so many different disciplines in biology and computer science and biophysics studying this organism, and in the same process in your talk, you talked about how the difficulty of defining cognition, intelligence, consciousness, and how this maybe changes through concentrating on one organism from multiple viewpoints.
Yeah, well, so first of all, to go into the different disciplines, I mean, I worked a lot in the biophysics department, where my boss was a physicist and I was a biologist. And even for very normal and not very complicated things, we had sometimes the same words, but we meant different things. So that's like, for example, emergence. Emergence is a big topic in physics, and also there are lots of theories about like how consciousness comes about if you discard like anything supernatural and you say, okay, the brain does all that. That's like what our minds, our consciousness comes from. Then it can all be reduced down to neurons and the connections they form. And so the theory is that if you have a system that's complex enough, suddenly it will show some properties that were not present in the very basal, in the very tiny subunits of that system. But then, of course, you can, like in physics, you have a lot of very complex systems. You have the whole, like ecosystems. They are very complex. Does that mean that they are conscious as well? So this sometimes does not really lead you anywhere. That's not really going to the that's not helpful in elucidating what this is. But then, for example, I thought about what Sarah said with the external slime that's deposited on the substrate when the slime mold has explored an area. And there were lots of experiments done where, of course, when the slime mold encounters that slime, it contains some information for the slime mold. So it means it will not forage this area again because it has already depleted the nutrients there. And then I talked with a philosopher who said, well, imagine a person who has totally lost their memory. They cannot remember anything, but they have a notebook. And for example, they try to get around New York City and they write down everything. So my dentist is, if I go like along this road and then turn left, and there's my dentist and that's his name. So then can you say that this notebook is his memory? Although it's not. It's of course just a notebook where you write things in, but it fulfills the same function. It's like a memory. I mean, in our brains, this information must be stored also somewhere. And just because it's a different substrate or a different thing, can you not say those things are the same or similar? So I really love talking to people from other disciplines, because they might have different insights and also different definitions, which we can incorporate into our work. And where we can say, okay, if we just find something that fulfills this function, or that has this function, then it's a clue where we can investigate further.
It's interesting. It's interesting to add to that in the very early stages of the internet, one of the design criteria to its functionality was that the network does not contain information. Mm-hmm. That the network is a sole mean of exchanging information, and quite contrary to how people see the internet these days, it actually has zero information in its own as in its medium. Mm. So there are also, I find that there are similarities and also quite opposite moments between like biological networks and computer networks, because I think in biology it's more common for networks to fulfill several roles, containing information as well as exchanging, right?
Yeah, with the slime mold, I would say, so it's not, so the network is in itself information. So when you look at the topology of a network, sometimes you have those growth front where it's extending, parts where it's retracting. That in itself kind of also shows you the history of the particular slime mold. No two networks are the same, so they all are individual. But also, of course, through those veins, there's constantly information being passed around through the network. So it has so many functions, and also it's not just about information, it's also about locomotion. So these oscillations and the cytoplasm flow is its way of getting around. So it has, there's so many layers and so many functions that it has simultaneously. So also memory can be stored in those veins when, for example, it forms connections, like Sarah in your experiments with the oat flakes. When it finds the connection between fructose, then this vein will be very thick, and a lot of traffic is going to go through that. So that in itself, that's how the slime mold knows or remembers, okay, this is like the environment in which I live, and then I have this connection, and that's the strongest. So it's always lots of things on top of each other.
Yeah, that reminded me very much of what Daniel was saying when he was talking about it being a plane coming in, and this idea of a macro and a micro level, I guess a bird's eye view and a worm's eye view, each having their own specificity. And I think about the slime mold, and we have this view, for instance, the view that is caught by the camera of it moving over the 30 by 30 centimeter plate, and then the view in the microscope, where you can see the sometimes little objects which could be considered data moving up this in the cytoplasm stream, and so on. So it's an interesting. There's this really interesting parallel with this organism, as a kind of ultimate networker that is existed for a billion or more years. So.
Yeah, so I've in the beginning I've always talked about how simple this is, but I mean, what's simple? So it works. It's perfectly successful in its environment. It's thriving. Why would it be something more? So what does it need a brain for if it does all the computing with its network? And how many other things will we find? So we are gonna, or that's the plan for the future, that we want to expand our experiments away from Physarum, as you said. So maybe it's also giving us a bias to study humans and slime molds, and maybe there's some gradient in between. For example, C. elegans, which is a not very complicated worm. It has a very limited number of cells, I think 2,000 or 3,000 cells, and the fate of those cells is very well known. And Hydra, which is a freshwater polyp. We want to kind of see if we see parallels in the mechanisms between slime molds and all those other simple organisms, how they, I keep saying simple, but there's no really no other word that comes to mind, but how those organisms that lack centralized organs get around, and how they perceive their world and how they compute information and adjust their behavior accordingly. And I think so the word brain-centric has been used in the basic cognition field a lot, and it's a bit of, it's been used in a way, so you are thinking too brain-centric. Think now more network-centric, or I don't know, to get away from that.
No, I know that also with for instance, plant intelligence has also been a theme back and forth. And then this prefix neuro has been very controversial in that. But it's also really fascinating to see with this one-celled organism how its ability to deal with its with complexities in its environment. I don't know, Sarah, having worked with it, maybe you have some questions for Christina.
Oh, do I have questions for Christina? I wasn't prepared for that right now, but actually just when you asked me that as well, I was seeing the question from Regine in the chat. So I was actually thinking about this, not to dodge your question, but I must admit, I was, my head is more where this question is that Regine put in the chat. So should we perhaps address this one?
Sure, that's fine. This is she thanks everyone for 3 great insights. What do you think? What do you all think technological networks can learn from biological networks? Isn't the digital network, electricity, machines, etc., in comparison limited in comparison with biological networks?
Yeah, I mean, I can, I guess, say something about that first. I mean, as far as what do I think technological networks can learn from biological networks, I mean, that's kind of like what I've been saying, throughout the panel is I mean, those were some of the things I hope to actually learn by reviewing all of the footage that was captured, since obviously I wasn't there every day around the clock staring at the slime molds. But I mean, the thing is that a computer network, I mean, okay, some people can and do argue that the internet it exhibits all kinds of emergent behavior, and it's been asked if it could ever, if it could even take on a life of its own. Like, it's a question people like to speculate about with the internet. So maybe some people would consider it as a kind of organism itself. However, it's not really, and that is one big difference between a slime mold network and, a computer network, is that the slime mold is adapting continuously and reacting to its environment and transforming itself in ways that computer networks don't really do. I mean, perhaps there is some sophisticated behavior that's been built into networks to make them more resilient. But still, it's not really the first thing people think about, I don't think, when they think about computer networks. And that's kind of something that I'm interested in investigating, is actually carrying over some of these adaptive behaviors to computer networks. So basically, putting the slime mold in my human network, seeing how it behaves in that network, and then borrowing some of that behavior back into, so like a feedback loop, back into the human network. So, I mean, absolutely, the digital network is limited compared to a biological network, for sure. But that's what I mean. I mean, that's one thing that interests me, is like, it is indeed, like, given that biological networks are more rich just alone in the fact that they have a behavior to them. I find it, to me, it's interesting to see if behaviors could be introduced back into computer networks. And it's not that I have any sort of like big problem I'm trying to solve. It's purely from an experimental point of view, just to play with that.
Well, I think that to add to what Sarah was saying, I think it's worth to consider internet a symbiotic system, where the symbiosis actually happens with the users, with the people who create the internet, because by itself it's a mere infrastructure without much logic and without any driving force, right? Such as driving force in slime molds. In your example, for instance, its own existence and its own sort of proliferation, right, and continuation of its life. And speaking of someone's fantasy of internet taking life of its own would be meaningless at least, because as a mechanical structure there would be no sort of intent, right, or no reason for it to develop by itself. And I think as with as with many systems, we cannot really sort of consider internet without its users. And in that regard, of course, we can speak of the internet as of a living system when people are involved with it. So I wouldn't isolate those two, I guess.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point that you made, Danya, because the like biological networks and slime mold in particular, it's a question of life or death. So if the network doesn't work properly, then it's the end of the organism. So it's kind of much more, a digital network does not have a sense of self-preservation. It can, some branches can die out, or the whole network can crash. And also with artificial intelligences, the network itself, it's not embodied. It doesn't have any, it's not really invested in anything. But the biological network has to work, otherwise it will die. So that's probably the biggest difference. And also I think biological systems have had millions of years of uninterrupted evolution. Since the very first cell came into existence, there were so many tries and errors and extinction events and whatever. So there's like, you're looking at a tiny flicker of time in which the internet has existed, and millions of years in which biological systems have existed. So I would be kind of sad if the digital systems were better than the biological ones.
There's also a YouTube question for an inspiring panel. An expected question here. How would you define the role of art in exposing the emergent qualities of the biological systems and what we can learn from them?
Well, I can say something about that quickly, because I actually was going to say earlier in some other comment I was making that one of the things that's nice about being an artist working with these systems is that you kind of have license to really misuse it. and I mean, I think that's always one of the roles of art, is the fact that, you know, in the name of art, you do have license to, I mean, to really F a system up, for example. You know, I mean, I mean, like the things that that we do in the studio with mobile networks and wireless networks, and the thing I'm doing with slime molds and networks, you know, it would horrify proper engineers. So I mean, in any case, I mean, I think that is one of the great things about having a foot very much deeply in technology and these systems, and also in art, is that you are in this unique place where, okay, like, you know, like me and Danya, like we're very like we study these technologies. Like it's not like we don't understand them, we do, but because we are also artists, you know, we feel free to really take them apart and do things you're not supposed to do with them. And that's where you get insights, you know, when you use something in a way it's not normally used, you know. I mean, of course, if you use something the same way again and again, that's, you know, then why would it ever change, or at least change so much? But so anyway, yeah, I think that's the role of art, is just taking that license to use something 100 other different ways, you know.
Yeah, like sticking networks onto plants and see what happens.
Yeah, also, for example, we, as scientists, you can never, so the question is of, is it pretty or does it look good? So that's to see our experiment in that kind of way is usually not something we do. But that also, I don't know, I think that's the sense of aesthetics or of like looking at something and it's pleasurable just because it's looking good or it's pretty or so, that that's sometimes lacking, I think, from pure biological or physical experimentation. That's not a criterion. And for art, you can of course do that. You do it because it's great, it's looking good, it's somehow appealing to us. So, and that brings me sometimes to think that maybe you have a different perspective on things, and that can also help science to ask different questions, which we usually are trained not to ask because we want to stay scientifically rigid and within our lane, so to say. But input from the outside, especially when we see that we've touched now so many points about networks, about just like the biological function, but also everything else. And therefore, that's I would say, referring back to the question, I think art plays a big role in shedding more light on those emergent properties.
Because I think similarly to engineering, in biology, for instance, one can find beauty in observing a wonderfully functioning system, right? Be that again biological system or mechanical system or software system, like something that does its thing well can look beautiful.
Maybe
please. I just want to say really quickly, the other thing that that I think, art and in general does really well, especially in the context of some of the things that we're doing in our studio here with networking technology, is that it actually creates a visual language that help people understand otherwise complex technical topics or political issues, which is often the case with our work here. It's touching on these issues as well. And I think that's something that, I know that me and Danya and everyone in our studio strives for, is to indeed, open up like a channel, like an understandable channel between the people that look at our work and the systems we're trying to expose or explain. So I think that's another important role of art.
Which is in its own role, a type of networking.
I think, what I see in sciences, there's this preference for or special attention given to, you could say, the micro. The smaller biologists will quote into chemistry, and chemists will quote into physics, getting smaller and smaller. And art tends to balance that with maybe humanity's view of getting the overall picture, the bird's eye view, which of course is nearly as precise, but it offers another parallel. I think hybrid arts, when you have artists going into laboratories and working in workshops, that they are, they kind of have to do both. They have to actually hands-on, make the practical work, get their hands wet. At the same time, they're trying to balance these multiple viewpoints, and that it makes a really possibility of making a visual language to explain it to wider communities, but also to build bridges between disciplines. I was interested from a really practical curatorial point of view, having worked with Heather and now with Sarah. In both cases, the installations were made every week, and really were installed for 4 or 5 days at a time. And so there's a black hat in the picture, and that's that fact that whoever decided to make oat as the food didn't take into account that the oat often contains another organism, which ends up being a kind of, you could say, enemy of the slime mold. So I can see where it's growing, and sometimes I see it sort of avoiding several oat flakes, and pretty soon those oat flakes will start to sprout a little white pin mold. Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that, and what's the reaction? Why is immediately the slime mold pulling back? Maybe Christina, I don't. This is
Okay. Oh, that's actually really a cool thing to think about. So in the beginning, I showed in my talk this video of the slime mold in the wild, right? Crawling through the undergrowth. And of course, it's full of other microorganisms. There's also all sorts of fungi and mold and stuff. And actually, the slime molds in the wild have the ability to digest that and to eat that. So actually it's the prey of the slime mold. But we find that the slime molds we have in the lab, so that's probably, I don't know where you got your slime molds from, Sarah, but we have the same problem sometimes. When it's been cultivated for a long time in the lab, it kind of lost the ability to just eat this other mold. On the contrary, sometimes we sometimes send out samples to students or pupils who do projects in their schools, and they very often the culture dies because it just gets totally moldy. It's like leaving a piece of bread out on the counter for 2 days, and the mold totally destroys the slime mold, or kills it in a way. And we were really wondering why that is, because outside
also wondered this.
The slime mold should be able to just deal with it. So I've seen them in this documentation, and also from other researchers who just took like a log inside into their houses to make like time series time-lapse images, and you see them then like take down mushrooms where they just eat the base and then the thing topples over and you add some sound effects and it looks really cool. So I'm wondering, why does it get killed by a simple mold? What's the deal? So and I've read papers from the 1920s and 1930s where they grew Physarum even on a bacteria base. So instead of the agar we're using today, they used just a petri dish filled with bacteria, and the slime mold was able to just eat them up and grow from that. So I have no idea what happened there.
Yeah, sorry, I was going to say, I've also always wondered this. I mean, I get all my slime mold from a lab here called Technoscience here in Berlin. And that's, I mean, I've actually, sadly, I've never found a slime mold in the wild. And I always would like to, but in any case, I do think about that, because whenever I've been working with slime mold now for almost 10 years. And after a few days, inevitably it's overtaken by mold. And I'm always like, how do these things, but they're in forests where it's like, it's full of organisms. So you know what? Now that we're talking about it, I feel like next time I go to Carolina Science Lab, because I always go there in person and they like completely know me by now because I go there so often. I want to ask them and see if they know or if they have any ideas, because it's weird. I don't get it.
It's a curse of domestication, and maybe not directly an immune problem, but it's lost the kind of immunity to other creatures.
Yeah, so the story about the Physarum from Carolina Biotech, so a lot of labs also get their material from them, is that it kind of, the provenance is lost a bit. So I'm not sure if they even know where it's actually from. Somewhere in somewhere in North America. That's the most precise you get. There's a researcher in Austria who looks at slime mold that's local there. It's not Physarum, it's some other species, and it grows on corn plants. And there it can even be used to help those corn plants defeat some kind of mold that infects them. So because the slime mold is not going into the plant material on which it grows, if it's a healthy plant, then the slime mold will just stay on the surface and is supposed to remove and to eat all the other fungus that's on top of that, some kind of rot or whatever. So I'm kind of thinking about probably switching to those wild slime molds also. But the good thing is that the Physarum is so used to the lab conditions, so we can now make totally, almost synthetic media where we just weigh in all kinds of vitamins, glucose, proteins, fatty acids, and so on. We can control very tightly what the slime mold has as nutrients. That's very important for some experiments where we test the preference, for example, for certain foods. Because oat flakes, depending on what brand you use, there can be all kinds of contents, and they vary even between the batches that you use. But yeah, that's nobody has ever researched that. That's like the big question: what's with the mold? So why is the slime mold unable to have a defense against that?
Okay. I guess that's maybe a question that art working with Physarum can put forward into science. I want to thank all three of you for wonderful discussion and 3 wonderful presentations.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, we're going to take a lunch break, about 55 minutes, and we'll be back at 3:30 p.m. Berlin time for the keynote with Roberta Buiani.
Welcome back, everyone, to the conference under the viral shadow networks in the age of technoscience and infection. We are very happy to introduce you to our keynote speaker, Roberta Buiani, who is with us from Toronto today. And before I present her biographically, I wanted to say that I had the big pleasure in 2018 to meet Roberta at the FEM meeting in Portugal, organized by Marta de Menezes and Dalila Honorato. And that was a very special experience. And since then, we have an interesting exchange, and we're very happy that she agreed to present the keynote in our conference. I would like to, before she starts, I'd like to give you a little biographical background. So Roberta has a PhD in communication and culture from the York University. She is an interdisciplinary artist, a media scholar and curator based in Toronto. She is the co-founder of the Art Science Salon at the Fields Institute for Research in Mathematical Sciences in Toronto and co-organizer of Laser Toronto. Her recent SSHRC-funded research creation project draws on feminist technoscience and on collaborative encounters across the sciences and the arts to investigate emerging life forms, exceeding the categories defined by traditional methods of classification. Her artistic work has traveled to arts festivals, and to name only a few, we can name Transmediale, Hemispheric Institute, Encuentro, Brazil, and community centers and galleries such as the Free Gallery Toronto, Immigrant Movement International Queens, or Museum of Toronto, and science institutions, RPI, the Field Institutes, etc. Her writing has appeared on Space and Culture, Cultural Studies, and the Canadian Journal of Communication, among others. She's a research associate at the Center for Feminist Research at York University. With the Art Sci Salon, she has launched a series of experiments in squatting academia by holding exhibitions and events in unconventional spaces and by repopulating abandoned spaces and cabinets across university campuses with sci-art installations. She's currently creating, in collaboration with Lorella Di Cintio and Cavi, a post-pandemic mobile gallery. The first exhibition will feature artworks and scientific objects on the theme of emergent forms of life. Her talk is based on a long-term project on viruses titled, I quote, "Viral Cultures, Viruses, and Viral Phenomena Across Science, Technology, and the Arts," end of quote. This book has been many years in the making and is a labor of love and a long essay trying to cope with this complicated world of ours. And we're very happy to say, welcome, Roberta.
Hi, everybody. So yeah, I'm very honored to be with you. This is such a treat for me. So I'm gonna try and can I share my screen? Okay, I'm gonna try and share my screen with the laptop number 2, and let's see if it works. Does it work? Okay, perfect, fantastic. For the first time, it worked. So I just want to thank you, my host, to have me. I'm a little bit. I'm very excited, and I'm also very nervous because this is the first time that I'm presenting this type of work. And as I said, it's been a long time in the making. So bear with me, and I hope you enjoy it. And I hope there will be a really nice discussion afterward. Okay. Just gonna start this. Darkness. When everything was just floating energy in complete darkness. Maybe you remember which choices you made here. How much did you dare to risk in order to grow? How much darkness did you observe? Do you remember? So these are the initial words of the short play, Influenza, Theater of Glowing Darkness, by artist Christine Ropsdorf, displayed at the Biennale of Venezia in the Danish Pavilion in 2017. The installation consists of a large installation merging with the surrounding Giardini. Sorry, I'm just taking myself out because I don't like to see myself. Okay, sorry, it's distracting. And the installation consists of a large installation merging with the surrounding Giardini and a play. To access this play, visitors were invited into a pitch dark room. The room then was softly lit by a scheme of lights that reflected and bounced around through what seemed like a sort of maze of glasses. The dialogue was built between Dark River, Midwife, and Seed. And the play explored darkness as a condition of healing and reconciliation, an integral part of the natural cycle of death and rebirth. So the installation had an uncanny resemblance to a virus-like creature. Its boundaries could not be defined precisely. Its interdisciplinary structure contained sculpture and architecture, immersive theater, and sound. By roaming that space, visitors enacted and strengthened the connections between its parts. The installation powerfully addressed the fear of the unknown. The unknown as something that is not yet known, as something that is feared because it cannot be yet or ever controlled, as something that is so entangled with the world that the elements contributing to it are unknown, as something that one single discipline or method or technology cannot grasp its entirety, unless other disciplines, methods, and technologies join forces together. So we are all familiar with viruses and their reputation. And here I will tell you where I'm going with this. So why am I saying this to you? So in the realm of computing, computer viruses are self-replicating strings of code with potential to host operating systems, disrupt networks, and those who depend on their smooth functioning. As biological agents, viruses are, and I quote, small, obligate intracellular parasites, which by definition contain either a RNA or DNA genome surrounded by a protective virus-coded protein coat, unquote. Viruses are mostly innocuous, but a few are known to cause harm among humans and animals, and therefore they are feared and antagonized. So viruses have an intimate relation with the unknown because of their complex and multi-state making, as well as their capricious behavior. With their surprising articulations, viruses are a symbol of today's struggle to contain complexity. And in fact, whether informational or biological, they're perceived in materiality because they are submicroscopic or because they are defined by code. And they're nonlinear and relational behavior because they are only amplified through advantageous connections and through a complicated series of intersections, have puzzled many scientists in computing and in biology. I'm still here. Viruses share material and conceptual qualities, thanks to various processes of simplification. So, for example, the idea that viral videos spread like viruses. And because of the unknowns and the uncertainties that they carry, these qualities have proliferated beyond the limited scientific and technological areas of competence, easily crossing the realms of information and biology, proliferating through popular culture and the arts. So in other words, viruses and their qualities turned out to be unexpectedly productive and, well, viral. I call all these myriads vectors, connections, and non-linear dynamicity, including the emotional responses and stereotypes that have allowed these viral qualities to hop from information to biology, from specific phenomena to a set of trends of practices, the viral. Despite many popular assumptions that see viruses as self-contained agents, viruses are profoundly entangled, borderless, leaky, and unpredictable. And they're also multi-state. The viral connects viruses through material and metaphorical elements, which are circulated, exchanged, and bounced back and forth across domain. For instance, the viral is at work when research methods are shared across information and biology, or when metaphors and imaginary about one type of viral phenomenon reappear cyclically or spread worldwide. The viral causes pain and empathy, selfishness and solidarity, fear and insecurity. The viral traverses physical bodies, news media, and digital networks, and it turns into memes and refrains, aggressive marketing or artistic expression. The viral both produces and, we will see, could help cope with the unknown. I see here the arts as crucial contributors to the comprehension, the dissemination, and the taming of the viral. And I put taming into scare quotes, as we see later, by formulating approaches that are not necessarily tied to discipline-specific definitions. Artistic work reveals and suggests new ways to grasp the elusive nature of viruses and other complex phenomena. In a technoscientific world intent at measuring, predicting, and controlling everything with minute accuracy, the arts reassert the role of affect and the emotional in the reading of viral phenomena. So I want to focus on a few aspects through which the viral becomes manifest. First, how the qualities of the viral exist across information and biology by virtue of its own material nature and the already strong connection between the two domains. Second, how the viral reveals itself in the form of collective epidemiologies, as popular narratives, and as more intimate symbols speaking to somehow buried histories. And third, and finally, how the viral simultaneously embodies and feeds on uncertainty. Uncertainty is generated as a product of the hurdles that scientific research encounter to pin down, fully comprehend, and tame viruses, as well as the result of the simplifications enabling the viral to cross so many boundaries. Uncertainty becomes here simultaneously something that must be battled and something that could be embraced. So first part. Crossing Boundaries. During a 2014 interview on WN1C on the media, Priscilla Wald described how in the 80s, the sudden appearance of HIV/AIDS effectively undermined the somewhat arrogant confidence of modern medicine in its ability to annihilate all viruses. From being triumphant and optimistic, the attitude of health professionals and scientists engaged in the fight against infectious diseases became uncertain and tentative. So the idea of a virus causing outbreaks with dangerous effects became a powerful metaphor in discussing other subjects, such as the spread of terrorist cells or the epidemic of diabetes, for instance. And of course, it was in that very period that computer viruses became a hot topic as well. So in 1984, Fred Cohen formulated his famous definition, which was a working definition of the computer virus as a program that can infect other programs by modifying them to include a possibly evolved version of themselves. Now, for him, computer and biological viruses had material affinity because the technical ability of computer viruses to infect and reproduce, thanks to the assistance of a host, somehow mirrored several abilities that were also manifested by biological viruses. But the two also had a less obvious connection, that is, computer code, like DNA in biology, could be interpreted as a principal building block of informational life. And what Cohen did was he created a working definition, that is a definition that was not very specific and not very technical. But it is this, I think that this very absence of specificity somehow implicitly promoted the extension of the term viruses, the term virus, to other coded agents, like an old malware, like, for example, worms or spyware or ransomware. And furthermore, it contributed to fuel some well-known collective imaginary that draws comparisons between and unifies all types of viruses. But of course, the historical events triggering this comparison between the biological and the informational comes from much earlier. There has been, of course, since after the Second World War, a very promiscuous dialogue, or an implosion, as Donna Haraway calls it, between information and biology. So the division between information traditionally associated with control and biology, which was traditionally linked to complexity, had already dissolved by 1984, thanks to converging conceptions of the nature of the two, but also thanks to the foundation of cybernetics and the discovery of the DNA, and also some deliberate advocacy by people like Wiener or von Neumann or Shannon and Weaver, who clearly tried to establish a direct link between the two. So the pervasiveness of technologies that came after that collect information as discrete data and digitize the biological to make it machine readable have only intensified since. So disciplines such as bioinformatics and synthetic biology, or the more recent engineering turn in biology, all of these confirm the extent to which biology is translated into quantified computational material. But the analysis, of course, have worked also the other way around, because the notion of life and intelligence have inspired the computing too. And of course, these exchanges work for viruses as well. So we have, for instance, in the mid-90s, people like Forrest, Hoffmeyer, and Somayaji, who introduced early computer immunology model. So this model focused on building an artificial immune system to protect the computer networks based on immunological principles coming from the biological and the biological sciences. So the computer immunology approach has become favored by those in security research seeking to understand the dynamics that regulate computer viruses and to produce antivirus software. And this is like a quote that I really like, and it really puzzled me. Here, Forrest at a certain point asks how this approach, this immunological approach, could be recirculated back into the biological sciences and in understanding the functioning of all complex systems. So I quote, if we set out to engineer a protective system that operates successfully in an environment with some of the same constraints as those faced by the immune system, what components would we need and what would we need them for? To what extent would these components resemble the natural immune system? So in this case, a biological process is used to build an artificial environment. So the opposite process is also true. Think about biological viruses and the way they are visualized, for instance. We usually use an electron microscope, which renders renders a pre-prepared biological specimen placed in a vacuum chamber as a black and white refraction. So electron micrographs, well, the early one, of course, were not digitized, but the one that we see today are already existing on the screen. They don't stay there for long. They are actually subjected to a series of digitalization processes that end up creating some hybrids between the biological and the informational. So say, these are very famous visualization models of SARS-CoV-2. One is by Alyssa Eckert on the left, which is the super popular one that was created for the CDC. And the second one on the right is by Veronica Falconieri-Ace. It's a 3D model of the virus produced for Scientific American in July 2020. So in order to be visually legible and comprehensible, these images had to be to exist. So viruses in this case had to exist as digital biological hybrids and as composite objects. In other words, they were built by combining different data sets and research findings and from different labs, actually, on different sides of the world, and processed through a number of applications. The models that we see in magazines and journals and the models that you see here are images where information and biology are already seamlessly combined. Thierry Bardini argues that, and I quote, models have become reality in the making, as they allow us to simulate unfamiliar problems by replacing the unfamiliar with the familiar. Okay. So this sentence, turning the unfamiliar into the familiar. There seems to be a preoccupation in making the rendition of viruses as models and illustrations a bit more familiar to us. Models and renditions make viruses simplified, as too much information would be difficult to extract. But this simplification, or sort of geometrification, so to say, also makes it easier to draw comparisons between different realms and to allow generalizations about viruses to persist. The apparent clarity produced by this generalization also is done to acknowledge rules and obligations that govern scientific and technical knowledge. These representations are the product of conventional knowledge, established scientific protocols, and stylistic conventions that are built on top of each other. But they also inevitably retain preconceived popular culture and historical ideas about viruses, including those causing anxieties. And you can see from the colors that are being used, like bright colors, red, psychedelic, like like bright green, etc. One of the most interesting elements unifying all models in their portrayals as simple objects emerging from a void. So you see here that from images of viruses like in a blur, like rather blurred, you can see that they become more and more sharp, and at the end the model is portrayed in isolation. And this is also carried into artworks, by models and also artworks. So here are two radically different images and from different, made with different media, because one is the work of interdisciplinary artist Lutz, and the other one is from designer and programmer Alex Drachulescu. These two images are so one is a sculpture, of course, from Geran's Glass Microbiology, which is a series, and the other one is from another series called Malwares. So I'm not going to describe them too much, but both are, so you see the isolation of the virus, which is a sort of petri dish view, really, where the geometric forms, the colors, or the absence of colors, in the case of Geran, to draw attention to the artificiality of the use of colors in visualization. So, but all these items demonstrate the extent to which methods and conventional forms of representation are preserved in radically different rendition of viruses. So in both cases, the making familiar acquires crucial significance for opposite reason. So generalizations here are used out of necessity and as a convenient move to either construct a material, tangible item where there is no original one, such as in the case of Drachulescu, strings of code that are pieced together to create an image here, or to highlight the way in which many elements composing viruses are manipulated and constructed to direct the viewer's perception of a certain entity, as in the case of Geran. I'm going to move to number 2, epidemiologies. The viral travels thanks to human and non-human material and media traffic. Epidemiology is the subject that is the discipline that studies the incidence and recurrence of given diseases among the population. Outbreak narratives, as Priscilla Wald teaches us, mark the evolving story of disease based on repetitions, recurring tropes, and other narrative formulas. Here, outbreak narratives generated by epidemiological analysis and media coverage of pandemics from homogeneous perceptions of epidemics and infectious diseases. This makes the route of transmission visible and help epidemiologists anticipate and manage the course of the outbreak. But this is also a top-down approach, because scientists and the media are the ones that regulate the distribution of these narratives, and somehow in a very biopolitical way, facilitating the delineation of the membership and scale of the population. So outbreak narratives are somehow coming from an hegemonic perspective. They include metaphors of war, which we've seen in the last few months, words like attack, penetration, and other vocabulary evoking aggression. They include assumptions about carriers, about the vulnerable and the poor. The narratives live in recurring objects such as masks or vials or syringes, and animals such as birds, bats, pigs, or other scary bugs, and also funny monsters that live in our computers. So they are also perpetuated by iconic images and cinematography. I'm going to show you this iconic map of COVID-19, which was circulated right when the pandemic started. And it was created by John Hopkins lab it has become very popular, not because of its accuracy, because there's a lot of other maps that are accurate, but because of because it is emotionally arousing. In fact, the user, so the use of terser colors in other maps, like say, for example, a WHO map that uses, like, I think, some like blue and violet, they might look a little bit more authoritative because they're coming from a big institution. And also the neutral palette that they use is actually typical of an authoritative rhetorical style. But this map went viral, and the WHO did not go viral, as a matter of fact. But this is because the background, the Johns Hopkins black background and saturated red symbols connote danger and urgency. They really hit the viewer immediately. So, and here I see that there's a comparison to be made with computer viruses, but I wanted to show you this because something has happened with time. So many security and antivirus companies, such as, for example, Kaspersky Lab, just to name a few, have produced computer epidemiological maps. This has been done since the late 90s, and often they have mimicked maps created by the CDC and the WHO. And you can see the one by F-Secure in 2008 on the left. Their goals were epidemiologically inspired. They were made to identify concentration of multiple threats, their spreads, and their trajectory to determine which area to monitor the most. But at a certain point, the tone of urgency of the early 2000s has been substituted by a more playful note, playful tone. As you see in the image on the right, which is a screenshot from the Kaspersky's Lab Cyber Threats Real-Time Map, and this from 2021. You see that their design and narrative, the design and narrative have become closer to a video game than epidemiological map. The intensification of online activity, as well as the increasing popularity of mobile devices and the ubiquity of Internet of Things devices, for instance, have caused security threats to really diversify. So you can no longer make maps that portray terrifying single worms with memorable names like I love you or my doom, threatening entire networks. But right now, you have many different threats. So with their color coding and their comparison between cyber threat, medical emergency, and terrorist threats, maps could work as very good comparisons. But at this point, there are too many, and so it is very difficult to recreate these maps. So maps have kind of withdrawn from the rhetoric that used to be in place before. So, but with their color coding and their comparison between cyber threat, medical emergency, and also terrorist threats, maps are very efficient in circulating what I called before the excuse me, outbreak narratives by assuming that the consumer is somehow homogeneous. But what about diversified personal and emotional reactions to contagion? And what about affective epidemiologies? That is, epidemiologies that affect the senses and also evoke more intimate and visceral personal effect. Okay, so this is an image, this is like several images from 2013 exhibition called Ambient Plague by Canadian Elaine Whitaker. I wish I could show you better pictures of the environment, because literally the viewer, once entering the gallery, was literally abreast, or literally filled with a profusion of petri dishes containing stills from well-recognizable pandemic sci-fi movies like Outbreak, Contagion, The Andromeda Strain, 28 Days Later, and others. And nearby other petri dishes contained unpainted reproduction of infectious pathogens such as HIV, rabies, flu, and others. The installation was titled "I Caught It at the Movies." And then there was another nearby installation which displayed syringes, test tubes, bundles of strings, and other objects evoking infectious diseases, contagion, and viral agents, and all covering the surfaces and connecting these petri dishes and the objects was a layer of cultured allobacteria and crystallized agar, which to me was a reminder of the interconnectedness, the dynamic behavior, and the pervasiveness of all pandemics. The pairing of such a variety of items provided an opportunity for the spectator to contemplate the viral symbols of infectious diseases and their very own inability to disentangle aesthetic elements and scientific data, technical information, and popular culture, the characteristics of individual pathogens, and their generalized and vaguely defined pandemic qualities. The disappearing boundaries of and between the objects of display and the cinematic narratives not only conjured up reflections about the continuity of science and fiction, but also the power to generate a range of different and often alternating feelings. In fact, these petri dishes may or may not unify a population immersed in the same culture. Individuals may ascribe different meanings to the same objects, for instance, based maybe on their experience or perceived the danger of a virus. But they could also evoke indistinct clues from historical epidemics that are long gone, but have been passed on and survived in the collective imaginary for many years, losing their specific meaning and becoming really just refrains that emerge every time a pandemic is called or referenced. And I want to show you another exhibition. This was from 2019, but and it's from Ruth Cathand, who is a Plains Cree. She opened her series trading at the Art Gallery of Oshawa in Ontario. Her installation featured giant viruses. You can really maybe see a little bit, but they were made with a specific technique, which is a traditional beading technique. When European settlers established themselves in the Americas, they brought in inexpensive beads and they traded them for much more valuable fur. So this was a little bit of a dishonest trading, but the uneven exchange also brought deadly infectious diseases such as influenza, measles, smallpox, typhus, cholera, scarlet fever, and many others. And similarly to Whitaker's movie shots, Cathand's images of viruses and bacteria are familiar images, evoking those very outbreak narratives described by Wald, but here, the viral has exceeded its direct effects, as it is not limited to infectious diseases, but it refers to the viral-like expansion of settlers and colonial Canada and their unfair trading, as well as the diffuse emotional, physical, and material impact that this expansion brought to the indigenous population. The viral here comes to inhabit the memories and symbols of Cathand's ancestors. ancestors. Three, it's not two, three, the last one, appropriation. So in their analysis of network culture, Alex Galloway and Eugene Tucker mentioned that one of the common assumptions regarding viruses is that they appear to spiral out of control. But, and I quote from them, calling such instances accidents or networks out of control is a misnomer. They are not networks that are broken, but networks that work too well. They are networks that beyond one's capacity to control them or even comprehend them. So in other words, the way viruses behave and spread, the way they exist in nature or within digital networks is in conflict with the attempt to control and dominate them. Roberto Esposito reminds us that either life holds politics back, pinning it to its impassable natural limit, or on the contrary, it is life that is captured and prey to a politics that strains to envision its innovative potential, imprison its innovative potentials. The distributed and unpredictable spread of biological and computer viruses and the viral on its own makes it hard to control them. But control, binary thinking, and anthropocentric opportunism are here to stay. They're part of the same box, really. In fact, the successful dissemination of the viral, thanks to easy analogies, may encourage the appropriation of viral qualities. The viral is attributed, as we know, to viral marketing, to viral videos, or expressions like going viral. But here, the viral is selectively appropriated, as if to imprison it, to tame it, to turn something that is unpredictable by nature into something that is controllable, something that is perceived as negative into something that is positive. So my question is, can the unpredictable and capricious behavior of the viral be also embraced? So I'm not here suggesting that to embrace the viral or to become viral, one must passively accept it, but one could welcome it as a way to cope with the complexities of unpredictable events. So lacking strategies to flesh out these events in traditional ways, as we've done, for example, with climate change, we must now turn to other tactics. For some artists and practitioners, becoming viral then may help them describe futures of coexistence with the viral, and for others, it may turn into new ways of existence altogether. So what does it mean to go viral here? I'm drawn here to Joseph Neck-Vatal's Viractual, which is a new topological cognitive vision of connection between the computed virtual and the uncomputed corporeal world. So this definition is very much in line with the idea that information and biology, virtual and actual, biology and information do not lie in well-separated or unbridgeable containers, but are situated, as Stephanie Fischel argues, in a continuous or mutual becoming, a co-production or co-evolution of people and things, unquote. Neck-Vatal enacted the Viractual in his artistic computer robotic assisted acrylics. In this works, an artificial life virus created with the help of Stefan Sikora, and sometimes operated by a robotic device, invades, transforms, consume, and ultimately remake the original images. And in the background here, there's one of those images remade by the virus. Neck-Vatal here refuses to exploit the selected qualities of the virus. The virus here acts independent of any human intervention, making its way across the digital canvas and following its own programmed logic. Another artist who's been engaging with the viral is Pei Ling. She has been researching the relationship between human beings and viruses since 2015, even before, and she's been in dialogue with virologists, humanists, and performers. She built installations, assembled board games, staged video performances and group socials. She wrote a cookbook, and now she's actually knitting a virus. So her works come down to two important questions. How do humans coexist with their viruses? Is it possible to domesticate the virus? Or speculative design narratives imagine futures where viruses are incorporated into everyday activities. So you have on the left an image from smallpox syndrome, where she imagines a future where Western biotechnologies merge with the Eastern philosophy around medicine. And I quote from her, instead of combating the pathogens, the focus shifts towards how to enhance human immune system for unpredicted infectious diseases, quote. For her multi-part series of installations titled Tames to Tame, and on the right you see a screenshot of the performance. She invited dancer and choreographer Xin-Yu Chang, portrayed here, to demonstrate special exercises to avoid contact with surfaces infected by a virus. However, the sinuous and elegant moves of the dancer are neither aggressive nor fearful. And she appears to be dancing with the virus, gently avoiding the surfaces where it potentially hides, and using caution in order to be able to coexist side by side with the virus without trying to kill it or rejecting its experience. And I want to conclude with this example. In 2012, Italian interdisciplinary artist Salvatore Iaconesi was diagnosed with brain cancer. As doctors dispensed a lot of advices that felt to him orders to follow the typical standardized path of other patients, he found himself caught in a medical system intent to measure, visualize, and examine his condition only. So basically, he felt, by his own word, his own tumor. He also realized that all the examinations that had been performed on him and that provided important information about his condition have been extracted and stored away from him in a format that he could not share freely. So his reaction became a long-term performance journey that is lasting to these days. He is actually undergoing this with his working and life partner, Oriana Persico. And it was initially called La Cura, but I think even if maybe they do not draw the comparisons between the two, but like the current project that they are doing is very much coming from this. And it is morphing into a new philosophy of living and being with others. So this journey extends well beyond medical treatment or data sharing. So initially, in order to demedicalize this condition, he released his medical data online and turned to the larger community. So his endeavor acquires here a much more profound significance in the context of understanding the virus. His request, in fact, was not just of a medical nature, but had a broader symbolic value, drawn by a need to open up cancer source code as a biopolitical right of healing, aimed at redefining concepts such as disease and cure to reappropriate the condition of being ill and to foster a society that recognizes disease as a complex experience, one felt by social bodies as much as individual bodies. So this story far exceeds issues of information gathering and dissemination, issues of disease and contagion, risk and control. This act of sharing is not meant to disseminate information with the purpose of receiving more. This act of sharing projects outside, far away from a circle of intimate friends or trusted acquaintances. It has welcomed a precarious and indeterminate space, a new open-ended living, just like the seed that we saw in the beginning in Christine Robster's theater piece, as open to darkness and to the unknown. The gesture of sharing is both an embodiment of the viral and a gesture of care. I want to remind you what Maria de la Bella Casa explains about caring. She says that caring is everything that we do to maintain, continue, and repair our world so that we can live it, we can live in it as well as possible. So to conclude, what does it mean to embrace the viral today? The pandemic brought in physical and emotional discomfort, as well as a lingering and diffuse sense of uncertainty. But what is the direction that we need to take? Should we return to a hopefully controlled back to normal, or move on and imagine an unimaginable future? Can we open up to a future where care can be achieved? Okay, I finished. Thank you so much. I'm gonna end the show now.
Thank you very much, Roberta.
Thank you. It was wonderful. So many ideas and questions coming from this. And I can only phrase them in long, complicated ways because they're so multivalent. Let's start with this idea with visualization and models and representation, which always have this level of simplification. So they're meant originally to enable us to understand discrete and minute details, but often take without or intentionally ignoring the situation, say the environment or the ecology that's around them, by showing the virus itself instead of the whole environment, or even misunderstanding its own purpose. All this these visualizations and models they actually remind me in some way of the 16th century religious propaganda, where when the printing press came out and all these images appeared and were mass produced so that everyone could have them, and so it's part of this already a kind of situation we have of too much information, which then just overloads and confuses people, maybe creating actually a space for narratives of disinformation, which have their own purposes. So as much information that is put out there to help us deal with COVID, we still get people who are insisting on ivermectin as the answer instead of the vaccination. So I'm wondering what role does this visualization and models unintentionally, or in some cases intentionally, play with leading to over-information, disinformation, and basically creating immense amounts of noise instead of the simplification they set out to do?
This is a very complex question, actually, and I really don't have an answer for this. This also has to do with science communication and the way, on the one hand, scientists and those people who are doing public relation for them assume to be the type of literacy that the public has. So the assumption that the public doesn't have any knowledge and is just absorbing whatever is given to them. But there's also the question of, so the scientist has ethics, and the question for the scientist is, how do I represent something that like in an accurate way, right? And then there's also the other aspect that I just mentioned en passant in my paper, that is when you're creating these visualizations, you also need to pay tribute to a long tradition that has been representing viruses or other microscopic organisms like that for a long time. So what are you doing? Are you creating something like completely new and proposing it to a public that may or may not be literate? about these images, or do you break from it with the risk that your stuff is going to be completely ignored, or do you just play the game that everybody else does, right? And I think one of the problem with disinformation, I didn't talk about disinformation because there's a lot of stuff that has been written about it. So I'm like, okay, yeah, people know already about it. But the idea about misinformation, so there's misinformation and disinformation, right? So the idea that, so there's a little bit of misinformation and just a tiny bit of disinformation, in the sense that those people in the know that when you're representing a virus, the virus is like floating in this like soup of a lot of other stuff, right? But nonetheless, we are portraying it as a single individual thing. But this is not because we want, like, because the visualizers want to mislead people. This is because of clarity. This is because of traditions, and this is because of, and it's also because of rhetoric, because we are only influenced, including the scientists, by this idea that like the ideas, the assumptions that we make about viruses. So I don't want to ramble more, but yeah, I think that the issue of misinformation is complicated, and yeah, I don't know. Has anybody written about this kind of stuff in terms of the misinformation that is being disseminated? I don't know. I think we are still trying to work it.
I think people are trying to figure it out. I see articles, at least, of analyzing it, but not quite there yet. I don't think we have the distance. It'll be interesting in 10 years to see what
because I think you can only approach one subtopic at a time.
Mm-hmm.
So when you're talking about visualization, like before, like in the last 2 minutes, I mentioned misinformation, disinformation, the literacy, the science, and there's a lot of stuff that it goes into like one specific item.
Well, this was really great, Roberta. Also, thank you from my side. This was actually panopticum of it was a panopticum and cosmology of the virus in the computational, biological, and cultural historical dimensions. Thank you so much. It was so dense. I think we take a lot of ideas also in our final discussion, I'm sure. I found various approaches absolutely remarkable. I have a hard time to kind of like come to conclusions or to actually respond to the complexities here. I'm rather fascinated. It just also occurred to me, it became so clear with the examples that you showed us, especially the media visuals of graphs, and also the tendency of the quantification and the intensity, of course, in the last 1.5 years for obvious reasons. But the usage of graphs, I just had this idea, are we actually, I mean, the dichotomy of body and mind, the dichotomy of techne and natur, in tradition, of course, this is probably all what we want to kind of discuss against here, us here, but the tradition of the dichotomy of division of body and mind. And I just see, it just occurred to me, tell me if I'm wrong, but it occurred to me that maybe with the media coverage using these graphs, this is exactly the way where this traditional dichotomy that we actually should break is continued. Abstractification, or how can we say that, to keep the virus abstract by numbers and graphs, and then but at the same time to keep it abstract as angst, fear, and fear of contagion. And it was so actually revealing, and I found it very, I don't know if it's consoling, but also very great that you finish with Bea Casa and the idea of care and the idea of embracing the virus, and also the artist examples, especially Pei-Ling and Neshwatal and also Elaine showed very much is the openness to embrace the virus, metaphorically, of course, and to actually, maybe these are exactly these steps of breaking this traditional dichotomy I was talking about.
The thing about numbers and quantification. I mean, quantification, we probably all know that has a long story, and like since the Enlightenment, like the mechanical objectivity, this is how Daston and Gallison calls it, has been really promoting this idea that data or numbers are neutral and should be taken as a given and the ultimate authority, right? I think that it's like this idea of quantification is a little bit so a way to make things more authoritative. Like, for example, I'm thinking, like when you were talking about graphs, like I was thinking about all those numbers and those crunchy numbers and those visualization that came out during the pandemic by those, I call them armchair epidemiologists. And those really contributed to the misinformation that was around, because everybody had their opinion. Everybody could manipulate data. And it was also a demonstration that data are not neutral at all, right? But yeah, the idea that, so there's two things that are happening right now, and I'm glad that like the pandemic is actually breaking this. So on the one hand, the idea that quantification is like God and is like the ultimate authority has become very visible in this case. But on the other hand, because it has become visible and because there has been so much going on, and because we have realized that not all quantification, not all graphs and data can predict the future, it is somehow a little bit trembling. So we are starting to think that maybe we should not just rely on numbers, and numbers are not always saying the truth, or they are not always neutral, right?
And exactly, I found it so really great that the moment when you brought in that measles and other infectious diseases were brought in by colonialists. And actually, I think even the graphs that we look at it in the news throughout the whole globe, they are so Northwestern. They do not represent the world. They do not present the global South. I mean, when I looked at the chart that you showed with Africa, it is the measure of where it is being measured, or and it is such a it's so geopolitical actually.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, one assumes that because there is no cases in Africa, there are no cases, but like in reality, we don't have any recording because nobody cares, right?
I think the mixture of having it's a very young population and there are very few tests. I mean, there was something on BBC, but somebody said, why are there so few cases in Yemen? And there are so few cases in Yemen because no one is giving tests in Yemen. And there are other problems, the healthcare is dealing with other problems in Yemen, a civil war. It was interesting also that you went.
But these are things that are not specified. So you see a map and you just see numbers, right? But you don't see the specific cases. And I think that Regine has said that. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say maybe for one final question, it has to. You were bringing in both Joseph Neshwatal and Pei-Ying Lin, and so Joseph has used viruses as a creative potential to kind of take apart images and maybe immerse them into noise, as you would say. Well, Pei-Ying Lin also did a wonderful piece just as the pandemic was starting to make viral meals. So she researched foods because many, even humans themselves, our genome has been changed by viruses. And not all viruses are, infecting and destroying cells, but some live dormantly inside and add to it. And so many creatures on both plants and animals have been changed by genetically changed by viruses. And she did research and worked with chefs to cook meals where the vegetables or the shrimp had these viral histories that appeared maybe in the coloring of the shrimp and something like that. So that's, again, really interesting way of how nature has lived with the viruses. When we have trees, we have plants in our house plants that have these white colored leaves inside the green. That's usually a virus, and so we like the aesthetics of the virus. And so that would be what would be living with the virus from an aesthetic and ethical point of view.
Oh, well, this is a big question that I ask myself. I'm more than the aesthetic. I mean, in an aesthetic way, I mean, all these artists have been experimenting with viruses for a long time, and I really admire them for opening up to, like, for showing, for revealing different aspects of the viral. But going viral as a form of living, I think we have a long way to go. And I mean, this is something that I've been thinking about a lot, especially after I moved to Canada. When I moved to Canada, so before I moved to Canada, everything seemed to be like very, very certain and very like straightforward. But once I moved to Canada and I became an immigrant, I became a precarious academic. I became a person who chose not to be institutionalized, as in like being in an institution, not being in a mental hospital. But all of these questions become very real, and you realize that it is very difficult to embrace the viral, because the viral means embrace something that is open-ended, something that goes a little bit against, like, the autocontrol that Tucker and Galloway mentioned. Like, you want to tame something that is out of control. You don't like stuff that is out of control. And I think that right now we are dealing with like stuff like climate change and other unpredictable weather. So I think that this is the time to start thinking more in an open-ended way, rather than trying to predict everything, because we can't, because the pandemic has actually demonstrated that we can't predict everything. And no matter how many technologies and how many techniques we are using to do that, we can only do it partially. I'm thinking about the epidemiological models, for instance. Like, they're more made for warning and for advice, or that to give directions, than to really predict what is happening. But this is like the most difficult thing to do, because our like Western society has grown as society that likes to control things. Exactly. So the viruses are teaching us a lot in this case. It's just that, like, I don't know if we want to listen.
Good final word for that panel. Exactly.
I don't know how many agree with me, but
we will discuss this further. I found this so highly interesting and important, but I just see that time typically always in conferences runs faster than normal. So I think we have to close up this panel with this wonderful, insightful keynote. Thank you so much, Roberta.
Thank you.
For sharing.
Thank you so much. I was so honored to be here.
We will continue the discussion. And now, actually, after a couple of minutes, we will continue at 10 to 5 with our next panel C, Critical Thoughts on Artificial Intelligence. And Roberta, you stay with us, and hopefully we all meet later all together in the final discussion at 6:30 CET. Thank you so much, Roberta.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. This is Tuğçe Eren, and I'm very happy to welcome you to the final panel session in the online conference Under the Viral Shadow. The conference Under the Viral Shadow started at 11 a.m. in the Berlin time with the introduction of co-curators Regine Rapp and Christian de Lutz. So far, we welcome Vivian Su, Anna Dimitriou, and Alex May in panel A, Sarah Grant, an academic contribution by Christina Oetmeyer and Daniel Vasiliev in panel B. After a lunch break, our conference program resumed with a keynote by Roberta Buiani, and now we are in panel C, titled On Artificial Intelligence. Two of the artworks in the exhibition focus on AI, particularly speech-to-sound and text-to-image technologies, and their usage as an artistic tool. First, Benjamin Bacon will introduce his work, Probot 2, Subaudition. Afterwards, we welcome Jean Kogan, who will talk about the project Abraham. In our panel discussion, we are also happy to welcome Alexander Koenig, who will talk about the technical realities of artificial intelligence and examines the subfields of machines. And lastly, the screen will be Kata Spils, who will discuss and challenge the binary gendered social and cultural structures as well as technological infrastructures. Before I leave the screen to Benjamin Bacon first, I would like to shortly introduce him. Benjamin Bacon is an interdisciplinary artist, designer, and musician that works at the intersection of computational design, network systems, data, sound, installation, and mechanical sculpture. He is an associate professor of media and art and director of signature work at Duke Kunshan University. He is also a lifetime fellow at V2 Lab for the unstable media. He is also co-founded Dogma Lab with his partner, artist Vivian Zhu. Screen is yours.
Hey, let me share this. Can everybody see that okay? Good. Okay, so let's see here. So I am going to be talking about the Probe series, both Probe Series 1 and Probe Series 2. So basically the Probe series is a series of mechanical sculptures that investigates and speculates speculative futures of space exploration, colonization, and discovery through post-planetary machine life, providing a pathway and alternate forms of the panspermia hypothesis. So, following kind of through this thought exercise of panspermia, which is a hypothesis that basically theorizes that life on Earth originated from microorganisms or other kind of chemical precursors basically from outer space. Basically looking at this idea as an installation that speculates on the future where alien consciousness through machines can basically bear these space trials, and investigate different hostile environments of the Earth. So kind of looking at these explorations, these extraplanetary machine life would sense the world around it, objects, environment, language, and life forms, reinterpret what is sensed and transcode that information for other machines. At the same time, trying to form a communicative system with the life forms they investigate. Really looking at things like the 2019 catalog, Moving to Mars, Designs for the Red Planet, which was put out by, I believe, the Design Museum, and Space Settlements, which was edited by Fred Sharman. They present really a speculative work between artists and urban planners and other areas and disciplines in collaboration with NASA scientists in a series of kind of space habitat design and research proposals. So this was done in the 1970s, but really speaks to what we are thinking about these days and the perspectives that we have these days. So the probe series is basically an alternative proposal to that, which is how mechanical or artificial intelligent life in the context of planetary exploration and colonization could explore, understand, and communicate with life and environment in basically our solar system. So it's kind of turning it around from the idea that we would, when we speculate on going and colonizing Mars or other planets, but what would it be when they would come here? So Probe Series 1 really investigates how exoplanetary machines uses, so Probe 1 basically uses computer vision with machine learning to detect objects and life forms, including face and age detection to capture crowd data in its immediate environment. Probe Series 2, which is at ALB, investigates how you can basically use and capture spoken word with machine learning in its immediate environment, and speculates on how basically that alien life form or that machine life form would interpret that or misinterpret that human language and other types of interference that could happen. So just as a kind of a precedent setting here within my own series of work, I want to look at first Probe Series 1. So Probe Series 1 was collected and is on permanent display at UNArt Center in Shanghai, China in 2019. So you can see here that it's actually sitting inside the entryway of UNArt Center. Originally, it was actually planned to be outside. So the almost 2-meter tall installation is fully weather and environmental hardened. So, but basically due to some zoning issues and other things like that, it had to go inside. So it was really programmed and designed to be outside and looking at the world around it. So instead, you get basically the entryway and then what you can see outside of those windows. But as you can see in this screen, you've got 2 different cameras. So this installation basically tracks the life forms and object data of the immediate space around it, including human presence and movement, and then also other types of objects that it tracks, and feeds that data back into basically a machine learning model that develops and analyzes and then stores that in a database. So this is an always-on long-term installation. So keeping that data is actually pretty important for the generation of data visualizations later. So basically there's, as you can see here, there's 2 dual microcontrollers and cameras with machine vision algorithms built into the microcontroller. And that's kind of the top part of that egg. And this continuously rotates for 360 degrees, capturing basically whatever it sees within that entire environment. And in this case, both inside and outside. Again, we hoped it would be something that was just completely outside so it could catch animal life, it could catch cars and other types of traffic, but instead it catches kind of half inside the gallery, half outside. So, so let me just play this. This is an example of the data visualization along with kind of superimposed on top of the actual people within the gallery. So there's actually somebody sitting there at kind of the entryway, I guess. So basically when it creates, so every 30 minutes, it basically takes all the data that it's gathered within the gallery at that point and outside of the gallery, and creates this 360-degree LED screen display of this data basically driven heat map. And then it overlays it on top of each other. So this is kind of where this installation sits. So that's kind of an example of that. So, but moving on to Probe Series 2, which is sub-addition, which is the 2 machines that are at ALB. So sub-addition is basically an act or instance of basically understanding or mentally supplying something that's not expressed. So really looking at the implied meaning of words, the implied meanings of language. And within that, there's ambiguity and basically room for artistic expression. In this series, what I decided to do was do a binary set of machines, and that they applied machine learning methods to speech-to-text recognition to explore this idea of sub-addition through the degradation and meaning of spoken language by decoding spoken word into kinetic energy, information transmission, visual representation through light and color. So machine number one, here's the blueprints of that, and I'm just going to actually kind of move on to the next one. Basically captures human and directional position and environmental data within the gallery space, and it encodes that into Morse code, which is kinetically expressed through, let's see if I can get this to play, through solenoids and motion sensing. So basically, as you're speaking within the gallery space or in the space that the probe is in, it's picking that up, translating that in through machine learning into text, and then encoding that into Morse code, in which then the solenoids can basically tap back those messages through kinetic energy back to the spectator. Additionally, what it's also doing at that point is there are motion sensors around the installation, in which basically as you're speaking or as multiple people are in the space, it can pick up where people are and actually tap back through the solenoids to each person. And here's kind of an example of kind of an early point in the development of it. And to prepare to plunder their land in case of the outbreak of war. So I basically used a lot of different audiobooks as both ways to train the speech-to-text model, but also as ways to basically see if it was actually working properly in the speech-to-text translation there. But some of the really kind of more interesting things that happened within that, which would be kind of like glitch and error within the machine, because you also had multiple different solenoids and electronics within this metal basically cage. You also had auditory and other types of RF interference within an environment. So you had these kind of unpredictable interpretations of what people were saying. So on top of that, it would also collect, reinterpret, and then transmit the information to basically a receiver machine. And that receiver machine, just dubbed machine number 2, nothing fancy there, but would basically then reinterpret that Morse code over RF within light frequencies. And so, here are a couple of pictures from ALB that basically it will can be put in a different part of the gallery or a different space, and also reinterpret what people are saying in other areas within the space. So just as a quick example of this, this is actually the night before we sent these to ALB, and a batch of data seemed to contradict the scene. It turned out that the engineers had no framework for understanding Mandelbrot's description. So for those of you that can't actually visit the gallery, that's essentially the type of interaction that you'd see. You can see me in the reflection of probe of machine 1 actually moving around and seeing that. But really it's looking at the idea of artificial intelligence both as a memory archive for dynamic storage of complex kind of human culture, human language, and things like that, but also as an interpretation of decay and reinvention of that culture through how a machine would see it. So This is an ongoing project. So every about 2 years, I'm working on a new probe in the series. So probe series 3, which is currently under development, really investigates how, again, an exoplanetary machine that would come to our solar system would sense light and color within this kind of idea of how could color and light basically create a language within a kind of a 3-dimensional space. So, and I think the last one here is a really nice shot of ALB with probe machine 2. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Benjamin, for this very nice presentation about your work and connection with the Probe 1 and Probe 2. And before I move to the next panelist, I would like to remind that we are collecting questions for the Q&A session through our live stream YouTube chat. Our second panelist is Gene Kogan. He is an artist and a programmer who is interested in autonomous systems, collective intelligence, generative art, and computer science. He's a collaborator with the numerous open source software projects and gives workshops and lectures on topics at the intersection of code and art. Gene initiated ML4A, a free book for machine learning for creative practice, and regularly publishes video lectures, writings, and tutorials to facilitate a greater public understanding of the subject. The screen is yours, Gene. Thank you.
Okay, great. I'll share my screen. Can you guys see my screen? Yeah, okay. And you can hear me and everything. All right, I'm going full screen, so. Okay, so yeah, thanks for having me. My name is Gene Kogan, and we're going to tell you about Abraham. Basically, Abraham is a project about creating art through collective intelligence, through basically getting people together to kind of pool their creativity to make something really interesting. And it's kind of a combination of AI and human intelligence. So we're going to get into it. Just a quick introduction. I don't know why this should be here, but when I was a kid, I used to play like AI, video games. Like my favorite was playing hockey. But unlike most other kids, I would sort of let the AIs play against each other and just watch them. And so this might explain a lot about me and about this project as we get into it. I've always been really interested in AI and how to do things kind of creatively with it, watching them simulate and sort of create life and lifelike forms and so on. So I've been working in AI art for a long time now. This is a GAN trained on many paintings, and you can see that AIs are capable of producing really realistic and vivid sort of imagery. Yeah, this is another. These are all GANs. You've probably seen lots of these over the last few years, and yeah. Well, let's just kind of keep getting into it. So let me skip some slides real quick. This is actually some other AI art stuff that I've done before. This is actually a DC GAN from 2015, just showing you the possibilities of sort of AI generated art. This is also AI generated art using different techniques like deep dream and style transfer. These are some works that basically imitate the styles of different artists and different painters from different times. So lately I've been working on text to image stuff. So over the last year or so, it's become possible to generate really interesting looking images from text inputs, directly from text inputs. So like this is a banana performing stand-up comedy. I'll show you maybe some more examples of it. So like, let's see. a dinosaur in the rainforest, a cityscape made out of flowers, the vastness of outer space, a cart full of flowers. So all of these are generated entirely from text inputs. And this is kind of the genesis of the Abraham project. And I'm going to show you some screenshots from there. So so here's some, for example, this is just made from the last few minutes by different people using it. Destiny arrives all the same. Quack, quack. New moon. Magical castle night. Ancient Indian kingdom. Face of the digital renaissance. So it's become possible to generate images with basically like a natural language interface, making these really, really interactive and dynamic in correspondence with different people. A drawing in the style of MC Escher, so you can make videos as well. So for a long time, different artists have obsessed over, making agents that produce artworks that have some notion of autonomy or life to them, agency, kind of will. And Harold Cohen in particular kind of started the Aaron project from maybe, I think, in the 1990s, 80s, and made a lot of progress. He even gave Aaron a name, Aaron, and worked on it basically for the rest of his life. But all of these, artificial artists that we've created over time, they sort of have this they have limitations that they sort of don't necessarily they don't necessarily feel independent. They sort of lack agency. But there's this history of AI art and artificial life from the 1990s, simulation games, Electric Sheep. Basically, these are all examples of projects where either there was a notion of trying to recreate life using AI, or to simulate it, or in this case, Electric Sheep is a little different because it's not necessarily an artificial life project, but it's basically a collective intelligence project where this project is by Scott Draves. Basically, this project where the collective computing of a whole network of people is producing this screensaver. Yeah, simulation also falls in this category. So all of these things, they have these limitations where the program is sort of written by a single artist, and then the AI, so to speak, is kind of just acting out the creativity of the artist. So we think of this as like AI as a tool for an artist, and so maybe one analogy I have in my head is that the artist is like the ventriloquist and the AI is like the dummy. It doesn't have its own sort of life or its own soul. And this is something that I've been interested in kind of changing. Excuse me for literally 10 seconds. I have a horrible congestion this week. It's like maybe a sinus infection or something, so I have to kind of take a step every once in a while and fix that. So yeah, basically, so the question I'm trying to ask is, can we make the artist autonomous? Can we make the artist have its own voice? And so my idea is to kind of like, well, so I was kind of inspired by this concept of an art DAO. And an art DAO is a concept that emerged from kind of early thinking in the blockchain space about decentralized autonomous organizations. And this idea by Trent McConaughey and Simon de la Rouviere basically said, okay, what if we make a program, put it on, make a program that runs, basically immutably, unstoppably, autonomously, that makes generative art and puts it on the blockchain, and it either notarizes it or using something like a scribe, or basically today this would be an NFT, and then uses the proceeds for that to pay for its own computation and to pay for its own development. And so this was kind of the art DAO concept, and this fascinated me because it felt like it was introducing the missing key, which was autonomy. I think in the missing piece in most of the AI art projects that I had been, following up to that time. And there's been lots of interesting projects of generative art on chain, but all of them sort of lack this property of originality. So like things like autoglyphs, for example, generative. All of these they put shapes on into the artwork, and they're totally immutable, but they aren't they're not original because they're still created by a single programmer, and so the artist is sort of plagiarizing their author, I would say. And so Abraham is kind of basically an attempt to try to solve these collectively in one project. Basically, the idea here is that I want to explore this notion of artificial life, and and basically explore the use of collective intelligence and artificial intelligence in synchronicity, in some sense, to create unique and original works of art. And then there's some more practical reasons. There's interesting technologies that we're exploring in this project that have lots of very general general purposes and general applications in security, privacy, decentralization, and there's also some economic models embedded into this project, which I'm exploring. So let me keep going here. The basic premise is using trying to basically gather the collective intelligence of a network of people who are collaborating to basically give this artist their personality through some kind of a crowdsourced mechanism. So the idea here is that the artist gets its personality from everybody collectively, and so nobody controls it. It's decentralized. Nobody can imprint their own personality into the artist. It really should sort of reflect the crowd. And so this is kind of this has been what's obsessing me for the last couple of years. It's inspired, this idea is inspired by I kind of lean on certain cultural metaphors that we have for collective intelligence, this notion of superorganisms where the collective has its own agency, the hive mind. The hive mind is like an intelligence which is separate from each of the individual components. And so this is kind of like what Abraham is all about. Abraham, the more technically, like what I'm trying to do is take a machine learning model, like one of those GANs that I showed you earlier, and then basically decentralize its execution so that if it's a neural network, the neural network can be operated only through a decentralized group of actors who control operation to that model, either through something like a secure multi-party computation grid, which is what this is, or by some other means. And so this would achieve the sort of decentralization aspect. It's very experimental. It's very difficult to do machine learning decentralized. It's just not efficient. But there's lots of interest in decentralized machine learning for the purposes of trying to for sort of ancillary reasons, like for advancing security and privacy, but it has this other application which I'm most interested in. And I think that something like this, it can be said to model the collective imagination, because we're sort of imagining when we make artworks. We're using our imagination. We kind of pull things from our really deep and imagine things, and then try to bring them out. And then this is to the extent that machine learning reflects a training set that's made out of millions of contributors, then I think there's something very, very sort of deep and collective about that. And that's kind of what I'm going for with Abraham. Yeah, that's really all I wanted to say. So thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Super. I think we will have a lot to discuss towards the end of our discussion. But before we jump into our discussion, I'd like to introduce Alexander Koenig, who is a media theoretician, researcher, and audiovisual artist living in Berlin. He works as a freelancer in the fields of real-time animation, critical engineering, and digital video. He got his Doctor of Philosophy degree from the University of Fine Arts, Vienna. And Alexander Koenig was also teaching semiotics and media theory at the Maths-Akademie Stuttgart for several years, and is now giving lectures on machine learning at Bauhaus University Weimar. His interest in the intersection between science, technology, and art led him to work with artists like Constanze Rum and Emilia Scarnultier. By providing VR animations and digital simulations for experimental movies and installations shown at festivals like Berlinale. He is also deeply rooted in electronic sculpture and producing electronic music for over 20 years. So screen is yours, Alexander. Thank you.
Thank you for the nice introduction, and thank you for inviting me. I hope you can see and hear me. I want to introduce my short talk with a quote by Marx. Which I quite read, but only since the introduction of machinery has the workman fought against the instrument of labor itself, the material embodiment of capital. He revolts against a particular form of the means of production as being the material basis of the capitalist mode of production. It took both time and experience before the work people learned to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and to direct their attacks not against the material instruments of production, but against the mode in which they are used. And I think this quote of Marx is quite actual. So my whole talk is about machine learning, obviously, but it's basically that what I want to say is that it's not against the technology itself. I think the problem of the whole idea of machine learning is the digital capitalism behind it. So I want to give a brief information about the whole structure, especially about the organization of knowledge first. So when we look at the organization of knowledge in machine learning, we first see that we have the frameworks like TensorFlow, which is done by Google, that are developed by big institutions like Google and Facebook and so on. And this kind of knowledge is completely restricted by these institutions. So you cannot access the really deep structures of this kind of frameworks and so on. And also the papers published on the topic of machine learning are really in some kind of industrial level of research. So it's really hard for artists or independent researchers to access that kind of level, not just because you lack the information itself, but you also need organizations of knowledge and the means of production and industrial organization of programming and so on. So what we can access is the actual papers and so on. But when you look into these papers, it's the form of knowledge they publish. They're just basically mathematical formulas. So there's no programs that are released by them. So at the level of for what you can achieve with advanced knowledge, you can actually get into into certain frameworks, and you can go into applications of released code. So that's the stuff Gene also used. So that's scripts you can use, and that's open for the public. But even the building and the architecture of the systems is done by big institutions, and it's quite. I talk also as an artist or as a teacher, and I have to always teach the students not to get into hybris and tell, okay, I programmed an artificial intelligence system, because that's basically impossible for a single individual. So the next thing is when you look into these papers and the whole organization structure of knowledge, you see that there is no kind of knowledge structure that's based on some kind of a function, so or a real theory. So there was also a talk about the loss of theory at the end. So what they do is they compare, so they build machines, throw data on it, and then they compare the outcome of the machines and try to compare the results. So there's no theory behind. For example, it's a good quote by Jelinek of IBM, which shows there is no kind of semiotics behind all of this machine learning, speech recognition software. So it's just statistical. There's no idea of language itself. Also in art, it's just statistical. So there's no idea of art. There's no kind of also no idea of art behind it, how it can function or so on. So it's just mechanical statistics that are then compared, and so the best system is basically then that's released. So the next thing I want to explain a bit. So to frame machine learning in another way. So we were now into the knowledge structure. So that's actually the structure how machine learning is applied in the means of production. And maybe you heard. So where was it? Sorry. So yeah. Sounds a bit like buzzword bingo, but that's actually what I want to talk now about. So it's edge computing, cloud computing, machine learning, and the Internet of Things. So all are part of the digital capitalism. I think that's not about the buzzwords that unite it, but it's the digital form of digital capitalism and the production methods of modern software development. So the graphics I use now are directly from NVIDIA, famous software and hardware company now. And so you see on the left, it's edge computing and applications. So it's safety, retail, construction, manufacturing. Then you have on-premise servers, and then the cloud servers, and then visualization, and basically the whole display of the data. So, and I think what's really happening now, what's quite important, I want to show you this small device here. That's an edge device, also developed by NVIDIA. And so on these small devices are neural networks that are able to classify all kinds of visual data in real time. That means this data is processed directly on these chips, and just the classification streams are sent to the servers. That saves a lot of bandwidth, which is money, and also it's really highly scalable. So, and I don't talk about the future. It's really happening now. And so what you see, or what you might sense, so that so the neural networks on these devices, they're not central. So there's no central steering AI on servers or on cloud systems. The really interesting thing is that the artificial intelligence is happening on the edge devices. It's on the periphery. It's not central. It's specialized. A specialized network on the super small devices. So, but what was happening in the last couple of years, you might have heard about Kubernetes. that's a highly developed cluster system introduced by Google. And I think the history of the introduction is also quite, or says a lot about the knowledge structure and the monopoly of knowledge in our actual days. So Google developed a system called Borg, I think since 2004. So, and they used it for over 10 years secretly, so nobody really knew about it. And it's a highly developed, well, very abstract language where you can basically run servers and construct server structures in a really unbelievable large scale. So what they did, they abstracted hardware in a level of programming language. And I think 7 years ago, they released it as an open source code that was called Kubernetes, and it completely revolutionized the IT industry. So you can run your cloud servers over a programming language, basically. So you don't need to go into Linux or virtualization of machine. It's complete abstract level of language. And so the whole machine learning idea, what's happening on all development processes, make just sense when you combine it with this Kubernetes clusters. So you can train machine learning systems in these clusters and deploy them on the small platforms. So I show here. Maybe. Sorry. So here. You see that's an example for architecture, so it's quite technical, but I try to explain it a bit. So on the left, you see cameras, and they directly send the streams to this Jetson modules that are analyzing that, and then these streams are sent to AWS clouds run by Amazon. Same applies for Google. And what they develop now is a system of apps and browser interfaces where you do not even need to program your systems anymore. It's like a really slick software interface and so on. And the next phase, what's quite interesting is the training. So the training process is quite expensive, also in costs and in labor. So you need lots of data, obviously, big data resources. And so-called data analysts, which are basically statisticians that are changing the data into certain forms, and then you need really a hardwired labor in a really simple lowest form. So basically, people are just like cropping pictures and so on. So, and to build these data sets is super expensive and also totally out of reach for any normal person. So, and the training of these data sets happens then on also on NVIDIA cards normally, but these cards are not the cheap ones like on the edge computers. They're super expensive. So we talk about whatever, 15,000 euros upwards, and it takes a couple of days to train these systems. And then you can, after training, you can deploy them directly in a production circle onto these little devices. And so you can build your drone systems, your surveillance camera systems, and so on. And I think it's quite obvious that this getting more and more dangerous because of the monopoly situation, not just of the knowledge, but also of the production values. And the total monopoly structure also of this cloud architecture. So maybe you heard about this Gaia project in Europe that's happening, that's taking place now. They try to develop their own cloud system, but they're years behind Google and AWS. And when you compare, so I try to compare the cloud providers in Germany, for example, Hetzner to Google, and so, and it's not just like it's a bit forward. It's like alien technology. So you can easily set up a network or a whole cloud system for a company or a scientific computing facility on a browser. And I think that's quite a problem. So, and I want to close my talk with a quote by Simon Dawn. Now, in order that the human function be meaningful, it is absolutely necessary that each man employed at a technical task should acquaint himself with every conceivable aspect of the machine, should arrive at some sort of understanding of it, and should pay attention as much to its elements as to its integration into the functional ensemble. The technical object must be known in itself, for the relationship between man and machine is to be steady and valid, hence the need of a technical culture. So that's my final quote, and I think it links back to Marx. And so my plaidoyer would be at the end to have a conversation between the faculties and different kinds of knowledge, ideas, but with some kind of understanding. So you need some kind of deep understanding of how these things work. So you need to be able to understand the programming, but also I think it's mandatory that the people in charge in technology need to learn politics and ethics, because I think it's completely mental to think you can implant something like ethics or moral or any kind of justification in machine code. That's just not possible. And so yeah, that would be my idea. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Alexander. That was a very inspiring closing, giving a hint about the ethics and then moral side of technological development, not only about AI and machine learning, but it's actually can be implemented in any kind of rapid development in the technology. But at the same time, this is what we are living in, a rapid advancement in the AI technology. And then we sometimes miss the ethics and moral side, which connects very well with Kata Spiel's talk, which I would like to introduce them very shortly. Kata Spiel researches marginalized perspectives on technology to inform critical design in engineering. Their work is situated at the intersection of computer science, design, and cultural studies. Drawing on methods from critical participatory design and action research, as well as theories from disability studies and queer theory, they collaborate with neurodivergent and or non-binary folks in conducting explorations of novel potentials for designs, methodological contributions to human-computer interaction, and innovative technological artifacts. The screen is yours, Kata.
Thank you so much for that introduction. There we go. I think I share the right thing. All right, yeah, hello, and thank you all for having these conversations. Like directly connecting to the last thing, I do teach critical theory and ethics and design to computer science students. So we're gonna have lots of things to talk about there. It's very interesting. But today I will talk about adversarial examples, and largely about how I end up being one too many technical systems without intending to. I should also note that my current work is conducted as part of the project entitled Exceptional Norms, Marginalized Bodies in Interaction Design, and has been supported by the Austrian Science Fund, the FWF, under the project number T1146G. Usually I'm not that dry, the rest will be fine, more engaging. All right. I'm going to start with just briefly defining what I mean by a technological infrastructure, and how I generally understand the notions of digital mechanism, which I generally understand as kind of like digital mechanisms and tools governing access to resources along the options they offer. Though particularly, I'm looking basically at databases and their human and non-human interfaces. So for example, web forms. We first have to understand a bit of that databases can provide a form of text, and this is how I kind of like deal with it. So the way databases articulate gender is subtle, but constantly present. Predominantly, gender is then encoded as a data type of a Boolean. That is what most often happens, a purely binary representation of gender, either 1 or 0, on or off. You have a gender or you don't. It's not that easy. Even within seemingly progressive systems allowing people to self-identify along an extensive range of categories, or maybe even through an open text field, non-binary individuals might still be inauthentically represented in a reductionist binary to advertisers to maximize profit along gendered assumptions, which is what Facebook does, basically, for example. So it's not that even if we can, on the interface level, define ourselves, then that often means that it doesn't necessarily happen on the back end. And yeah, to that, a few additional words about me, so that it is a bit more clear why I find that problematic. My pronouns in English are they, them. I am Kate. For other languages, just please ask. And as you might have guessed, I am non-binary, and I did kind of always know about that, but I didn't have the vocabulary for the longest time. So I only came out in these terms about 6 or 7 years ago. And I'm also inter, and please, this is a disclaimer, keep in mind that not every inter person is non-binary or vice versa. The two just coincide in my person. And you should not assume anything about someone's identity without them telling you anyway. So I am non-binary and inter, and since I also hold a German passport, I had the incredible privilege of gaining a legal gender status outside of the traditional binary. I remember that when I publicly posted my corrected gender entry, a friend commented on social media, "Oh, I'm so glad that this is over for you now." And I remember thinking, over? I think it only just started. So you see, I suddenly found myself in a situation where I was challenging many societal systems built on gender binaries without me intending to. I was looking for recognition and for being myself. And suddenly I found myself in the position of being treated like an adversarial example, like as if I were, even deliberately, working against everyone else. So I looked at how this is kind of like happening in technology, and I've been doing an autoethnographic study, which I sometimes still continue to add on to, but I have started since August 2019, so when my gender legally changed. And the purpose was kind of like to look at whether there is an increasing awareness, look at these routine engagements that marginalized people have with the digital infrastructures. And I chose the topic of gender in web forms and subsequent databases, as this was a unique opportunity to investigate myself, augmented by my lived experiences, with the potential to garner insights into the implications of such digital infrastructures for marginalized people. The other thing is, I wouldn't want to do this to anyone else. So I recorded any interaction with gendered web forms, asking for gender directly or gender titles that would not allow me to register my correct legal gender, with the intent to conduct this research maybe for a year. Usually this involved in a screenshot of the situation, like this one. Yeah, which is, by the way, very German, because it says, it gives you academic titles, but it like has a gender marker behind them. So I did record these, and then I kind of forced myself every time to also have a brief personal note in every entry and on all the notes to trace my emotional development and the status of my feelings. So yeah, me challenging these infrastructures, I thought was kind of like a thing I could do, because I mean, this was then my job, and not just like, you know, how it is for many non-binary people and trans people and inter people, how they just have to engage with that less systematically, but on a daily basis without getting any recognition for this. This is my privilege, which is why I talk about this now. And as I started in 2019, and earlier on, it was pretty systematic. You see, there are lots of cases, and I'm kind of like writing it all down. And then there were these phases already starting when I just couldn't bear to willingly and explicitly expose myself to the continuous and sustained notions of negotiating my personhood, when anyone's personhood should not be the subject of negotiation in any case. But of course, it also got worse when COVID affected my personal life more vividly, which is why the following months, so after the lockdown was in Austria, I only recorded instances, or at least started the interaction with an entity in rare cases. Although I suddenly had to deal with more gendered infrastructures, because this is how you got your things. And still, what I have from this description is a set of 55 cases that I'm still adding on to. And it allows me to understand some of what is happening when non-binary people encounter gendered infrastructure. In most instances across the 55 cases are drawn from private or public commentary context, company contexts, and largely around commerce and transit. And the comparatively high number of universities and with job applications and academic funding bodies stems from my personal context as an early career academic who was on the job market during that time. And several institutions did, for that matter, not expect gender to be reported either by not asking for this information or making it optional, and those are not recorded. And now, latest, at this point, you might have wondered what this all has to do with artificial intelligence. There's nothing artificial about this, or like nothing artificially or otherwise intelligent about this here. And the thing is, where we get our data from shapes how we can process it and what inferences we make and what we end up knowing artificially to some extent, and how we then shape the lives of everyone. But to put it more bluntly and bring it down to more of the material consequences, what this also entails is how I still cannot get some insurance coverage because there is no model that exists for non-binary and inter people. Not health insurance. I have health insurance, it's great. Some jobs were not available to me, or only if I misgendered myself or indicated that my gender was another than I held legally, which kind of like is not a great start into an employment context when you have to lie about yourself because the form doesn't allow it otherwise, and they don't give you any chance to send your data otherwise. There's a lot of jobs that I didn't apply to just because of that, which in and of itself is also something that I could afford to do, which, you know, is not an option for everyone. And then whenever I voted, and I voted twice since then, I received my documents in a gendered way, and I was really worried on whether my no vote would even be legal and counted, and I'm not 100% sure that happened. Or that I nearly caused issues for my own institute to get allocated the money they should receive from the university, because I had to refuse to engage with the publication database because it did not only require me to misgender myself, but also to misgender co-authors. And that public housing in Vienna is only accessible to me if I misgender myself in the system, and that in medical contexts, I have to deal with gendered assumptions and rooms. Even in cases where the context is entirely different, there are no reference values for blood values for inter people. And that leads also to non-binary and inter people not seeking medical care early enough to avoid negative experiences. You see, artificial intelligence is always acting within a context that is largely informed by how we assume things to be. And for some of us, they aren't. And for those of us where they aren't, it's so exhausting. But, you know, all of that happened. And people who I interacted with treated the moment I engaged with them more often than not as hostile, which I found curious. So there were 39 cases in which I received a response. Sometimes they didn't answer. And in addition to how I classified the responses along argument and outcome, I'm going to give you here an example of how more of the kind of like fields that they had. So there were several cases where there was just like open hostility. And I will not go into the details of some of them because I also have to protect myself from potential retaliations. And another fairly common response is just like plain dismissal, like I know that an EU funding body, I asked to be able to apply for funding, and the IT system said, if you are the researcher, you will have to pick one of the two options to be able to submit the proposal, which I find interesting since it follows a notion of dismissing my existence and ignoring that I have a real problem by not being able to provide my legal gender. I cannot stress this enough. Though, I mean, but I should note here that whether someone has a passport that reflects their gender identity is in and of itself a privilege and should not be the only reason why you should offer this. But anyway, it's one of them usually. And I mean, some governmental bodies have continuously ignored my requests as well, despite automated emails promising a response. And yeah, how can I just be so stubborn and exist outside the binary? And I guess that it is better than promising a change, such as done by Austrian Airlines in September 2019 by stating, we are currently working on changing our interface, and failing to implement that for now more than 2 years. I have also checked to verify. So, you know, in about 5 cases, 1 out of 5 cases, sorry, but 20%, I managed to achieve systemic change, such as an academic stakeholder which replied after about a month that we changed our guidelines and forms to now include non-binary people. So that did happen, but only in 20% of the cases. And I cannot stress at what cost that comes. So as I indicated, I also documented feelings and direct emotional responses for these situations, and it just has not been good. I had not a great time even before there was a pandemic. I really had mental health issues going on with that, because it's really hard to constantly just expose yourself to the potential of being treated like I was in some cases. And those little cases, every time now I see one sign where I can, or a form, or like just kind of infrastructure where I cannot do this, also reminds me not only of what that means for all of my interactions with that infrastructure, but all the cases where that happens. So it is a trauma response, but I cannot do anything about that anymore. I still am proud I did that work, that's fine. Anyway, what I want to point out that the sustained negativity this research project amplified in my life, and by my choice to actively engage with the context in which I was not accounted for, might also provide an answer to those claiming they never met a non-binary person themselves, or that their non-binary friends never complain. And the cost of complaint just tends to be so much larger for us than for those the complaint is directed at. Please read Sarah Ahmed if you want to know more about this. I know I'm a bit over time, so I'm just going to wrap this up a little bit quicker than I would otherwise. But essentially, there are some suggestions of how you could treat gender in databases. But what I want us to do is to look at margins more productively, and that we shouldn't just keep on building infrastructures only oriented on majorities. That we keep on narrowing, because what happens then is that we keep on narrowing our definitions of what it means to be human, and cause more and more harm to more and more people. We need to start understanding what we perceive as an adversarial example, not as destructive, but as challenging us to do better, as aspects that allow us to figure out what data cannot give us and what automatisms do not give us, and where technologies won't save us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kata. This, I must say, from my perspective, I think your personal fight inspires and then creates a change for the next generations. So thank you for fighting for your non-binary gender. And then this is important to include the databases of many AI and machine learning databases. And I mean, I'm coming from a language that doesn't have gender. And it was so cliche years ago when people were just putting on these images on my Facebook showing how a language is gendered when you are using Google Translate. Because when you put like this is a doctor, I'm just using this on purpose because actually when you put it is a doctor in Turkish, but it's always translate he is a doctor in English. But when you put it is a nurse in Turkish, it translates she is a nurse. So this is so implemented already in the machine learning or Google's database early 2000s. And then this was a meme in the beginning of the Facebook when it was available in 2008-9 in outside the US. So that's why I find it really interesting to just discuss this transformational possibility of having more genders in the language, which will impact on databases for the machine learning and AI. This like a very gender oriented starting point to our discussions, but to just like a rewind, also just give a little credit to Alexander's critical position from a very Marxist perspective to discuss this like infrastructures and then capitalist system and in its connection to Google, which also part of what Jean was working on, because eventually this is certain databases, I guess, is influential for your work, right, Jean? It's just because when you have this like a AI for machine learning for artist workshop in Berlin in the beginning of the exhibition Under the Wild Shadow, you were also using certain open source platforms that Google created, because this was what we have access. Can you maybe give a little bit information about your workshop and then just connect with your practice?
Yeah, we had the workshop that we did for the well, it was basically a workshop on how Abraham works, and Abraham is using all open source technology built on sort of deep learning libraries and models that have been trained on very large data sets to generate, you know, interesting looking images. It's all open source, so it's kind of this big collective wellspring of contributions. It's very hard to really, you know, well, the output is a product of many contributions, right? From the software that was made by, you know, researchers, engineers, and so on, to the data sets that influence the outputs. Those, you know, data sets are collected from many people, so it's this big sort of, yeah, this is really big collective process.
Very quick follow-up, but the database that you are mentioning, Jean, are you also using your own data set to feed Abraham? I never asked this before. I just realized it's an also interesting concept to feed with a certain image data set.
No, Abraham. So, well, right, Abraham, the scope of Abraham is a little bit bigger than the one generator that you saw, but the current generator on Abraham, that's using two models that were produced in different places by different people. Those models are very difficult to replicate. They're, you know, the amount of compute required is you would need millions of dollars to make it. And so they're released open source, and they're you know, allowed for this kind of usage. So so yeah, and then there's some code that basically combines the two models that lots of amateurs have been kind of you know, sharing online and kind of, you know, making a workflow based on that, and I'm part of this community that's doing that.
Mm-hmm. Before I would like to continue asking a question to Benjamin, but I also want to bring Alexander's perspective about the this edge system that you mentioned, that one can actually create their own devices. I find it is also interesting when we're listening Jean's Abraham project and your project that you are discussing to create one's own cloud systems and then edge systems. And so this is also decentralization of the whole capitalist system in a way, but how it is easy for individuals to just really create this infrastructures.
You talking to me? You asked me? Yeah, it's basically impossible. I mean, you can use these small devices. So we used it in our course and seminars, and I think for students or artists, it's quite important to get into that. So it's a development kit, and so you can get into it, so you can understand it. But it's at the end, it's a production pipeline in industrial scale. So what's actually what I actually showed is a pipeline for development operations on a scale of Google and so on. And yeah, they outmaneuver also the knowledge structure that you can access. So it's not really available, but I think you can somehow try to access it and understand it. And I think that's a good way also to criticize it. But it's not really possible to recreate also what Jean said. you cannot build this. You cannot train your own network. It's impossible. So you need AI engineers, you need the data, you need a lot of money, you need computing power, and so it's basically out of hands. So it's the old the old capitalistic or the old Marxist idea of the means of production. And I think there was a time in computing where you had access to the means of production, so you just needed a computer and you could code. But we are leaving that level, and it's not just like you don't have access it and you cannot understand it. So the knowledge is not available to a normal person. So no one is actually knowing what Google has available on technology or whatever. So no one knows how it works. So that's a big problem, I think. So it's a monopoly of knowledge.
I would like to ask a question to Benjamin, because when we were actually looking at Abraham project, there are certain databases that are part of the project, whereas in Probe 1 and Probe 2, you are creating your own data sets, correct? I mean, is it actually, it's just the data is collected real time in the exhibition space, and then it creates in Probe 1, it is collecting the presence of the audience, and Probe 2, it is still motion and audio. So then this is actually a different way of creating a machine learning system, in a way, in contrast to this like a capitalist system that Alexander is criticizing. Or maybe I'm totally misinterpreting it.
Well, I mean, I think with my works, it's much more about the idea in the context of how would I say? Sorry, it's midnight here and I'm pretty tired. So it's much more of, it's not just about the AI, it's about the larger concept, right? And AI is just one of the tools and methods that we can use to create these any kind of application, right? So machine learning, at least at the level that we have, right, weak AI, right, or weak machine learning, right, is only good for basically whatever we tell it, and it's usually good for one process. If that's manipulating an image or creating an image, if that's natural language processing of like speech to text for a specific language, so like when you're thinking about Probe 1 or Probe 2, sorry, when I worked on that piece in particular, there's 3 different models used. One for Chinese, one for English, one for German. The probe that was sent over to Germany actually only does English, partially because there's not enough data. Baidu had worked on a model for text to or speech to text, and there's some open source models out there that are just really not good at all. The German ones that I could find that were open source, since I don't speak German in any more than your basic tourist language, there's not much out there. I took some of the deep speech models for English, that's about 50,000 texts, and utilized that as the base for Probe 2. Probe 1 utilizes a couple of different image databases for image tracking, for basically object tracking, age, different things like that. I personally don't have the bandwidth or compute power to create my own large scale models. And Alexander talked quite a bit about this, to really be able to, and even Jean talked about this, to really be able to, create a model that is, it takes quite a lot of compute power. So, but part of the view that I also have is, if you're opening up app on your phone, if you're using an app on Google or whatever, it's the machine learning model that it's referencing is just part of the larger application, right? So within the probes, when you talk about the motion sensing or other types of interactions that are happening there, those are all separate programs talking to each other, right? So, or if it's RF network or different things like that. So it's just one small component within the larger installations.
Chris has a question that I would like to address to you all. What will be, to some degree, successful activism to create changes in the machine learning system? For instance, if a mass movement refuses to insert their gender into a binary option. Who would like to start first?
May I say something quick? I think it's the wrong idea. I think you cannot change the system by changing technology. It just shows the flaw of the system, and of course you can change the technology and so on. But I think it's still a very neoliberal way of approaching things, and I think that's how they treating things right now. It's just like basically like a PR campaign, or they're seeing like a rebranding. But you cannot just like rebrand something without changing the whole underlying problematics. So, I think, yeah, in my
Yeah, if I may,
please.
I would add to that. I'm not even I'm not even for visibility, right? I think visibility in these systems is actually sometimes a trap. So, or like more likely than not. I like to think about this as a way of like, do we need data in that way? Do we want to even do that in that way? Do we want to make car insurances differ along gender? Is this even something that we need to calculate in the way we do? I mean, this also ties, I see the other question already, sorry, but this ties into that, right? What is the cost of things, and is it worth that? Do we even need to consider really big systems that then tell us about things that we might not really, that might in the end only amplify or only serve those who already are benefiting from the current status quo? Like, I'm not sure, like it's nice, and I love a solidarity movement. That's not it, like from that perspective, and I think it can also help in terms of making like individual instances kind of rethink that. But ultimately, I don't think that I would feel a bit like I did not succeed in what I wanted to bring across, which might have happened. But like, if the logic from there is then ultimately, oh, what we do need is like a third market. No, that's not the point. The point is, this is a fluid concept that we assume to be stable, and that is what data does in a lot of ways. And maybe that's not what we should build really important decisions on. If our lives are more flexible, and if our, societies and beings are just like having more variety.
If I can interject here really quick, but I think there's a larger systemic thing that's happening outside of the technology itself, right? So, the technology, as Alexander pointed out, if you're using TensorFlow, which is, at least in probe number 2, I'm using deep speech, which is, produced, the program, the framework is part of TensorFlow, right? There is a very consumer view of that, right? So where are they taking, or what data did they use to create at least the English model, right? It was like 50,000 books, and most of it was like King James Bible and a bunch of English, very, kind of mainstream you know, I don't necessarily want to classify it here, right? If you're creating you know, it's not necessarily the programming of the neural network format, but it's what you're putting into it, right? It's the same thing when you look at facial recognition and some of these companies in the United States that, you know, bias Black people versus, or minority people versus, you know, white people, because they're pulling the data, the images from police databases of previous years, right? So it's not always necessarily the technology or the neural network framework, but it's where are you mining that data from? And, you know, and if that data is depending on who's creating that data profile, right? You know, if it's based for consumerism, they're going to want the 2 or 3 largest consumer markets. If that's not going to include, you know, non-binary gender because it's a small minority of the consumer base, well, then that's what it's going to contain, right? You know, so I think, you know, some of it is the technology, but a lot of it is just who is basically pulling in this data, because we need large amounts of that data to basically teach whatever that one purpose AI, one purpose machine learning model to do, right? So if it's coming from police databases of faces, well, you know, there's an issue right there, right? So, you know, I think we need to dig deeper beyond just saying, oh, it's the technology that's wrong. It's who's providing the data for those machine learning models.
Kata, you wanted to
ask? Yeah. Just briefly, there is a thing about data and kind of like also how you elaborated with the language. And I think language is such a good example, just because you can only ever recur on what already happened, no matter how long that distance, like it might be really short, but like only ever what just happened. You cannot actively take part with that approach, just on a very high level, in what actually is currently negotiated. And you have that a lot in this language context of non-binary people as well. And I think that also relates a bit to what Jean said about, like, you know, what is the generative aspect of this? The other thing is, I'm not sure we can take the technology completely out. I agree that it's also like where's the data coming from? Who is that collective? What kind of biases play into that? But I think inherent in those technologies, even if they're not working directly probabilistic, is a kind of tendency to shape towards what happens more, what is more likely to be. And that leaves those who are in like these unlikely margins out. And it will, like, just mathematically to some extent not be great for people who fall out of those aspects.
Jean, would you like to add something? Oh, sorry, Alexander, you also want to add something, but maybe we give the floor first to Jean and then I'll go back to you.
I don't have necessarily much to add. I would just say, maybe back to the original question, that like my interest in this area is kind of more about like economics, because a lot of the problems that we see in machine learning is kind of externalities from the predominant business model around machine learning, which is sort of is a microcosm of the business model of the internet, where the users of the internet are basically the product rather than the consumers. And so machine learning models are the purpose of most machine learning models is kind of to well, they're not necessarily aligned with the interests of the users of the machine learning models. And so like the solution to that is a user-owned internet and user-owned machine learning models. So sort of collectively owned machine learning models where, you know, if you contributed data or compute or anything to that process, you should be a collective owner of that model, and then and you should have governance over that model. And so once you start to have kind of this kind of an economic system, then I think you start to see some of those externalities get much better, because then the models will be more representative. Yeah.
Alexander.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. I think the biggest problem is that the whole research in machine learning is based on prediction models. That's what they're built for. So it's about prediction and also how these models or how machine learning is seeing the world is as a principle of vectors. So you need to get everything into a vector representation, and you can imagine it like a cloud cluster, and then you somewhere in this cloud is a point, and when someone is paying you, then Google tries to bring you from one point to one position to the next position to advertisement, and it works quite well. So it works so well that Google and Facebook own now 80% of the advertisement market in the US. So that it's a certain threat, and I think the next problem is lots of computer scientists then refer to the thing. Yeah, we talk about deep learning, but there's also other kinds of machine learning or of artificial intelligence. But when you look at the actually research founding, so it's totally based on capital, on economy. Even when you go to academia, where you think it might be free, but when you look at projects like Horizon 2020 and something like that, it's totally for economics and for market solutions. So there is no free research, and even when you see yourself as a computer scientist and when you want to go for free research, then you end up in academia, and you have to do a proposal, and then there's your research, and then you may get some funding, but with the premise that it makes some value. So you cannot research critical, and I think that's one of the biggest problems, that there is no, and all the research that is done, and so is like Benjamin said, is based on a capital market idea. There's no idea of something individualistic or something like that. So it's just not existing. And I think the best critique is coming now from economists. This article that was on the front page of The Economist, which is not exactly left-wing paper, but they called for antitrust against Google. And so because they even the latest neoliberal now realized, okay, you have a monopoly which should not exist in this idea of these people, right? But it's obvious. So, and they don't know what to do. And you have now digital markets, so they also build their own market ideas, and so I think it's quite problematic. And I think best that ideas come from lawyers now and economics. So.
Roberta put a question to our chat that I would like to read out loud for the audience. And what about the alternative that the controversial paper by Bender and Gebru et al. Propose? In addition, the question is bigger better? And is it possible to create data sets rather than just scape hegemonic data sets? We already started actually discussing it, but I wanted to just open up and then just read out loud. And also we have another comment on our YouTube channel that I would like to read so we can continue talking and discussing. Marvel wrote on our YouTube chat, "Don't think that the technology changes our life. I was wondering, you as artists and educators are pessimistic. Rather, technology is all of us in the society. Of course, we can change the system of technology." Yeah. Any comments on this?
I'm going to jump in here and just kind of continuing the conversation, but maybe also answering some of the questions. I'm not pessimistic at all about technology. I think technology serves a purpose, and in technology in itself can be both good and bad, right? It's nuclear power can provide power to lots of people and be very green, but it could also create radioactivity, right? And if that's let loose, let's let loose. But I think, one of the things here too that I always consider and think about when thinking about digital technology is it's based in ones and zeros. It's based in yes or no's. It's based in truths and falses, right? We scale that up and we get fairly, accurate predictive models from it, but it's still discrete. It's not like us living in real life, which I view at least as a very analog process that has the gray areas that there's something to do with when you talk to somebody, right? You can feel more than just what their face looks like or whatever. You see their body language, you interact, right? If I was just going off a predictive model, right, that's discrete, that's basing it on a whole bunch of yes or no's within a neural network, that's not giving me the full picture, right? So, I think there's limitations to our technology. I think it can do some amazing things for us if that's within the artistic space, if it's within economic space, if it's within modeling climate change, whatever it is, fantastic, right? But it's still binary, right? Down to the transistor. And I think there's something there that we need to think about, which is it doesn't deal well with the gray areas or the fuzzy logic that we can as analog beings. And, and maybe that's the next jump into quantum computing, maybe. But, and I think the cat's walking behind me, sorry. Whatever it is, but like, we're still dealing with a digital technology at this point that again is only as good as the person that programs the neural network or the group of people and the group of data that's brought in that is basically saying, yes, this is a cat. No, this is not a cat, right? It's still binary at the end. It might be a lot of binary, but it still is a true or false statement in the end. So.
Anyone else would like to comment or continue? Jean, are you pessimistic?
No, no, not at all. I think, technology is neutral. Ultimately, it can be used to, it can be used for good things, can be used for bad things. It's just a matter of, who takes the courage to aim those things for, the things that they believe in. I think, we should adopt these technologies, take responsibility over them, and encourage other people to empower themselves with the technologies, and then I think we'll get better outcomes. Technology is a tool.
Alexander, are you pessimistic as an educator?
No, not at all. So we had projects and seminars for education when we actually teach the stuff also Jean showed. So and I think it's quite. I can give it a short example if you like. So we use this word-to-vector text generation tool, right? So it was all over the news and it can generate poems and whatever. And so I asked the students just from their common knowledge, what would you like to do? And a woman came up with the idea to somehow synthesize all the text, all the basically made the AI write a new script of Tarantino. So feed all the neural network with Tarantino scripts, and then the AI should come up with a new script. And then we went into really programming this stuff and teaching how it works and all this vector representations, which is basically a statistic word count in a very, very complex way. And so then she changed the whole subject to the idea that she analyzed Twitter accounts from Obama, Trump, whatever, and analyzed the account of words and nearest neighbors and of occurrence to something like democracy. So you can really use these tools in a certain way to make some kind of statement about artistic statement about society or whatever. And I think it's a quite good example. And I think it depends a bit how you use that. So when you know how it works, you can use it in a certain way that makes sense. But when you just go into the thing, okay, I want to write a poem, and you play that game, okay, you know, it has some kind of a self, and we have a soul, and so on. When you play that game, I think it's leading to nowhere, and also giving some kind of the you do all these companies a favor. You support their PR campaigns at the end. But I think when you do it in a nice way, and when you really understand the tools, then I think it's really cool, and you can really do something nice with it.
Kata, are you pessimistic? I was pushed around with this pessimism question.
Oh no, I thought about it when I listened to the talks and was like, oh wow, this is going like, you know, and I'm gonna be the downer. But ultimately I have to say, so I have this kind of, I'm convinced that when we critique things, we think that they can do better. We think that at the core, they can improve. And at the core, we can have these conversations. And honestly, I wouldn't bother with these things, which is also why I'm not going to talk about nuclear, the power of nuclear things. I think they're just unilaterally, not discussively bad. But you know, and I mean, I do create my own technologies. Like, this is part of my work. I do things and I make arguments with technologies. I use them to build theory. I use speculations. I use design. I use actual things. And these also, like, you know, right now I'm relying on subtitles for me to comprehend things better. There are, I think, in the large grand of scheme, things, technologies are, you know, starting with reading, writing. There my cultural studies background comes out, but like reading, writing, calculating. But like in the large thing, we can't say that. But it's definitely what kind of like what does it do, right? And when it is based on probabilistic things, when it is based on making predictions from what previously happened, and kind of like falls into that trap of thinking that that will be like, you know, not more than an informed speculation, ultimately, then there is an issue. And it's never just a technological thing, it's a socio-technical thing. And, you know, under Trump, some technologies were used differently than under Biden, to say so, and some were used the same, or are used the same. So yeah, I'm not gonna say technology is neutral necessarily, but I'm gonna say that some are more neutral than others.
Thank you very much, all. It was a very fruitful and interesting discussion. And we will close this panel C on artificial intelligence on behalf of Under the Viral Shadow online international conference. And we will move on to our closing final chapter. Therefore, I would like to invite Regine Rapp and Christian de Lutz next to me, and we will have maybe like a 1 minute break to set up our system, and then we will be back.
Welcome back, everyone. So we're here for the final discussion. We've had 3 very lively panels and an amazing keynote. And yeah, maybe I'll just throw some questions, intuitive, maybe some absurd into the round, and then you can react to them, whichever one touches your fancy. First one is, what can biological systems teach us about technological systems or structures that we found ourselves enmeshed in? How has the pandemic affected the structures of our lives, both tying us more into technologies, but also showing that there's a universe outside of them? Yeah, and as the domesticated Physarum has lost some of its immunity, our Homo sapiens, domesticated by the internet, losing some of our own immunity or ability to reason. So I don't know if anybody wants to.
Who would like to throw some ideas into the plenum? Maybe we throw the ball over to Roberta.
You're gonna have to summarize the question though, because I don't know which one to answer. I was kind of hoping that other people would say something. Was it about the pandemic? The one about the pandemic?
Yeah. So how has it affected the structures of our life? We've become more kind of enmeshed in technologies on one hand. On the other hand, the whole pandemic has been caused by something that it comes from outside of our culture and outside of our technologies. I mean, a virus that lives in bats suddenly forces us to live indoors for months at a time.
Well, for some of us, it was kind of coming, right? But yeah, I think I don't remember if I said that before we went offline or while we were already offline. But I think that one of the things that happened, if anything, or maybe you need to pay more attention. I don't know, because every person is different, right? But one of the things that I realized is that all the deluge of information and like data and graphs and maps that have become part of our lives, and the misinformation that came with it, and also the failed models that were disseminated, kind of made us more aware of the fact that data are not neutral. And they made us probably more aware of the profound uncertainty that we are facing, and the fact that science is not what we assume to be, or what other people assume to be, what the popular assumption was, that is infallible and always having the right answer, etc. So I don't know. I think that this pandemic just kind of revealed a little bit the behind the stage of things. But I don't know if people perceive that, because every time I deal with these issues. Sorry, my cat is pushing my. But every time I deal with these issues, I actually don't know with quite certainty what people who are not in academia or in the arts or in our field think about it, right? Anybody else?
I don't know, Sarah and Danya seem to have a practice that is very much about showing how the internet manipulates us, as well as trying to even explain the internet through workshops and through doing. And maybe it also has to do it, sometimes I feel that it's this kind of belief in technology that the general public has that leads people to be manipulated, given disinformation, go off on tangents. Maybe we call it the fall victim to the white mold of the internet.
Well, as I did mention in the first part, or in our part of the panel, that technology should not be considered without its users. And of course, technology itself cannot help us, cannot save us, and cannot prevent things. And at the same time, it is us, the users, who mainly F things up. So that's sort of important to keep that in mind, considering networks and systems in general.
Yeah, I mean, oh, can you make yourself down? Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think that I actually talked about it. I talked about this issue a lot with my students at Kassel during the pandemic. Of course, all of our classes were held over Zoom, how yeah, you know, one of the things about the pandemic is that it made us all more reliant on technology for communicating and working and socializing than ever before, given that for a while, depending on which part of the world you're in, but I think it touched all parts of the world at some point, you couldn't meet people in person or have any other opportunity to make any contact. So having to be reliant on like needing to use, you know, a program like Zoom to get your work done and to socialize, or, you know, social media in general. Yeah, it really, I I talked about this with my students just to have them consider, you know, how vulnerable that made us. Imagining that our lives were suddenly being mediated through a handful of digital portals, you know, that we had very little control over. So I mean, I think, yeah, and really it's just that, like, it's, you know, when you're on, you know, it's just not taking for granted, you know, the tools that were filtered down into having to use. It really does end up being just a handful of tools which mediate our social existence and work existence, and you know, how we connect with people. So and just thinking about how, you know, how maybe our social interactions obviously are going to get shaped by these tools. It's just thinking critically about this, and at least being self-aware, because it's hard to know what to do. And that's part of what me and Danya always teach in our workshops. You know, when we teach people how to interact with this networking technology, maybe to reclaim some ownership to some extent, like running your own web server, maybe running your own video chat server. I mean, maybe it feels like not like a drop in the bucket of what one can do to sort of feel some sense of control, or, you know, reclaiming the tools that we use, or at least the how our data gets stored or transmitted. But yeah, I mean, I think the pandemic just for me really put that into sharp relief. I just felt so vulnerable and so dependent on these tools.
Thank you.
I just want to add, I don't know if people can hear me, because I think a lot of people seem frozen. But I just wanted to add to some of the discussions just now and also in the last panel. I think there's an important term like technology literacy or technical literacy that I think is very important. And I think the thing is, I think computers, they're kind of like, you know, the printing press. They're not just sort of a social movement, but they're in fact something that can restructure society and the logic of society. And so the thing is, I think there is a lot of critical perspective and fear towards it, but I think that fear also comes out of misunderstanding. That blind faith also comes out of misunderstanding. I think Ben and I, actually, we have a good friend, colleague at our university. He's a chemist. And the thing is, if you talk to scientists, I think they don't actually speak as if it were absolute truth, because I think exactly because they come from a perspective of, they know actually how science works from the inside. And I think that, you know, referencing what Roberta was saying, is that this idea of technoscience literacy is very important in sort of embracing this new era that is coming, regardless of how we feel about it or our fears of it. And I think that, you know, and then I think on the sort of pandemic conversation, that the question is, I think it's also important to, I think I am the only non-Western person in this panel or in this group, and it's very different, because I think that last year when the pandemic was happening, Benjamin and I, we got stuck half the time in America, and then half the time in China. And I think what was interesting is it's obvious that he's American and I'm Chinese, and the two countries were at odds with each other throughout this whole time, even now. And to be alienated in different ways, to have almost opposite positions, whichever country we are in, and that relationship to how these two different political systems and geolocations are dealing with, and cultures are dealing with the pandemic, I think is also, I think it's sometimes devastating when you're stuck in between conflict, but also I think that it provides a sort of outside perspective for both of us to try to remember there are other, to not go into a tunnel vision about what is actually happening.
I'd also like to add something, and I think this is kind of veering off a little bit from what you're talking about, but also just technology in general, and in these apps, if it's Zoom or if it's Microsoft Teams or whatever apps that we've been kind of stuck in these boxes. These were all designed and engineered within a corporate, commercialized business setting, right? They weren't, they can talk about all the innovation they want. They can talk about all the different educational, breakout rooms or anything like that they want to talk about as being these fantastic educational and or collaborative spaces, but they were all basically designed around business, right? In these kind of quick telepresence ways of being able to talk to people within a non-pandemic, non-locked down version of the world, right? And so, part of, I think, what's starting to happen is definitely within the education sphere, and actually a different project that's not related to this, but is related to this in the sense of how do you reimagine education within a virtual realm, right? And it's not this top-down view, and it's not this top-down, let's reimagine a VR room like a lecture hall or a WeWork center. That's not going to work. That's not, how can we actually take educational models or collaborative models or whatever kind of model you want and actually design from the bottom up, right? Because we interact with these technologies in a very different way than we interact with these technologies, or non-technological ways, right? A lecture hall is not the same when you're not actually physically in that lecture hall, right? How do you take notes? How do you interact with team groups? So there's all these other questions there, just using education as an example there, but there's all these other models that we need to look at, and it's not necessarily looking at it in a real world situation anymore, but it's, or a corporate situation, but it's how do we build up from that? And I think that's one of the big things that COVID has exposed within definitely education, if not other areas.
I think it's I think what he's referring to is one of it's not quite a art project, it's more of a education and design research project that we're working on in this year to end of next summer, which is creating a VR toolkit for virtual learning that is more intuitive. But I think, and what he's saying is the way we're approaching it is, the virtual space or the digital world has its own logic, and if we keep trying to take old models to try to put into new mediums, it will feel a little bit forced or out of place, and it will make us choose one or the other. One possible approach is to look at some of these new models and try to, forget some of the things that we know and to try to learn from them and see what can emerge. Yeah. Did we get cut off?
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Do you find that when I think about technologies, I was thinking about what Sarah said and what Ben was saying also about education. And I don't know how to put this. So like, okay, so I also teach, and I was talking with some of my students, and when the first thing that came out was I have a lot of students who are international students, and last year they were connecting from South Korea, and I still have some students who are stranded somewhere without visa, and they told me that like basically without technology, like they were like, oh, okay, so what would have been without the technologies? And like also thinking about like the way I adapted my own teaching, I actually discovered some fun and new things to deal with younger people, because like we're talking about people who are 20 years younger than me, so there's more than one generational difference, and like the kind of the labor that went into it, and also the satisfaction sometimes that I got from it, thanks to the very mediation of technology, which I also am very critical of. But I'm also thinking about those people who decided, okay, so we have Zoom, it's like yesterday, we're just gonna go in and like lecture for 3 hours, and nothing has changed. We're gonna treat this as if like we were in a classroom. So like I'm wondering if your experience is, so do you find that there was a lot of adaptation to the technologies, or do you find that like most people just said, okay, whatever, like we have technologies, we're just gonna do as if it was like every day, and we're just gonna apply our own models that are pre-constituted, and we don't have to work for them, we don't have to modify, and we're gonna apply them to these technologies. And if they don't work, we're just gonna say, bad technologies. Long question, sorry.
Well, I would say, and I think this applies to machine learning too, and artwork and a lot of things, is, but when thinking about education, trying to, it's kind of like taking a round peg and trying to push it into a square hole, right? It's not that the technology is necessarily bad, but there is definitely an adoption that needs to happen. After an hour of trying to basically broadcast a lecture to 30 Zoom windows or whatever, you lose the students, right? A lot of times, not in every case, and I'm not trying to be totally negative, but a lot of students have become almost part-time students who are taking online courses, and there's a whole variance of social things that have happened. There's a whole variance of other things, and when kind of bringing this back to machine learning, a lot of it, those neural network frameworks, they're some of it is the design of the neural network itself, but some of it is also just what type of data we're putting into it, right? So if it's only consumer data, we're going to get a certain type of result from it, right? Going back to what Jean was talking about earlier with if we can control, and it's an open source model that we can basically manage and massage the way a large democratic group of users could control that model or create that model, you're going to have a very different result than if it's Blackboard or SunGard or whatever corporations out there, or Zoom or whoever who's creating the tool for you to try to teach over, right? And so I think that some of it needs to come from it needs to be kind of really a bottom-up reimagining of what you can use these technologies for. Did they help us? Of course they helped us. We're still holding classes over them, things like that. But we have Zoom fatigue. We have all these other things happening too. And trying to take let's say an active learning model and trying to put that into Zoom it doesn't work well. Trying to do small group activities within a classroom or a flipped classroom doesn't work that well, right? So how can we reimagine that? Just like how can we reimagine how we build the neural networks and how we, source the data, right? And who manages that data, who chooses what data is a yes and a no, right? So.
This is interesting that our final discussion is actually taking the curve towards the educational and the didactic. And I think this is so interesting. I thought I will open up again the discussion about the artworks, but actually this is actually one of my conclusions. They are, let me put it like this, they are so powerful that we end up in a social political debate, or actually in a phenomenological technopolitical realm of our discussion right now. And I find it very interesting to listen to all of you who educate, because this is probably one of the biggest challenges. I also think actually, while we are actually sitting here towards the end of our one-day conference, and we are probably all kind of like tired, and we probably all think like, how long do they want to make us sit here? Maybe I also think there are so many more challenges when I think about the ecological and climate change challenges that we are facing. And I don't want to open up a new discussion, but let me just bring this into the discussion, because I feel this current time of 9th of October in 2021 in Berlin is actually also what we still here have in our back, is actually an election in Germany, and is actually so much discussion not only about social aspects and technology, but also about ecology, or actually so much things that have not been said. And we are actually facing so big challenges. So maybe I just wanted to also like open up the perspective actually coming from technology and the mechanical, the machinic, the technological, the techne, the machen, machine from French medieval etymology. So basically, unless someone wanted to open up a new topic or actually a new discussion, actually, if you allow me, then maybe I kind of like will round up our big, let me call it, big cosmos of debates for the last 7-8 hours, for which we all thank you very, very much to stay with us, to think with us, to contribute, to share knowledge. This is priceless. And not too much to escape our current society, but maybe to metaphorically open it up into a little bit more dystopian, or actually a super future. We might actually wanted to end to bring the debate to the idea of going beyond the technological and thinking about the biological, that as a complex systems maybe might be more predominant actually when we think not only in 50 years, but maybe in 5,000 years from now, where might the planet be? So actually thinking actually beyond, we could say that, and I quote actually the essay with which all this project started actually 2-3 years ago in the book Half-Life, and the essay that Chris and me wrote, Transposed and Beyond, Some Reflections on Machines in the Biological. And I just allow myself to quote the very end. So for all the apocalyptic predictions of possible post-human futures, they will certainly be ones inhabited by biological and geological machines, most likely colonizing and fossilizing the detritus of our technologies. As Lynn Margulis wrote in Symbiotic Planet, I quote, "We cannot put an end to nature. We can only pose a threat to ourselves. The notion that we can destroy our life, including bacteria thriving in the waters of nuclear power plants or boiling hot vents, is ludicrous." End of quote. How refreshing. We set this interesting vanitas against the prognostications of the cosmists or their Silicon Valley progeny, not only when human language has disappeared, but now in the midst of the trouble. The world, including us, is, as always, complex and metabolic. So that's the end of that essay that was written in 2018, Goosepimples, because actually we can probably say now we are on level 2.0 with the pandemic, actually. I think our world has become in many thousand times more complex. But with this, we do not want to finish pessimistic. We want to finish absolutely optimistic and very, very grateful. So I can only repeat myself. Vivian, Anna, Alex, Sarah, Dania, Christine, Jean, Benjamin, Kata, Alex, thank you from the bottom of our heart. Roberta, especially thank you for this amazing keynote. I want to thank Tuje and Chris, my wonderful Art Lab partners, for taking me also to the whole project. It was a full joy to go and make this journey, although it brings us to the challenges. We used quite a commercial platform to meet here, and electricity, etc. And a waste of energy was making it possible that we were communicating in the last 7-8 hours. We also want to thank Jana and Madeleine, our team members, who have been supporting and supportive amazingly to make that group exhibition under our shadow happen, including the source books, including communication and setup and logistics, including preps for the conference. Then also we want to thank, and I'd like to turn the camera to see this happen over there. We want to thank Linus Kaufold, Seeberg Embrace, who is actually making the whole technological background and logistics. Otherwise, we would have not been sitting here. Thanks to Tim Deussen, as I said, a good friend, colleague, Art Lab member, photographer, also who actually whose photographs we actually made our introduction into the conference this morning, and we also will put them online on the website. We thank our supporters, where the funding came to also make this possible, the Berlin Senate and the Hauptstadt Kulturfonds. Thank you so very much that we could realize this. And also thank you for the media partners, Art in Berlin and Clot Magazine, who have been writing about us and will be writing about this project. So, and probably I will forget many, many more, but we do not want to sit here probably for another half an hour. So thank you for your endurance. And we recorded all the panels and we will put them in shapes and in bits and edit them and put them online and make them available. That also brings me actually to our web archive that has been since summer. There's a new Art Lab Berlin web archive, and we very thank Alice Canava for this. And so our aim is to actually also archive this conference and make this more available in the future. And of course, we will find also ways to continue our discussions, because what I just thought is in all the panel discussions, I always had the feeling it was a beginning of something. So to be continued in a way. Tomorrow is the last exhibition day. So for all being here in Berlin or near or far, join us. We will be there between 2 and 6 p.m. CET. Or you can maybe also virtually join us and we can walk around with you. We have to deconstruct the show on Monday, so whoever wants to see it in Berlin, to come tomorrow. Is there anything that I forgot?
That's fine.
Okay, so let's not be too dystopian. Most of all, also, thank you for to the audience that you bared with us, stayed with us and joined our discussion, and thank you for all the comments and questions, and the discussions will all only continue. This is only a start. So we kind of will go offline here in the Zoom. Maybe for a couple of minutes we can stay here. I think we will say goodbye to the audience and hope to meet you soon, and stay safe and healthy.